Every season begins with a spark. But legends begin when passion meets the track. Three championships, three battlegrounds, one mission: to push harder, race faster, and unleash the thrill. For glory, for pride, for every second that defines a season. Chang International Circuit, May 21st to 24th, where it all begins. Witness Thailand's motorsport season ignite. TSS 2026. Fuel the thrill.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our very sunny Buriram as we get ourselves set and sorted for the afternoon's running here on Saturday in your B-Quik Thailand Super Series. You've got the Super Series that will run through. We will fuel the thrill as far as we set things off here from the Chang International Circuit, and it's going to be all about these four races coming up that say, look, this is going to set a wonderful start to the season on a hot 35 degrees Celsius day, about 95 Fahrenheit out there. I'm Jake Sperry, Scott Rankin, along with me for the afternoon. And Scott, as we get ourselves set with Dan Yeaman on production for us, this is going to be one of these super cool starts to an afternoon's running. We've got the second race here of the Thailand Super Pickups, and they have 37 trucks in one run. We used to have it as 3 categories. We've now condensed it and said, here's your melting pot.
Yeah, really, really happy to be here yet again. Hello to everyone that's joined us. 3-minute board's going to be up. We are back and racing in the afternoon session. Couple big incidents, and we'll talk through that right the way throughout of things. But here's the rundown of what we got for the rest of the afternoon. Like we said, Super Pickups for 12 laps, Super Eco, Supercar GT4, GTC, and the GT3s and GTMs to bring us home. So 2 separate 1 hour worth of racing, 2 12-lap races to come our way as well. And the big thing here, Sperry, is that, look, we've been commentating this now for a couple of years. Obviously, this is your first event. So first and foremost, welcome. We got the English language broadcast. It feels a little bit wrong. It hasn't felt quite right. We had to get an Englishman to come commentate us. That's the only way to make this any better, I thought. So welcome.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very crisp 7 a.m. in the morning where I am, and we're going to be very much enjoying all of the running there as we look down the order. You've got the likes there of Waris on Ryab there as we set. So 12 laps. So that's roughly going to be about half an hour there. They've got a time limit that they've got to work with. No need to come in and make a pit stop, but of course, overall and class points are up for grabs. So expect the pickup Bs to be in and around the pickup As. The pickup Cs don't necessarily have the same amount of pace, so they're going to be towards the back of the field, and we'll keep a little bit of a focus on how they are going as we get the mass exodus then from the circuit with the boards in there. A nice wave from Chanon to get things all sorted then in the number 36 out there, which will be piloting from 16th position, Chanon Rochana, who will be there and into place. But this is going to be, I would say, an aggressive run. You've got that big old launch to turn 3, Scott, and it always gives an opportunity to overtake around here. And this is a wonderful circuit that broke ground 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah, it certainly is. Big home to MotoGP, and the riders in that one love the challenge of the conditions as well, and you can see it on all the drivers' faces. We're going forward, he says, on the run to turn number 1, 37 cars taking to the field here today. I was just taking a quick look through results. We lost, I think, Tenefak Sukchuran in the 86 machine. Isuzu D-Max did not start race 1 in the C-Class cars. Interesting to note, actually, in yesterday's first race of the weekend for these guys, car number 5 Natawat Phongphrom has actually won the first race of the weekend out of the B class, guys. So really jumping up there and showing what they're capable. Also big notable for this weekend, Kajonsak Songkla has been a massive part of this series over the last couple of years. We've always kept an eye out for his Ford Fiesta in some of the other categories, some of the lower categories. He takes a step up this year, and it's been a successful step up this year as well. Race number 1, he finished home in 4th place in his all-new Isuzu D-Max out of the Mobile One Racing team as well. So a big step up for him. A lot of car failures. Have a look at how deep they start in this one as well, Jake. Like, there's cars around the last corner. There are 37 cars, 37 trucks that have got to survive lap 1 here, and a very, very big mix of talents and specialties and ability levels, but they've got to navigate it together, and they've got to figure out who to race. And keep your eyes on the boards on the front end of the cars. See that green? That green coloured number denotes an A-class driver. Car number 18, Kennedy Kasiri. If you see an orange number on the front end of the trucks, that is a B-class driver. And a pink number, that is the C-class drivers as well.
Yeah, we've already got word that Ross Wilson is under investigation for the pit lane as they go and left to get up to the grid. Up to 1,700 kilograms of dry weight then in this super pickup, producing anywhere between 420 and 480 brake horsepower, reaching speeds, depending on the gear ratio, of 225 kilometers an hour. It's road car derived on the engine. There are restrictions out there, but expect to see the likes of a Ford Ranger, a Mitsubishi Triton, a Toyota Hilux Champ, and the most populous of them all, the Isuzu All-News and D-Maxes that will be out there, as you have the likes there of the Gitty Complete GT R2+ tyres, which are designed for high performance vehicles out there that they'll be looking to try and run a very nice tyre lookout as we get ourselves set. So Sandy Stuvik then here at the Chang International Circuit will currently be in control. Your 3 sectors there, pretty plain through sector 1. Sector 2, you get a little bit more into the weeds with it, and then that technical final sector working through 8, 9, 10, 11, and over to the final last chance saloon of turn 12 on this Herman Tilke design clockwise circuit that sets itself out. Race 2, of course, of running, and it has been a very good run. It was ultimately a pickup B that ended up taking the control in race 1, which was Natawat Phongphrom, but it is going to be Sandy Stuvik who will have the control of the field over Kajonsak Songkla, with Chinawat Lachinchat in 3rd and Kantandi Kusari in 4th. There is Natawat Phongphrom in pickup B in control in 5th, with Superchai Kongman, Tanawat Suwanarat, and then Jataron Emrod in 8th, the second of the Bs. Then you got Agachat Meetprom and Songsap Corner Series Swept Kasan as you run through 37 to get through here, and ultimately you'll be running down all the way to your leader of the pickup C class, which will be Alexander Van Moorik, who is in the control of that over the likes of Sangchai at one of them, who will be going through. The likes of Chase Chakris out there, who will be looking to try and push through. He's racing on a Thai racing, I would say, nationality, but represents from the United States of America. Really cool to see there. A little bit of an international flair as well going on through, especially with the likes of Ross Wilson as well, racing under a Japanese license out there with the FIA, going all the way down to Akela there in 16th. They're the last of the drivers there. Akela Naka there. There is Alexander Van Moorik, who is in control. You've then got the likes of Bunyarit Super Series and Jakapan Wanarat they're going through. So they now get to set themselves up a rolling start, of course, as they will now make the launch over and say, right, let's get ourselves set up and into position. Out then of the final corner, turn 12, and let's get a little bit of noise going, because Sandy Stuvik will get them underway, and we are into play for Thailand Super Pickup. It's a nice clean start that works on through in towards turn number 1. That big sweeping line allows Songkla and Leonichat to go side by side, and look at that. Everyone pushing a mile wide to try and get the run forward, and they realise they've got to use every tool, every trick of the trade available. It's a big old attack to turn 3 at the hairpin. 3 wide as they're going to be pushing in, falls back to 2 as they work on down in, but it looks like for the moment Stuvik's got it covered. A big slide there as they work on through, and now here comes pickup C.
Yeah, and a good opportunity to get a big old launch for some of these guys at the back end of things. A little bit of class separation will allow them to try and launch on the run down into turn number 1, try and grab some spots away. I was noting, I think B-Quik Super Series has made some space there. Somebody really, really slow towards the back end of the pack. Here comes the A-class drivers circulating down in towards the faster section of the racetrack as well. Down through turn 4 and turn 5. Track limits on lap 1. More of a suggestion, more of a guideline. Obey them if you will, but that speed will be created. You saw them scatter through turn 1, side by side and elbows out, down through 6 and 7. Keep your eyes out for that new number 4 of Kajonsak Songkla. Lost a lot of spots on lap number 1. It's actually going to be the 18 of Kennedy Siri who's gotten through to the lead. So it's the two Ford Rangers challenging each other. Stuvik might just be looking after those tyres a little bit. Big, heavy, 2-ton trucks. You are going to challenge those tyres. Don't take too much out of them early, although I've never seen a race car driver want to slow down before.
No, they're definitely going to be looking at this, thinking, what can you do? And there you can set up as well. You've got Super Chai Kongman then in third position, and they work through. Leader of the B category, that's what Sweng from, doing very well out there. There is the 9 of Samon Mapaki. They're looking to try and get on by, looking to the inside at turn 12. They're trying to get it done then on Songsak Komisarevskan, but it's not going to get the chance then to go and get that sorted. But a lap then is in the books, and they will now look to try and set themselves off into play, running in that Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand colour out there and really looking to try and push on with what is there. And this is where you're just starting to think about, okay, how do you settle yourself down? 12 laps is a sprint out there. There's no time to really sit back and relax, but you do have the understanding of you've got to start picking through. Where are you after lap 1, lap 3, lap 6? I think you're trying to break it up a little bit into chunks, as there is the 10 looking to try and start making some very good running. That is Supertas Boomerang, who is trying to go through to Boomerang, looking for that inside. Pick a pocket, why don't you, out of 3?
Yeah, and it's all about setting yourself up. If you dive it in there aggressively, you cannot get the power back down. Some of these drivers have a little bit more power in a straight line. Maybe they've turned up the turbos just a little bit early. That's drama. 15 machine tumbling down through the order. Thenafon Churafed of the A-class drivers is already on the pit lane. And worthwhile noting as well here, Sperry, new tyres for this year. We're on the Hancooks last year, over to the Giddies this year. A little bit of a different tyre construction, tyre compound. There's a car around there as well.
Oh, that's not going to be good, and that, I think, might be someone, Mapke there, who could have gone around there, so that was going to be really tough. The number 9 then dropping, haven't seen him come through sector 2, so I think that was him around there going through at turn 7, so that is going to be a very difficult moment out there to deal with. And then, and we got one stopped out there on the racing surface. By the looks of things, they might have to throw a safety car out there for it. We've got another now starting to be deposited around the circuit.
Was that a red truck from the front end of the field? I feel like that's one of the ones from up at the pointy end. I feel like we saw that car. Race control just let us know as well. 45-second time penalty, car 45, for issues at the race start. Car 13's Chalermpon von Lucken from the B-class cars is also in one of the Isuzu D-Maxes on pit lane as well. So we've lost Thenafon, and we've also lost Chalermpon. Like I said, yeah, safety car. There's that many cars everywhere and strewn, and this is a big risk. We talked about there was so many cars in this category and in this field that you're going to be racing, guys. A-class has 19 entries. B10, C-class 9 entries. We already lost one of the C-class cars for the weekend, so they're back to 8. But oh my word, this gives us a breathing moment. I think we need it. Welcome, Reese. Jake, welcome to TSS. And the first category for the weekend for you in this series is probably the best. It's the Super Pickup. There is no better racing category in the world. I'm telling you, this is where it's at.
Well, they're always throwing it out in and trying to get things through. A few worried faces there down in the pits, but for the moment, it's a chance to just reset, find a little bit of calm here, try and keep some operating temperature in the tyres, and hope that they can set themselves up. So I've got it down as Kantati Kusari, who is in control at the moment, leading this one in the 18. Then it's Superchai Kongman and Chinawut Lauchenchart then who goes through. Truck 41 will get a 10-second penalty for a jump start out there, which will be your leader of C-Class at the moment, which is Buriram Super Series. So the last thing you want when you got the field bunched up together is to pick up a penalty for being a little bit too eager on the right foot.
Yeah, and I'll apologise. I said 45-second penalty. I was wrong. It's a 5-second penalty, car 45, for out of position at race start. So it's 40 seconds less. And there was also an investigation for that car for pit lane exit as well. The entirety of the race start was under investigation. I think that might have just been the 2 penalties that we've read out. I think we're actually okay. Safety car's going to be back in this lap. I think those other cars either had enough drive to get to a barrier and get out of the way, or they're able to dive off the racetrack. So nice and clean, nice and clear, and looks like we might be set for another race start.
Yeah, it looks like it was Jacopan Wanarat and then Tanafak Sukjaroan, then the 2 in the 86 and the 17, then that found themselves on the wrong side of things. So ultimately there, not exactly what the doctor ordered, as safety car is confirmed then to be in this lap. So that should set ourselves back into motion, and that should be interesting to see out there. A shame to see the Train Titanium, Isuzu D-Max, out of running, but it is now going to be back in the control then of the number 18 to go and push things forward for Ford Thailand Racing. So for Cantadie, this could be a really good chance to say, right, let's jump up, focus on that number 10. There's part of that Arto and Train sponsorship. Looks lovely as a truck as it looks to set itself off into play, but we've now gone through effectively 3 laps, so they'll have another 10 effectively, 9 or 10, to now really start ratcheting it up. The pressure that you will get of how this will work a little bit later on, how you now have less laps to go and get the moves that you wanted to, that I think is going to be very telling as we see the runs through turns 9, 10 and 11 then the flick right onto that final section. Good early launch then, set up by Cantadie Kusari then, and that is a very nice run off and away, and we are back to running then here around Buriram.
Yeah, big old launch and getting away from that safety cars. And the big thing is, and something I'm really, really happy about, is that black smoke. In years gone by, that would have been about double the thickness heading out of the final corner on a safety car restart. So props to everyone working over there to get the category a little bit cleaner, a little bit more efficient, a little bit more in the ways of the future. But the run down the back straight away, Sandy Stuvik lacking for a little bit of power, but it was a great launch out of car 22, and Tanawat Suararat into the braking zone. Stuvik's there, covers him off. Now remember, for Stuvik, a pinch of a brake on the run to turn number 1 under cold tyre conditions, he's got to make sure he's managing that. Hopefully there's not too much of a vibration on that right front.
No, he doesn't want too much there, but look at the pickup off of the exit then as that works on through. This is some very good scrapping from Tanawat Sawanarat, who goes and gets the sweep around, moving into turn 4. That's lovely. Bollard just gets demolished. Sia, and now they're going to maybe try and fan out to the other side then. Is also trying to get in is Nurkhanush Songbu, who wants to try and go the long way around the outside. No room at the end. Troubles for the 9 now, who's going to be there on the outside, and the 68. So that is Simon Mavka as well, and that 68 is not going to be looking too good either, and still there's going to be work here on that side-by-side. Here comes the look. This is Nato Flame from trying to get some passes done here, up over through the rear of the circuit there. Big kicker tail from behind.
Yeah, just try and find an opportunity to settle in. Another car going off at the final little couple of corners. That's down at turn 10. On the outside there before you flick it back to 11 and 12, and up and over the rise on the run into the final corner. My word, they are dropping like flies. 37 cars took to the start of this race. I think we've already lost about 7 or 8 of them as we run down to the final corner. Car 47 looking for a little bit of an edge, an opportunity for Chase Chakras Parks to try and find some drive in that final corner. Sandy Stuvik and his driving compatriot at the moment, Tanawat Suwanarat, are going to have a massive battle once again. This 22 machine, wait for it to get out the other side. It'll put the power down, and all of a sudden the Ford Ranger, whether it's aero, whether it's drive, whether it's just raw horses on board, watch this 22 machine get a launch off of turn 1. Stuvik covers to the inside. No, he's left it open, and here comes 22.
Yeah, this will be a case of I'm leaving the garden gate open. Now, do you want a bit of an afternoon tea party? Yes, locks it up, commands the apex. Stuvik has to leave the room, and ultimately, that is a very accomplished pass, and just behind that, Flame From and Kajon Saknasonkla then also looking to think about where they want to be dancing about at the moment here at the top. In is the number 13 machine that has just found its way to pits. That's Shalerbom on looking, who is down there and has just managed to get that one back over to pits, but wow, look at this mid-pack. It is absolutely getting as busy as anything. That's one in the grass trying to work through and hopefully stay out of the way. Joining back onto the line there and everyone avoiding without too much worry at all. I'm not quite sure who it was. It might have even been a Super Boomerang there. No, sorry, it is the 10. It is Boomerang, and that is a mile off.
I think there's a tyre down on Chase Chakras Parks. It's 41. Yeah, have a look at that left rear tyre. It's the right-hand side of our shot. Yeah, he's definitely got a tyre down. There's something wrong at the rear end of car 41. Yeah. So unfortunately for Chase Chakras, sorry, 47, he will be taking the long route back to pit lane. There's the Toyota Champ car in the middle for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Colours all over that one. And the 85 and 30 at the moment. Oh, sorry, my apologies. 10 on the run down to the final corner. As well, getting into it. The indicator still on to the left-hand side of car number 10, a Super Series Boomerang. Trying to hang on to that one. I don't know if he's trying to tell anyone anything. He might have tried to let somebody know that there was room on the left-hand side to overtake him earlier on. But the indicator's stuck on. 7 to go. And run back down turn 1.
I think he's saying, I want to pass you on the left-hand side, maybe. Something of that ilk, but he's going to make me think about this one here. Not battling for class, but remember, they've got overall to think about, and this will be an important scrap here for 9th place. Alongkorn Saitung is the one in the yellow and the black, basically holding ground very nicely here through the middle. Not really having to worry at turn 3, the prime place to get it done. Now they'll chase back along over to turn 4. Look at how much rotation's having to be set through to try and get through the steering here. It's a marvel seeing them go out there and really scrap for it, and it's all about trying to get all that weight through the corner. I think that's the big difference maker that you've got to try and see as we go up to Superchai Kongman here in second. But look at the gap for Kennedy Kusari, 4 seconds down the road.
Yeah, but has he taken too much life out of the tyres? We're not halfway through this one yet. And having said that, one of those laps has been under safety car conditions. Took a little bit of an edge out of the tyres. More retirements. Car 93, Nitnach Wong Simboon has gone to pit lane, unfortunately for him. Chase Chakras Parks is in pit lane as well. He will be trying to get some repairs under that car. But the big thing I noticed, you see in Sector 1, right at the end of Sector 1, crossover to Sector 2, there was a big old piece of something right on the racing line, and that was in a bad spot for tyres, and there's something just there in the back end of that shot as we exited up turn 9 and started climbing up through the hill. The dip at 10 and 11. Drive-through penalty car number 19. I think we might be starting to see... No, that's not a black smoke penalty. There's warnings for black smoke. That's a big rocker into the final corner. Who is that? Car number 5. My word. I think he's had some assistance.
That's the leader of B-class.
Yeah.
And that's a huge off, and now he's trying to get, that's beached in the gravel there, and that is going to be dramatic to say the very least. And if they can't get it out of there, they're going to have to worry about whether they're going to need a tow truck out there to go and get that one off of the surface. So that's a really dramatic moment there, and from a driver who won it all overall out there in race 1 yesterday. Now you start turning around and going, well, who does that benefit? The answer is Jataron Imran, who now leads the 91 of the B category there. There's the 92, still looking to fight that absolutely bulky Toyota Hilux Champ, really trying to get that run through. You see those Isuzu D-Maxes and the all-news, they look very thin and very slim by comparison. That is a hulking great unit. That will punch a massive hole in the air.
Mate, who needs aerodynamic efficiency? Just give me more intake, please. I want cooling to the front end of this thing. I want to turn the turbo all the way up. And, well, I have to pay the penalty for having a giant old cooling intake at the front end of this thing. And the interesting thing to note as well is a couple of Toyota Revos in the field. There's some waving, some communications between the two drivers in C-Class. I don't necessarily know that was please go by. I think that was I'm having fun. Let's have more of this. That's what that looked like. Is he's going to try and swing around the outside. Pass, great pass. Particularly for our C-Class drivers, that skill and talent. 19 and 22, black smoke warnings. That might be the transit through pit lane. Now, in years gone by, we've had 2 iterations of this. First, we've had a warning of fix it, and that's generally a notification of the drivers turn the turbos down, basically. Take some capacity away from these guys, short shift a little bit. so that you're not generating a whole bunch of black smoke out the back end of things. And then they generally progress to a drive-through penalty after that for black smoke. So I'm not 100% sure, but it isn't just a looking at the cars penalty. There is definitely some sort of reading and sensors around the car to alert the officials that there is a pollution-style penalty. It's not just look at the cars and go, that's definitely black smoke, that's definitely black smoke, that's definitely not. No, it's there is a reading taking off the cars to give those penalties.
There very much is. This is the battle for C-Class lead. We saw that run around the outside, a lovely pass by Super Mongkol Depech, who's got the lead then over now. Sang Chai, one of them, who is in that second position in class. That sets itself up in motion and says, what can we do? There's your leader overall at this moment in Kanti Kusari, who's not stopped, who's not slowed down in any way, shape or form, just hitting the marks absolutely to a T. Best time of 154.9 out there, really hauling at this moment, and knowing with 5 laps to go, or 4.5 at this point, that's the lead over Super Chai Kongman and Chinawat Lauchenchar, who is there in 3rd position. They find themselves nose to tail and trying to find themselves pretty close on, as it's all new in D-Max, looking to try and prove it. The D-Max there, you can see the different style of grille is the way that you can really tell between the two Isuzu mates.
Yeah, update as well. Car 47 drive-through penalties. That was Chase Chattacross Parks. That's, well, he was having a torrid time with the tyre failure on the left rear of that car before, but now he's going to have to come back through the pit lane. Warning flag for car 22 as well. That is Tanawat Sonora, who's actually all the way up in P5 at this point in time. So he's been warned about track limits, and there might be some more discretions coming his way, because that one's only just gone out, and the team will need to communicate that one nice and early. So in a really, really good spot. Keep your eyes on the totem pole. Again, green A-Class drivers, orange B-Class drivers, pink C-Class drivers. The best of the C-Class drivers in 16th spot at the moment. Super Mongkol is doing a phenomenal job in C-Class. B-Class drivers, you mentioned a couple laps ago, Jatteron leading the way. He's inside that... it is the Isuzu all-new D-Max. I thought it might have been the Toyota Champ car. Nope, got that one mixed up. So it is currently Isuzu leading the way in B-Class, but Ford Ranger still with control of A-Class.
Yep, so the control still very much there as we go back to the number 91, looking to push on forward and say, hey, look, we're going to go and battle out there, and that 10 there of Supertas is going to be really trying to jump on up and say, look, I lead my class, I'm very happy, he's got by now on Jatteron, and now he's got to build a gap. So Jatteron Emerald here, Emerald is going to be looking at this thinking, okay, right, I can't do much about it. I'm in the right place at the right time for my category. I'm sat behind, but ultimately, you're just trying to find a way. And I think you're going to have to be a little bit patient here, because there's end game to think about with 4 laps to go. If you make a move with 3 or 2 laps to go, say, for example, Scott, what's the opportunity someone gets straight back at you?
Yeah, but I think the big thing is have a look at the lap times from car number 10 and Supertas. He's doing a really, really good job. He's just set his fastest lap of the race at 57.125. So the tyre's actually hanging on really, really well for car number 10. In fact, he's sort of maybe under-pressured the tyre a little bit. Now he's starting to get to the core of it. He's brought them in gently, and it's starting to pay dividends. Along Korn Seitung is the A-Class driver weaving around in the background, trying to apply some pressure to Jatteron, and he did apply pressure because Jatteron was outside of track limits there on the run through the back end of the course. Now it's the flick back, down through the dip, and up and out the crest at 9, 10, and 11. There's a lot of smoke there. Is that a turbo failure? That is a turbo failure. It's a turbo for that Sandy Stuvik.
And that is going to sting after what was a lovely run out there, and you can see the despondent faces over there at the team, and they will know and understand at Ford Thailand Racing. Nothing you can do about that. The turbo just gives up the ghost, and so too will any hopes of meaningful points out there.
Is that another one, or is that just... No, that might have just been smoke, but that's turn 1. It looked a little bit white. We might have lost somebody else there. Look at the steam coming out the front end of that. Yeah, water. So might be a radiator, might be a turbo. Sandy Stuvik will have some work to do. Did a great job, by the way, in race number 1. Finished in 5th spot. That's the best that team have looked. Whatever it is they've changed in the off-season, they had a lot of troubles. They had quick qualifying cars at Ford. Yeah, they took a look under the bonnet and just went, yeah, no, she's done. And that looked like a turbo. That looked like black. that was coming out there. I think that is indeed a turbo that's gone on Standy Stuvik's car. So there will probably now be some rubbish on circuit flags deployed through 9, 10 and 11, which is where Stuvik's car is let go. There's probably oil down there at the moment. That's something these guys will have to contend with ailing tyres. But I tell you what, the Giddies are doing really, really well. They're hanging on supremely. And there's Stuvik out of the car, job done. Unfortunately, not much more he could do for the guy who's travelled over to Europe a couple of years ago to go and compete in open wheeler cars, back to Thailand, didn't necessarily work out. And I tell you what, since he's gotten back to Thailand, Jay, it's just not been going his way. Stuvik's got a lot of talent, but just whether or not he's overdriving the equipment, whether or not the equipment's failing him, that you never can tell. When there's a lot of retirements at a team, it's always the question mark of is it the equipment letting it go, or is it the driver taking too much out of the equipment?
Well, it's a case of 6 of one sometimes and half a dozen of the other. It'll be interesting to get the understanding of it. But look at Super Chai, Kongman and Chinawat Lauchinchat. Here's the run outside then for Chinawat to try and get this sorted. And it's going to run very deep. They're going to push both of each other off the road. Drag race then. It will be down to turn 1 with 2 laps to go. Look at them. A perfect drag race. They set that up. Still, though, holding ground is Super Chai Kongman, who was behind at the line into turn 1, but gets the pass and sorts it out. But was that too much of a defence there, Scott, heading to turn 3?
Yeah, I've definitely got question marks all over that one for sure, because running wide of that final corner and elbowing him, well, he didn't leave him racetrack. He didn't make the racetrack. And that's the big thing. Will Race Control look at that and go, hey, neither of those guys are going to make the corner? And I think that'll be the biggest part of that one, Sperry's. He's going to look around the outside yet again. And you know what? He wants something. He had a few mils ahead at the start-finish line. In actual fact, the margin between them at the start-finish line when that one was recorded, it was a dead heat on timing and scoring. That's how close they were out of that final corner. But I think Super Chai's just looked after that tyre fraction better. Although his last lap time was certainly slower than that of Chinawat. Chinawat made up a second, and it's here he's ailing.
Oh, and this is going to be a lovely attempt around the outside then of turn number 5 and 6. He's not going to get there, but he's certainly setting this one up and saying, right, I want to find the way that gets it done. Now you've got the short shoot run here to turn 8, which can be an overtaking place if you can set it up, but critically, still can't quite find the angle.
No, looking, probing, down at 8. Here comes our race leader. He's still 12 seconds out in front. He is looking after these tyres cleanly as Kennedy Kasiri. When Ford Racing Thailand aren't necessarily having the greatest day in terms of their reliability elsewhere. One man will have one more lap left to run, and it is daylight between him and the next car. I think that's Chase Chakras Parks, and I think he's just gone behind the garage. I don't think he'll come out and complete the final lap of that one. There's something dragging on the front end of Super Chai's car now as well, on that left front corner, and this will be the opportunity. Last time by, dead heat at the line, Jake. What has the last lap got for these guys?
Oh, this is going to be magnificent then as Aloncorn's down into pit lane. Then from 7th place, trying to work on the outside. Is there going to be enough drive on the exit? Really cheeky, using the track limit off the exit of 1 there, is Chinawat Lauchinchat, who's going to get this chance now to say, look, I've got the run, but in a straight line, it's going to be a case where the all-new is doing a little bit better than the D-Max, but gets the clearance lock-up. Going to get through and round a half slide. They've both got in very deep, trying to hold it. What brilliant truck control to keep themselves into play. Chinawat's held on to this one in second, and they know they've got to leave it all on the table in the way that they've been battling it out on this. And that's a massive discarded bit there that they've gone straight over. That's come straight off of one of the cars in front, and hopefully that doesn't mean we see a cut of tyre here with just how aggressive that they're running it on the canvas. Into this next section then of 5 and 6, looking to try and open it up, get the up and under. It's not going to be quite there at the moment, but there's still opened opportunity here for Super Chai here, who's in third. He's got a magical run. He's pushing him through at turn 7. He wants away here at 8 to get this move done. No, doesn't quite find it. We'll have to see Cantony at some point, who is going to be romping to a victory here of over 15 seconds by the time they get to cross the line. That's wide. Then again from Chinawat. Here comes Cantony Kusari, who at a canter is going to take race 2 here in your Thailand Super Pickups. But I think that's the resignation of defeat for second and third, because Super Chai, I think, realises he's going to be third best in this one. Chinawat Lauchinchat takes second.
Mate, what a race though. The elbows were out. Pump of the fist for Chinawat as well. Happy as anything for that one. And in terms of the final results as well, P4 for Kachonsak, not Songklar. It's been a great debut weekend in the trucks. Here we go for the last couple spots in terms of this one. Drag race along. Someone's out of power. Someone's got no drive off the final corner. In behind car 34. I think it'll be a Keelak Kurd who will run out of drive on the run out of the last corner. Look, he's still got no drive. Still no power. The champ is going to get home. Car 92 for the last spot inside the top 10. My word, again, these cars, this category, it just never fails to disappoint. And in 2026, 3 categories on circuit, on track at once. Man, could you imagine? There's no way they can run 37 cars when we get to Bang Seng Grand Prix. That will just not work. They'll have to split them. Even if it is maybe the A-class drivers on their own and B and C out there together would probably be the best way to go about it. But my word, for Kennedy Kasiri, job done. And how about that for an introductory race to Thailand Super Series? That's about as good as it gets, Sperry, I think. I don't think you can ask for much more. We had Biff, we had Bang, we had tyre dramas, we had debris, we had it all.
Yeah, we had everything. Some great results as well for Supertus Boomerang, who will take his category, and then as well Super Moncol Detpech, who will be very happy. But there is your top 3 out there. Kantati Kusari getting the job done by 16 seconds over the line over Chinawat Lauchinchat, and Super Chai Kongman gave everything to try and get it sorted in Class A. Couldn't quite manage it there on the final lap. Chinawat was super excited on the result. Class B would be won in 5th position by Supertas Boonerang, with Jataron Emerald then in 2nd, and Anuwat Maninian in 3rd position. Will be very happy. There is Super Moncol Detpech, who takes Class C over Sang Chai Wanathim, and Alexander Van Morik then in 3rd. And look at that in terms of the times of fastest laps that you see out there. A full 1.6 seconds a lap, Scott. There was something absolutely motoring there for Cantady.
Yeah, phenomenal lap time. The closest anyone else got was 1.6 seconds back. Is sort of speaks to that the speed of that truck and just what they had going for it. Have a look at the tires. Look at the outside edge of those tires. They really actually don't look like they've done too bad. I guarantee if you have a look at everybody else's tires, they're going to look a little bit second hand. By the way, last lap of the race for Super Chai Kongman, a 2:836. He was super slow. Supertas Bunrung did a 2:02.2 and 2:03.288 for Jataron Emerald, and that was the battle for first and second in B class. So they definitely ruined their stuff by the end of that one. But on the week when we farewelled Kyle Busch, unfortunately, car number 18 and truck number 18 gets the job done over in Thailand. I think that's about as fitting a tribute as you get in the world of trucks elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, here on that one. Congratulations all around there, and the level of respect that is there in play. Of course, you've got to sort the hair out after a victory like that. Wonderful. And big hugs as well from the team at Thailand Ford Racing as well. They'll be Ford Thailand Racing will be very happy with that, although it didn't quite go the way they wanted with their other effort then with Sandy Stuvik. But when you still get a victory, you get a dominant victory like that, it's not always about the qualifying performance. Sometimes you can just set yourself into a groove where no one else really, Scott, is able to match that pace. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind, that it's about that long haul pace that we see and getting it done over the course of a race. You don't win a championship by your qualifying. It helps. You don't win with it.
No, but I think the big thing is, look, I mean, for Kennedy, not only did he set that long run pace, but he was also aggressive. You know, the thing from Kennedy Kasiri is we've seen him in quite a few categories of this championship over the last 5 years or so. It's been up, it's been down, you know, he's been quick, he's been thereabouts. I like this format of him because he got out there and he got aggressive. But the big thing is he shows what he's capable of. This is a big pickup for Ford Racing Thailand as well. Most of these interviews, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, all of our podium from the A-class cars, all Thai nationalities. One Australian driver competing in this category across the weekend is Ross Wilson, finished down in 20th spot. Every other driver Thai in terms of nationality and at least international racing license. But yeah, the big thing is he didn't start on that front row. He got aggressive. We saw him elbows out with Sandy Stuvik. But once he got that lead, he didn't let anyone bother him. He just settled into his race pace. He just looked after the tyre, protected it, and got away. And like you said, it is, okay.
Ooh.
The qualifying pace wasn't necessarily... Oh.
I've just seen come across the board a 5-second penalty for Chinawat Lauchinchat, then for gaining an advantage off circuit, and that will drop him off the podium from 2nd to 4th, Scott.
That's massive. That's absolutely massive. There was certainly elbows. I got to be honest with you. That's probably one of the ones I don't agree with, because for Chinawat, I mean, at the moment, Goody's over there having a chat with him in Thai. I think he gave as good as he got. I've got to be honest with you. Super Chai put him in that position, because was he forced off the track at the last corner? Yes, but Super Chai didn't make the corner either. So realistically, I would have left that one alone, because they both raced each other hard. I would have had a word to both of them and said, hey, that was beyond the limit. But in terms of racing each other, they both gave as good as they got. That's one that's tricky to manage from an officiating standpoint, because I think they were both in the wrong. It's sort of, but they both sort of gave it even. Like no one really gained. They were both forcing each other wide. The only one I can think of is maybe down at turn 3. That's about the only time I think he got an advantage. He pinched a tire, he ran wide, but he did stay off the track. So yeah, that's where if he had made an attempt to come back on, maybe on the exit of turn 3, I think he would have gotten away without a penalty. That's maybe the only one we can sort of sit down and go, yeah, he definitely gained off circuit.
Turn 1 as well, had to really work off of the exit of 1 to try and get the drive off of it. There was a sense of that led to what happened at turn 3 as well. So it is confirmed that he will drop down by about 9/10 then to 4th position. So for Keonsak Nasongkla, that will be a way for the number 4 Chiang Kong Auto Repair Shop Mobile One Racing Team, Isuzu All New, to move up to that 3rd position, and will be very happy in that regard to it. And I suppose the best way of understanding it is, as far as it's gone with those track limits, 2 wrongs don't make a right, Scott, but neither of them made a right turn.
Yeah. Like, I'm not sitting here and saying neither driver's at fault. I think they're both at fault. Turn 1's tricky, because I don't think necessarily Chinawat had achieved enough overlap, and that's what they'll be penalising him for as well. He had sort of no rights to be there on the outside. If he'd have crossed him over, got back down the inside, we wouldn't even be talking about it, I don't think, at this point in time. Really, really interesting is that Kajonsak won't get his day in the sunlight as a result of that one. But from him in a championship perspective, a 4th place and a 3rd place now from his 2 races, that sets him up really, really well. Be interesting to see what kind of car he has as we're going to go to the highlights.
We absolutely are. And it was a race that had a lot of battling early on. A few cars littered around, though, set up a safety car, which pretty much took a little bit of air out of it to start. And then there was the key. Sandy Stuvik really having to scrap and fight with it in the early stages, kept himself very busy locking it up. And I think he was really up against it on the back foot with a turbo that was starting to ail. And there was the first real big spin of the day there with the number 87 going about then for business. And I think it's proven to be how tough. That looked like just a complete failure out there to go through there. That's what took Natawut Fueng from out the lead, and it's a very weird one to see it lose that aggressively from that point where he looked completely even under braking.
Does it look like maybe the front brake stopped working potentially there, and the rears had to do all the work, and then the car just comes around as a result of that? Kennedy Kasiri is big. This is the big failure right here for Sandy Stuvik. Was elbows out. It was racing hard. Car was in a great spot. This is where it gets controversial. Who's got rights here? Well, they've both got rights, but neither of them make the track, and that's what the stewards are really looking for. I don't think they've touched that one. I think they've left that one well and truly alone, because, again, both cars have failed to make the corner, but they would have chalked that up as an off-track for both drivers out of their limits for the weekend. But, yeah, it's this one here. Blows the braking zone, never gets there. But neither does Super Chai. Look how close to him Super Chai got. And that's but Super Chai kept the car on the circuit. So, yeah, that's tricky. Controversial. The one thing that's not controversial, Kennedy Kasiri, class of the field. Great drive.
Yeah, he absolutely dominated out there. I think the only thing you maybe could say there in the defense then of Chinawat was that he was taking avoiding action out there to try and set himself up here at the Chang International Circuit. So that's going to set ourselves up in about 15 minutes time. We'll be rejoining you then for the second race's worth of running, which will be Super Eco. So stay with us and we'll be back on the other side of this.
ผมน็อต สรวิทย์สมัยครับลงรุ่นซูเปอร์อีโคเบอร์61ครับทีม PMK Racing ครับสนามแรกก็ชุลมุนนิดนึงครับรถแหลกกันพอสมควรครับก็พยายามประคองอันดับไปได้เรื่อยๆครับถ้ามีจังหวะค่อยหารูแซงเอาครับเรื่องยางของปีนี้ครับตั้งแต่สตาร์เลสยันจบยางค่อนข้างยังหนึบอยู่ครับก็ยังสเตเบิลอยู่จังหวะข้างหน้าเขาชนอินซิเดนต์กันนิดหน่อยครับผมก็ได้จังหวะขึ้นมาแล้วก็เกิดปัญหาเกียร์ไม่เข้านิดหน่อยก็เลยถูกแซงสลับกันไปมาก็ผลงานสนามหนึ่งก็พอใจอย่างยิ่งครับในเลสต่อไปเดี๋ยวให้ทีมงานเช็คช่วงล่างใหม่ทีครับเพราะว่ารถอาการแปลกๆช่วงท้ายครับฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับซูเปอร์อีโคเบอร์61ครับไปแบบลมโชยเต็มเกงแน่นอนครับ
ผมเด็กชายธนทัศน์ ล้อมวงครับแข่งอยู่ในทีมเปียกออโต้ฟิกแอนด์บิวเทคบายเลฟโซไทยแลนด์ครับเบอร์ 96 รุ่น Thailand Super Eco ครับก็ตื่นเต้นมากๆเลยครับแล้วก็ลุ้นมากๆเลยครับมันมีช็อตที่คันหน้าชนกันแล้วก็พยายามเอาตัวรอดให้ถึงรอบสุดท้ายครับก็นะครับผมได้นำทักษะจากโกคาร์ทนะครับมาใช้แข่งขันรถยนต์ก็คือเรื่องการเอาตัวรอดแล้วก็เรื่องการแซงครับเพราะว่ารถรุ่น Eco เนี่ยมันสูสีกันมากเลยครับแล้วก็จะใช้ทักษะของนักขับเป็นส่วนใหญ่ครับในเรสต่อไปนะครับเป้าหมายยังเหมือนเดิมครับจะพยายามไปเอาที่1มาให้ได้ครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับธนทัศน์ล้อมวงครับเบอร์ 96 ทีมเปียกออโต้ฟิกแอนด์ลิวเทคบายเลฟโซไทยแลนด์ครับรุ่น Super Eco ครับ
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อข้าวฟ่างเปี่ยววลีพุทธิสารค่ะใช้รถแข่งหมายเลข 35 ค่ะทีม M Motorsport Extended Racing Team ค่ะก็ตอนที่ตั้งแต่ขึ้นรถลงไปเลยก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากตอนอยู่ขีดสตาร์ทแต่ก็พยายามดึงสติแล้วก็ตั้งสติพอเริ่มเรสไปก็รู้สึกว่าค่อนข้างมันเลยค่ะเพราะว่ารถแบบเยอะมากแล้วก็อยู่รวมๆกันทีแรกก็รู้สึกว่าน่าจะไม่กระทบกระทั่งกันขนาดนี้แต่พอเอาเข้าจริงๆก็แรงอยู่ค่ะก็ถ้าเทียบจากรถรุ่นอื่นที่เคยขับพอมาเป็นรุ่นนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าพอรถมันเท่าๆกันมันก็ได้ใช้ฝีมือแบบได้วัดได้ลองเชิงกันค่ะก็สนุกดีหนูชอบนะผลงานสนามแรกก็ไม่พอใจเท่าไหร่ค่ะแต่ก็เต็มที่แล้วค่ะเรื่องการเก็บรายละเอียดในการขับในแต่ละโค้งการเปลี่ยนเกียร์การลายในการเข้าโค้งเนี่ยค่ะต้องกลับไปทำกันบ้านแล้วก็พยายามขับให้ละเอียดกว่าเดิมข้อผิดพลาดให้น้อยที่สุดค่ะยังเหลืออีก2เลนนะคะในวันเสาร์และวันอาทิตย์ค่ะฝากทุกคนช่วยเชียร์แล้วก็เป็นกำลังใจให้หนูเลยนะคะรถแข่งหมายเลข 35 ค่ะ
Chang International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์นะครับกับรายการ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 และรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังตรงนี้คือ Thailand Super Eco นะครับผลของการแข่งขันเมื่อวานนี้นะครับที่1คือเสียตัวอุ๋ยนะครับได้เป็นที่1และทำให้วันนี้การ reverse grid จึงทำให้เขาไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่5หมายความว่าผู้ที่อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่1ในวันนี้เนี่ยนะครับก็คือผู้ที่ได้อันดับที่5ของเมื่อวานคือแอรอนไฮคาวเป็นน้องของเฮเดนนะครับเดี๋ยววันนี้มีโอกาสไปพูดคุยกันและไปสัมภาษณ์เขาหน่อยกันครับว่าเขาเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรตามกันไปครับเอาละฮะเราอยู่ตรงกริดที่1กันก่อนแล้วนะครับ Aaron
Yep.
Hello
Hello.
How are you
Fine, thank you.
Congratulations for yesterday.
Thank you.
So today you have a chance for start in first place.
Yeah.
How do you prepare for this race?
Yeah. So it's gonna be a different strategy. I'm gonna try my best to keep myself in front because my straight line is very slow compared to the Honda Brios and Toyota Yaris. Let's see what we can do.
Right. Okay. Okay. Talk to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Thanks everyone for supporting me. Hopefully I can win this race and see you guys after the race.
Right. Okay. Best of luck. Best of luck. นะก็แอรอนก็บอกว่าโอเควันนี้ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องของการที่มีโอกาสได้มาอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่1แล้วนะครับก็ถือว่าเตรียมความพร้อมให้ดีที่สุดก็แน่นอนว่ามีโอกาสที่ดีกว่าเขาแล้วนะครับแล้วก็ไม่ต้องถูกคุมน้ำหนักน้อยสุดนะฮะกับสำหรับในกริดอื่นๆนะฮะก็มีโอกาสมากกว่านั่นเองนะครับไปต่ออันดับที่2ของกริดสตาร์ทในวันนี้นะครับหมายเลข93นั่นเองนะครับมาต่อกันนะฮะพรันเดชพรอัครรัตน์ครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นไงบ้างครับ
ตื่นเต้นครับวันนี้
เมื่อวานล่ะ
วันนี้ตื่นเต้นกว่าครับเมื่อวานไม่ได้มาอยู่ข้างหน้าแบบนี้ครับ
โอเควันนี้เรามีโอกาสแล้วที่ได้มาอยู่ตรงนี้แล้วก็เตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างกับสนามนี้
ก็คิดว่าจะออกตัวให้ดีที่สุดอะครับเพราะว่าน้องๆข้างหลังก็เร็วกันมากครับ
ครับก็ถือว่าตื่นเต้นไหม
ตื่นเต้นครับ
เสียงยัง
อยู่ข้า
สั่นๆอยู่เลยนะฮะ
ใช่ครับแต่ก็
วันนี้มีใครมาเชียร์
บ
บ้างครับ
อะไรครับ
มีใครมาเชียร์บ้างครับ
มีทีมงานพี่เป๊ะครับ
ครับ
มาครบเลยครับ
โรงโป๊ะ power unit นะฮะ
ใช่ครับ
พี่เป๊ะนะฮะมีเพื่อนได้ข่าวว่ามีเพื่อนมาเชียร์ด้วยนะฮะ
มีครับ
ใครฮะเพื่อน
ชินวิทย์ครับ
อ๋อเอาแล้วคุณชินเขาไปไหนฮะเขาไม่แข่งรุ่นนี้ฮะ
คุณชินเขาไปซูเปอร์ทัวริงเลยครับ
ไปตัวลิงโอเคถึงนั้นฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ได้ฝากเชียร์93 นะครับพลันเมธพรอัครรัตน์ครับประ
ครั
จั
บ
กษ์ทีม C2 Tech Phoenix
ครับ
เป้ลงโปกครับ
ครับ ขอบคุณครับ
ครับ
ไปต่อนะฮะสำหรับ กริดที่ 3 นะฮะคุณผู้ชมหมายเลข 96เรามีเวลาเหลือๆนะฮะสัมภาษณ์แบบสบายๆกันกับอากาศดีๆ แบบนี้นะฮะธนพัฒน์นะหลอมวงสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับไททัน
ก็ดีครับวันนี้ได้สตาร์ทที่ 3 ก็แล้วก็โดนถ่วงไปอีก 15 โลครับ
โอ้โหถือว่าน้ำหนักเยอะไหมสำหรับความรู้สึกเรา
ก็ถือว่าเยอะใช้ได้เลยครับ
แต่ก็โอเคนะเพราะถือว่าเราก็ยังมีแค่คันหน้าอีกแค่2คัน
ครับ
ใช่ไหมครับ เพราะฉะนั้นเราก็ต้องมาลุ้นกันต่อว่าวันนี้เราจะremain ในเรื่องของ race pace ยังไง
ครับ
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆเลยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับ ธนทัศน์ล้อมวงครับเบอร์ 96 ครับ
ครับ
จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
ครับครับเอาใจ
ครับ
ช่วยนะครับ ไปต่อนะฮะอ๋อโอเคอยากไปเหรออยากไปไหมไปต่อหน่อยสักหน่อยอยากไปก็ต้องไปแม่หมายเลข 61เอาสักหน่อยนะครับสรวิทย์สมหมายน็อตทิ้งท้ายเลยฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยให้มันเชียร์น็อตตอนนี้เลย
ครับ ฝากเชียร์น็อตด้วยนะครับ
ครับ
อีโคเบอร์61ครับ
ครับ
เต็
ผม
ที่แน่นอนครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
สรวิทย์สมหมายนะครับและแน่นอนนะครับอีกหลายๆท่านที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์สนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ Thailand Super Eco ครับ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Super Series that sets itself into play as we move away from Super Trucks and over now to Thailand Super Eco out there. This is where you get the hatchbacks out and say, let's go and have some aggressive touring style action to go and put into play. It's Jake Sperry, it's Scott Rankin bringing you all of the coverage out there. But this has been the category that has caught my eye in terms of the running that we've gone through. Not necessarily because it's been always super hot, super aggressive, but also for the fact that yesterday, Scott, there was a massive rollover.
Yeah, there was one yesterday and there was another one again today. So, look, the biggest thing is in all the years of covering this series, I don't think we've really necessarily had a rollover here at Chang. And then all of a sudden in 2 days, we've had two. A little bit scary, a little bit sickening. It's the same sort of thing when we go to Bang San, as well as we're sort of walking our way through the grid. Is, you know, obviously safety is a big and primary concern. It's always going to be, and we've developed to a point whereby we can have those style of accidents these days, and everything's generally check it over. And the good news is in most cases, it's generally just a check over for safety. We'd rather send you off to hospital, give you a full check over, come back to the circuit with a clean bill of health, which is good news. As we walk our way through this category. 27 starters here this afternoon in Super Eco. Big note as well, Ronnie Risman ran up front in this category last year. He's actually going to start from the rear end of the field. We've only got about 6 or 7 of the Eco overall classes. We have C plus drivers and then the female class in the Cs. They're both the two pink coloured cars, 88 and 57. Natawulan Sansuk and Nitaya Newton Manop out of 25th and 26th. So, and then Ronnie Risman's going to come from the rear of the field in behind those guys. 12 laps here for these guys. Maximum of 30 minutes available to us to try and get this one done. So safety car back to back might send us time certain, but we should have more than enough time to get through this one here today. And the big thing is small engine capacities means it's a draft fest. It's bumper to bumper. It's create that speed. And look, entry-level racing, Jake, is all about speed. It's be aggressive, be towards the front, but it's also about pulling the trigger at the right time. and most importantly, of building yourself up, building the confidence up, and racing door to door as often as you can.
It absolutely is, and we saw that, of course, in race one, which was won by the Singaporean driver, actually, Jonathan Cheboyu, who was able to get the job done with the likes then of the Eco C Plus being taken by Sorowich Somite. And then over, of course, when you go to Eco C, that ended up in the hands of Nataya Nuntamanop. Then who was able to go and get result. But it is going to be all about the draft. It is going to be about just timing the run as well. And I think you've got a circuit that is very, I would say, open for how that goes. You've got the coolers that are there. There is Natawalan. She'll be looking to try and make a very good run. The 1 minute board then sets itself off into position, and they'll know that over the course of 12 laps, they've got to be really, really quick into where they want to be, gaining that traction, that time, that ability to go, right, I want to take this race by the scruff of the neck. And we'll see a lot of different cars out there. There's Aaron Heichel's Suzuki out there making its progress there, the Suzuki Swift. A lot of Honda Brios out there making their way. That is seeming to be car of choice. And of course, we've got the likes of a couple Toyota Yaris's out there that will go on by. So I would say this is pretty much a quintessential category where you got to see around where the Brios are going to be in play, but that Suzuki Swift, my cousin's got a Suzuki Swift, so you understand that it's a car that's very popular.
Yep, my first ever car was a Suzuki Swift, a 1985 Suzuki Swift, and the shocks in it were gone. And let me tell you, very illegally, it did 140 kilometers an hour quite comfortably. It didn't mind it too much, and it was a lovely engine sound. So I've always got a soft spot for Suzuki Swifts. That car, sadly, no longer with me, no longer with us, but I love that little thing as my first little car. So anytime I see a Suzuki Swift out there and doing well, it is going to have me alongside and supporting it. And for Aaron Heichal, he's going to be out there and attempting to do me proud. Of course, related to Hayden Heichal, was actually out in Australia racing at the Bend in GT4 just recently as well. So little bit of stuff out there. Reminder, Super Ecos, this is what they look like. 900 kilograms worth of dry weight, 120 brake horsepower, looking about 192 or so kilometers an hour at the back end of things. Front wheel drives, manual gearbox, gear ratios, open selection, basically coming from a road car, combustion ratio of 11:1. The whole goal is road car chassis and body shell. There will be some ballast added to these cars, success ballast, that I believe you'll carry right the way throughout the season. There's a couple little tinkering and twiddling with things to make sure that not only is that brake horsepower a little bit effectively balanced performance for these lower class cars, but it's all about the dryers. It's all about looking after your new Giddy Compete GTR2s. And this is the smaller one compared to the super pickups we just saw, 195 by 50 R15s. All about that high performance sport tyre, but again, cut slick. This is not a smooth race tyre. This is a tyre with chunks, with grooves. Will mean that the drivers don't have to pit for wets if that ever happens. And this is the Chang International Circuit.
And so with this opportunity to say, there isn't a threat of rain, there is maybe a little chance of a thunderstorm at about 8 o'clock tonight. So they'll be a little bit concerned about that moving into Sunday, but the water should evaporate before then, but it might take a bit of grip off the surface. But we know that sectors 1 and 2 are passing opportunity. Sector 3 is where it gets a little bit more technical. You've got to try and hold in before you get to turn 12. There's 5 turns to the left, 7 turns to the right here on a clockwise circuit. Race 2 of the Thailand Super Ecos out there. That rollover came from Nick Teo Hongzhou, who put there into play. Aaron Heichal then will have the control over Farunmef Fomakararat, then with Thanatas Lomwong and then Sorowich Somite then in 4th position. There is your winner from race 1, Jonathan Cheboyu. And along with him, you've got Sitanen, Pilkuajon, Brett Dickey then in 7th representing Australia, and then Siridana Lektum then in 8th. You've got Chorish Boronsikran then in 9th position, and Kitinat Luang Runchai in 10th with Zarfan Ramadi, and then Panawat Vachera Kumakund there in 12th position. You go down the order and you see more of these who looks to put through there. Piawadi doing a very good job in Eco, all 13th place there for her on the jump on through. But you get the sense that this is going to be a category that intersperses. Everyone's going to want to be aggressive. Everyone's going to be wanting to take that opportunity there. The modern race team number 9 of Nick Teo is going to be looking around trying to find the finish. And then at the back you can see there Natawalun for DC Garage and then Nataya for the Nunta Manop team then as they set through, and Ronnie Risman will be having to pilot away on through. There is the 82, the Dyno Dynamics in pretty pink, looking to try and get a good launch off of the get-go, and the 93 of Faranameth then looking to try and stay into play. So this will be one where they will look at what do I need off of this start. We expect this to be lightning fast. We expect this to be one where I think patience is going to personify unless you've got the ability to run away. But if you didn't get it done in race 1, you need to get it done in race 2. If you did get it done in race 1, you now need to set yourself into position and say, what do I need? Green flags waving then from the marshals down at the back of the grid. They're happy, they're set. And we're going to get the lights on here. 5 here at Chang as we get ourselves ready and underway here as we get going in Thailand Super Eco. It's a lovely start by Aaron Heikal. He'll immediately pull away by about a car length and a half there. 61 there of Sorowich Somai gets to the inside and looks like he's going to take 3rd position away. You got Jonathan Cheboyu looking for a run. Look at the limit. Then at turn 1, they fan out wide, looking to try and get this launch on through. And there is Thanantas Lomwang then who ends up getting to 3rd position by the courtesy of it as they run down to 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be looking for any opportunity you can possibly find. Pick up a little bit of draft. Have a look at everyone. Check left, check right. Try and find an opening. 4 wide as they fan out down into turn number 3. Keep your eyes on the 61. Trying to wrap around the outside here for Sorowich Samai. He's going to try and pick up some spots. Look for Ronnie Risman coming from the rear of the field. He's already gained about 5 or 6. Look for that car 65 machine inside of that BKC Motorsport Honda Brio. A lot of work to do for Ronnie Risman, but he was quick in this category last year. The run down to turn number 4 and the tip in, the fast tip in front wheel drive cars. They can get a little bit out of shape. Still 3 wide in the mid pack. There they go. There's the first spinner of race number 2.
Oh, they all scatter and they're just about all going to avoid that. So very fortunate there, broadside through turn 4. The animals walked in 3 by 3, apparently into turn 4, and ultimately not everyone came out of it completely unscathed, but ultimately a massive, massive moment. Take another look at this. That is not contact as they went through. That's just loose getting over the curb, trying to put the power down too much, and somehow it avoids everyone.
Well done by everyone deeper in that field. Eyes up. Everyone used the opportunity to try and spot someone. Another car around at the tail end of the field. But it's going to be the 57 machine this time. Nataya Nuntamonop out of the C-Class drivers of the Honda Brios. Way down towards the tail end of the field. Look at them as they're still trying to challenge each other, push their way through. We'll cut away to another replay. It's going to be another huge moment. Here's the outside view. Keep your eyes in the middle of that one. Around goes the orange car in the middle of that pack, sliding backwards. But look at him scatter. I thought for sure he was about to get broadsided. I clutched my limbs and prayed was how confident I was he was about to get smashed. Phenomenal job by the field there, Jake.
Absolutely brilliant. And the move up now for Jonathan Cheboyu. Up to 2nd then has got the clearance. Still the scrapping then with Thanathas Longwam. And then Faranameth Fornakararat, who wants to try and get in. But there's the 29 also wants to jump up. Brett Dickey trying to move on up then to 4th and then into 3rd to get 2 Brios into position then as they set themselves into play. On the brakes, you can see how much the car lurches and leans into these corners and looks to try and get as much drive as the Insane Motorsport by Zik machine then sits in that 2nd place, leads that train. Aaron Heikal, he's checked out. He's already 2 seconds down the road, so everyone else is left to scrap as we're going to go 3 wide again back there with the likes of Varanchit, and there's going to be a push into the grass. 2 tyres in the grass on the run up to turn 4. Never a wise idea as they now look to set. It didn't work the first time. They're going to try it the 2nd and just about going to hold. Are they going to be 4 into turn 5? My goodness.
My goodness, racing room is more of a suggestion. There's not enough room for that, boys. Calm it down, settle it down. Around goes the 61 machine now. Another car tumbling through the field. Another one around in the background. The instant that you look away, more action just continues to unfold. Can you believe we're only 1.5 laps into this thing as the field continues to try and spread out and find racing room for themselves? Another replay because we need it. They were 4 wide on entry down here. Look at this. Yeah, that was never going to work.
The squeeze putting itself into play, and there's the tip around first time, and then it was the second then of the ZIC cars there, so that would have been Zafan Rahmani who would have found the way to jump through, create the contact. I was so scared as they walked their way on through there, through that section, that there was going to be a massive trouble on the rejoin, so very fortunate that there wouldn't have been any contact out there, and I'm sure that race control will have a very stern talking to about that as they look to set themselves out, and I know the team will be working very, very hard there. Tony Jenkins, I think, won't be too pleased about seeing that as they now set themselves then looking with 10 laps to go, a bit of 2 wides and 3 wides there, as there is Varanchit Watana Thanakan who is looking to try and get on through, and now we'll get the drive here. Can Varanchit get this one sorted then on Brett Dickey, who I think is going to be a little bit down on power despite being the 3rd car in the train there. That just goes to show you what is there for the Toyota Yaris compared to the Honda Brio. The Brio nippier in the corners by the looks of things, but that run to the Yaris is making itself known. Look at it, try and pin a way through.
Yeah, and it's literally try and find margins. I think the drivers are starting to get that little bit more aggressive because the thing is they can sense how important track position is at this point in time. You see it a lot in go-karts when the guys start to learn their way up towards this sort of stuff, how important track position can necessarily be. At the moment for the Super Ecos, it's got that feeling a little bit about it, down to the inside, and it's going to be that 29 machine of Brett Dickey who's really trying to throw something at the outside of, unfortunately, not being able to quite make it work for Tanawas. He's going to slide back on through, managed to hang on to 4th overall at this point in time. Front 3 Eco overall cars, first of the C+ cars for the 96 machine of Danatas at this point in time. But have a look at the top sort of, it's really only Aaron Heikal who's gotten clear. Everybody else is still up in this battle pack. And the problem is you step 1 foot out of line, you race 1 fraction too hard, all of a sudden all your hard work comes undone. But Heikal's been dragged back in. That's him at the front end of this field. So whatever he found on lap 1, he's given it up on lap 2. These guys have found something. Maybe the tyres come up. And now they're starting to challenge him for the race lead. They're going to go down the inside.
Oh, contact there. Jonathan Cheboyu gets to the inside. I wonder whether that Suzuki just is struggling a little bit out there to deal with the hotter temperatures then, or maybe there's something that's not quite 100% because that was a gap of 2 seconds that's been reeled in within a lap. And you can see here that that Suzuki Swift is being absolutely reeled in on the straights then as the pass has now been confirmed. So Jonathan Cheboyu in back-to-back races is now going to be up at the front. Now here comes the chance for Varunchit Watana Thanakan, who wants to try and get this sorted up. Ecos 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thanatas Lomong, leader of C+, with a big gap over to Chorish Pondranskan. And here comes the chance back. Aaron Heikal is not sitting back on this one. He wants to go through 3 wide in the background as they try and find a way by. But can he throw him out of road, but still trying to keep his nose in? Oh, this is brilliant stuff. Now watch out for Varanchit on the outside. 3 wide for your race lead with 9 laps to go. Turns to 2 wide now as Jonathan Cheboyu sets himself up inside as they go towards it. But he could come back at this one, Scott. This is going to be hold your breath stuff. Here into turn 4. Jonathan Cheboyu leads.
Yeah, he does through turn 4, but for how much longer? Aaron Heikal looks like the Suzuki Swift's a little Then comes Jeripan, who's trying to go for the with the one of them. And she can't find that longer wheelbase car. Just can't get it pulled up and turned back in down at turn 5, 6 and 7 now. And Jonathan Cheboyu has the race lead, but Aaron Heikal has got his headlights all over him. He's got his eyes. He is laser focused on those guys in front. Still 2x2 as they get down into turn number 8 at the moment. They'll flick back, they'll turn down, they'll chase down to turn 9 through the dip at 10, and then it'll be the rides out the other side. A little bit deep for Cheboyu at the moment in the lead of the race, and the field will start to condense again. Well, I thought this one was over and done with. I thought Aaron Heikal was comfortable out in the front. but he is now in second place. And really, this is starting to feel like it's going to be a whole bunch of fun. First of the black and white flags. I think this will be track limits for Sorridge tonight. No, that'll be for the contact of that incident. Haikal!
What a pass gone through. There is also understanding that car 89, which is Varunchik, is under investigation for an off-track advantage at turn 1, but he's got no drive. Here as they head to 1, Jonathan Cheboyu is going to go and get that one straight back then at 1, but he's not got the inside. He's going to have to run off wide, and there's going to be questions there, and that's the 51 who's turned around and in all sorts of trouble. It's one of the pumpkin cars then that is in the wrong place at the one time. That is Ponawat Vachera Honakont, who is there in trouble. Final corner by the looks of things. You can see just pushes wide. Gets attacked from behind. So easily done.
Ooh.
This is going to be a big hit there into the barriers there. That's a shunt that he didn't want.
It's a shunt that he didn't want, but I thought he was going in a lot harder than he's actually done a really good drive. Here comes Farinchit, who was all of a sudden trending backwards in this little battle pack. Last time by, it was a little bit different for the race leaders. It was buck drafting on the run down at turn number 4. Here we go. Varanchit and Aaron Haikal in behind Churapat, and it's going to be Shoy Boyu in the 17 and 47 cars. Now the run down at turn number 4, door to door, banging on each other, leaning on each other, drifting through turn 4. No, sir, no surrender, not a moment of quarter. There is no room being given. Super Rico, my word, boys, 8 laps. There's a third of this race done. We've got 2/3 to go, and pain is being traded between Farinchit and Aaron Haikal. We have got another double this distance to go. How much longer can these guys trade pain before they come unstuck? It's moments away.
Well, at what point is this one just going to set itself out in motion? This has been a really, really aggressive start to this race, and you get the sense that this is going to be a sweep around, and then there's going to be a case of trying to lop on through on the inside as they went 4 wide off of it, and then there's no room at the end, and someone ultimately is going to have to say roll over, and the roll over then is for Ronnie Risman, who ends up turning around then from that inside there with a little bit of damage to put in boot as well. But for this time being right now, Aaron Haikal then will be looking around. Varunchik then holding on. Ratana Thanakan then in play. But here comes now Zarfan Rahmadi, who's moving through. So this is not Jonathan Cheboyu now. It's 2 teammates that are fighting 3rd and 4th. And Varunchik with that 2:09 currently sits with the best time and is trying to run away. And this is the issue that this Suzuki Swift's going to have. If it's down on the straight line, he looks at the other Suzuki Swift that's there behind. They can't afford to let Varanchit run away. Now it's about how sensible you want to be in this battle pack.
Yeah, and it's going to be smart, decisive overtakes. You can't afford to race someone for too long at this point in time. Let me read you, by the way, the nationalities inside of our top 5. There is every single driver in the top 5 with a nationality. Varanchit's got a drive-through penalty. Race leader, are you kidding me? Right, so that's the Thai driver who leads the race at the moment. Aaron Haikal's Malaysian in car 82. Then you've got the Indonesian driver in car 99 of Zafran Ramadi. Zoboyu Jonathan is Singaporese. Then there's Brett Dickey, the Aussie. Then it's a few more Thai drivers. How about this? Internationalities, the nationalities in this category, and all of a sudden, Varanchik, you thought he might have got through and got to the lead. No. Transit through the lane and work to do for you, my friend.
That is a death knell in a race this short. There's no way of gathering that one back. So Varanchit is going to depart then from the front of this field. They determined that he gained an advantage at turn 1. So Aaron Haikal will still be in the race lead, but will be under pressure from the Suzuki behind of Zarfan Rahmadi. Then you've got Jonathan Cheboyu there in 4th position, leading a slew of Honda Brios that are there behind. And don't count out Thanatas and Jirapat, who are there trying to sort themselves out in this race. And I think the moment that we see into the pits there, Varanchit, I think this is just going to bring itself back together again, Scott. I think it's going to get chipper. I think it's going to get back to a group again, and it's going to cause all sorts. And speaking of all sorts, there is Kompron there, Pongjang Kanakanu in trouble, and that is going to be a big old spin to go for it. Not taking the penalty yet, though, so it's going to be a game of wait. 1.2 seconds down the road. We'll take another look.
This is going to be a self-spin. Yeah, it is. Car gets away from him in the rear end. On board that car 69. A couple of divots out of the ground. 2 for good measure, but no one around him on track. is able to back it up and get back out there nice and comfortably. My word, I can't believe track advantage, or track limits advantages at turn 1. We said they were playing with fire out there. The stewards have seen enough. This could be a statement, I think. Somebody's got to do something about it because it was starting to get just a little bit egregious. We've all settled down for now. But also, car 44 gets a drive-through penalty for contact at turn 5. That would have been for that contact back when they were 3-4 wide heading down into turn 5 as well. So, look, it's getting elbows out. It's getting a little bit egregious. And now, Zhou Boyu, after being at the front end of this pack, has lost a little bit of time. Gets a little bit of support from the 47 machine of Girapat. But again, we're going 2x2 into turn 4. Over and under. Creates an opportunity at 5.
Oh, and the wiggle trying to cover off the line there for Brett Dickey. There goes Girapat working to the outside. Heikel under pressure now for the race lead. He has to force wide, then through 5 as they work through 6. So this is going to be perfect for Zahan now, who looks to set himself through. Can Zafan Rahmani get there? No, he's on the wrong side of 7, and he's got to be on the freight train now because Jonathan J. Boyu gets ahead of steam as they'll work then for 2 wide and push. There's a lock-up of brakes down into turn 8, and that's going to hold themselves steady for the time being. Oh, he can't still wiggle off the curb and now has to come across to defend the line from Brett Dickey now as they go through. It's blinking, you miss it. Half a second you're attacking, the next you're defending, and they're almost 3 wide through 9 and 10.
How do you come off of turn 9 3 wide? Turn 1's 2 wide. There's no way you come off of there 3 wide. Whoever it was at the back of that, I think it was Girapat, had to bail out. There's the indicator from Varenchit. He's going to dive to pit lane and serve that penalty. He's going to drive in here aggressive. He was nearly on the limit entering pit lane, but he is steaming mad. You can see it. They're still running wide. I think that's Boyu. Runs wide at the final corner. Indeed it was. Trying to find some room. Now Brett Dickey gets his opportunity up here at the front. He's going to cross the start-finish line and lead the motor race. It's going to be 5 more laps left to go. Track warnings for car number 26. They're all starting to get it. I get the feeling we're about to see a raft of black and white flags and track limits warnings. I don't think Zhou Boyu has been on the track on the exit of a corner for the last half a lap. He has been out there challenging the stewards, challenging the officials. Where does Varenchit pop back out? There he is in the background, so he hasn't lost a whole host of time. 5 laps left to run. Digging to the inside. Here comes Aaron Heikel. Wu is going to lead it out of turn 3.
Well, he wants to know that he can lead some laps out there, but he doesn't. Aaron Heikel has been nearest the front. He's been trying to play couch commander with this, and when he's had to cede it, he's only ceded it to someone who's not going to get there. Brett Dickey wants in. There is Varenchal now, who sets himself in. He's around there with the 2 and the 22 out there, so he's with Yok Bunshu down in about 13th, 14th. That's 3 wide. He should be able to get through that. Indicator's still on out there at this point in time, but at the front, it's now Brett Dickey who's got himself the position. He now leads as they go through turn 5, and now they're starting to set themselves up towards the end of this race. Girapat Pranit there in 3rd position. I think he's been the quiet driver in this group. He has not made one move to get to the front of this field. He's just been placing himself for the final laps.
And the best part is, for the fans who are just tuning in, the Thailand Super Pickup race that was just before this, you guys missed out. We thought that might be the best racing of the weekend. We were sorely mistaken as the Ecos once again. And Heikel gets aggressive on the anchors and on the block to try and cover off Girapat at this point in time. Strap yourselves in. If you're going to think about grabbing a bucket of popcorn, there'll be a break between this one and the next one. That was the puff of smoke. I think it might have been a tyre on a guard there for the 47 machine of Girapat. So hopefully the car is still okay at this point in time. Lap traffic at the moment. They're circulating in and amongst it. Car number 35's down, I think, a fairway. It is purely, it is definitely some of that guard on tyre action at the rear end of Girapat's car. So all this bumping and grinding starting to take a toll.
Yeah, that's Ronnie Risman's car that's finding all of that issue with the guard back there as we were watching that second group. Now they scrap the 3rd, and this is where they're going to have to start figuring out here at the team at the moment. What do you want to do at Insane Motorsport? Is it going to be Zafan Rahmadi or Jonathan Cheboye who sets themselves out? The Dyno Dynamics are 1 and 2. Dickey and Heikel are teammates out there at Dyno Dynamics and Spy Performance. Doesn't look it on the liveries, but they very much are. Brett Dickey now realising, right, let's make this race as easy as possible here. They're now not starting to play this game behind. They're not having it every way, their own way right now, as Girapat now has dropped back out of the position here and down in this 3rd place. I would turn around and look at this and say, right, it's time. Got to get moving, got to get going.
Yeah, got to start making some moves as best as you possibly can. Car 99 looking to try and hang on to a couple of places, but here comes Thanatas on board that 96. He's starting to make the moves forward. All of a sudden, Shoiboyu Jonathan, who was leading this race earlier on, a little bit of drifting as they come down through between the Honda Brios on the run through turn 4. He was leading at one point. Aaron Heikal had this in the bag. He was comfortably out by 2 seconds. Somehow, we don't know how, just ended up back in this pack. Now, whatever it was the issue on board of car 82, it seems to have resolved itself. Dickie's trying to go with him. They are swapping paint. They are swapping lines. The blocking's aggressive. The overtakes, the swings back and forth are aggressive. Now it's going to be that 96 machine of Thanatas who's going to have to cover off Jonathan Shoiboyu. It gets to the inside at turn 9, 2x2 through the dip. Who finds traction? Front wheel drive cars. You touch the accelerator, they understeer. And we saw a whole bunch of that right there.
They are really throwing their weight around here and trying to find any way. And now the next group has started to pull itself in and say, right, I want in on this one as well, because you're turning around a Farumamat who wants to get into play soon as the C2 Tech wants in and wants to say, right, I'm a part of this one. Heikal, Dickey, you're top 2. Then it's Thanatas. Something has happened over to Jirapat over the course of this lap, because he has dropped a mile out there and out of contention by the looks of things as well in this race. As we get the black and white flag shown, car 17, that's Jonathan Shoiboyu, who's got the black and white flag, and we got a spin. It's the 96 going around then. That's Thanatas Lonwon out of Eco C+ lead.
My word, we said it wasn't going to last forever. They can't just keep leaning on each other before something starts to go wrong. We looked away for half a moment, gets on the curbs and then just trips over the car he was battling. That's just, unfortunately, it's going to be the 99 machine. Unfortunately, gets in with Zafin Rahmadi, the Indonesian driver. That's just too much. Tripped over the curb, car got unsettled on the curb, and there was a car alongside. Slight mistake. But Brett Dickey, look at the speed in a straight line. He's starting to close. He's starting to close. He's going to throw it to the inside and turn 4. Challenge for the race lead. Backs out of it. Wisely. Heikal, supreme speed through turn 4. Look at the line. That bollard from the Super Pickup race has been replaced as well on the inside of turn 4, denoting a little bit of track limits and what they can use. Now for Shoiboyu, trying to find some drive, trying to find some speed, some talent again. Next time past the stripe here, Sperry, it'll be 2 more circuits of the Chang International Circuit to go. And I don't know if we can hang on. If they keep going at this, we are going to need a change in the combox, let alone tyres on the racetrack.
Well, I think they understand. They've got too clear at the front. They both know what this game is all about. They're 2 teammates. If they don't do anything silly here, they can race amongst themselves at the end. There in 3rd place is Farumet Fornakara.
Oh, no.
And there's more contact there. Long loop penalty for 2 as they go through. That's 5 and 6, and that's going to be a car stopped out there to 23 of Thanarat there, Atswapungsakon, who's there in trouble. But will that necessitate something if you can't get it off the line? So that could put a big spanner in the works with 2 to go. 35 then gets the warning flag then shown, the black and white. That's Piawadi Wetasan there who goes through. But will it be this lap or will it be next lap for Brett Dickey to start sending a search party for the race lead?
Is he going to bump draft him down the straight as well, just to try and create a little bit more margin? The problem I had with that car that was stranded down at turn 5, it looked like the left front tyre was plucked off it as well. So something wasn't quite right at one of the corners. Whether or not he can drag that over to the side of the racetrack. Challenge for the race lead. Brett Dickey did chalk up a lap lead, but have a look at Heikal's supreme talent on the brakes. The Suzuki Swift's not the fastest in a straight line, but it has certainly been the most accurate. This time, though, drive off of the corner. He's not going to get an opportunity to draft as Brett Dickey, but he is going to pull alongside in a straight line, and all of a sudden, Heikal comes back at him. Did you see him lift? I think he lifted. I think Brett Dickey's just playing the team game. Safety car. That'll be wide. That'll solve it. That'll be over.
Oh, and that might just take a great race, and we might have to be ending this one under lights here for this. They obviously need to get a car out there to tow the 23 out, and there's not much you can do when it's sat where it is out there on the race surface there. It is a real shame to see it, but it is right in the wheelhouse through a very, very fast turn 5, and they needed to throw a safety car out for it. They would have waited for the last available opportunity to do so, which they did, but ultimately they're not going to get around in time, which means there's going to be 1 lap to go. So I think we can say it's not the way that most people do it, but it's the Futurama way. By default, out there is the way it's going to be. Aaron Haikal has held off possibly the biggest fight ever in Thailand Super Eco.
You want to say that, but would you be surprised to know that this guy, here's a replay of the accident. Yeah, look at the contact on that left front corner. That's absolutely going to break an upright and rip a tire off. And you can see immediately, as soon as he went to turn that car, he knew something was wrong and he needed to pull that one up. So great job there. Unfortunately for Thanarath Atswapong Sakorn. Unfortunately on board a car 23 for, I believe that's GTS Motorsports Suzuki Swift. But it is going to be a Suzuki Swift from the front end of the field under safety car conditions. They will bring this one back under control. Winner of race 1 of the weekend, Jonathan Joyboyu. Sorowich Samai, unfortunately, contact in this one will not be that far up the field, will not be taking home a bucket load of points. Aaron Haikal finished 5th in race 1, and the big problem for Varanchit was he had a speedy race car. He got clear. He's going to finish inside the top 10, but that could have been a race win for him, and that will hurt. That will sting a little bit. Brett Dickey's going to come home P2 in race number 2. But 7th place in race number 1's a big turn of points. The best part, though, that's race 2 of the weekend. And I can tell you, Sperry, it's like that just about every time these guys go out on track. Draft games, 3 wide into turn 5. I don't know how you go 3 wide into turn 5, but they find a way to do it.
They found a way to do it twice on the opening lap, which I found
nuts.
Absolutely incredible. It is. It is, and I think there's a lot that can be had over the course of this racing. It goes to show you a category like Super Eco, I don't think you need to be the fastest to win it. I think you have to be the cleverest, Scott.
You've definitely got to have speed. Speed definitely helps, but look at what Aaron Haikal was able to do, and then we sort of saw Jonathan Joyboyi. You know, I think whether or not, the question mark I'll have in the back of my mind is, what are the tyre restrictions like for this category? If Joyboyi burned up all of his tyre in race 1 and took that victory, well, hey, that's points on the board. You know, you can't take anything away from that. If that's the same set of tyres he's burned here, then you go, okay, we can understand, you know, why he hasn't necessarily done all that well. For the fans that are watching along at home, I do want to raise a couple little points that are actually really, really interesting and talk about the different speeds in terms of the categories across the weekend. Thailand Super Pickups, their best lap from that previous race that we had was a 1 minute 54. The best lap from this category, 209.3. As I look, Varens hit 209.3. So he was actually the fastest car in that race. So that's a pace differential of, 15 seconds between the Super Pickups. Well, these cars would gain all that time back through this sector, even though they're not necessarily 120 brake horsepower, and they're only 15 seconds a lap off of Super Pickups as well. How cool is that we get to see these categories, but also with the way that they're boxing on, have a look at all the marbles that are just off the racing line. You also understand what they're doing to a set of tyres across the weekend as well. There is so much dirt and debris off where that racing line is. So fun. I don't think there's any other way to describe it other than balls to the wall. That covers that, I think.
I think you set it down and you say, well, what's this? This is a party like the house is on fire. It's the way that I guess is the best way to understand this race. But ultimately, it's one that will end in a subdued manner as they will end under safety car. Final corner will come along for Aaron Haikal to make it a Dyno Dynamics and Spy Performance 1-2 heading over towards the line. A magical result for the team as they'll set themselves up. Aaron Haikal from pole position. He didn't have a chance to do it everything his own way, but he was at the front when it mattered, and that's why he picks up the win over Brett Dickey. And taking Eco C class then is Faranmet Fornakararat, who will be happy with that. One finisher in Eco C, which means Nataya Nutamanop is going to take the Eco C class, and she's done very well to drive that result to 16th position as they cross the line. So a magical race then here in Super Eco. And Scott, I'll tell you what, if that's what it looks like race 2 of this championship, I want to see what race 6, race 8, race 10, finger out the side of the window there to say that is a big old result for Dyno Dynamics and Spy Performance by VR Pro Garage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this championship looks like as well at the end of round number 1. There's your podium from the overall class as well. Like you said, Shoy Boyu steps one step forward in terms of class finishing order. 4th place on the racetrack, comes home in 3rd place. This is the C+ cars. Frunometh gets home, gets the job done over Rapat Korn and Chawish and Nataya confirmation. Job done. Unfortunately, for Nata Wallen in car 88, it was a DNF for them back in only 2 laps completed for that car. Aaron Highcall gets the job done at the front end of the field. And like I said, that fastest lap of the race actually came out of Varenchit deeper in the field. Actually, you know what? There was a 208. There you go. I was wrong.
Yeah. Ever unsuspecting, Jirapat getting that one done for BKC Motorsport and saying, what a great drive. It would have had to have been up and down, but it was a shame there for Jirapat. It will be classified as a non-finish down there with troubles that I don't think we got quite able to see out there as we had the cameras cut away on us then for it. But he had a really good showing until that Honda Brio decided it wasn't going to play ball. But ultimately, that was pretty strong in terms of what these races have set. They will run themselves back to pit lane, where I'm sure that we'll get a chance to hear some of the conversation that will go on through. But this has been a hot day out there in May, and it has really shown that you have got to be very much switched on with these races. They have been set up, but we've got the big 2 races coming up, of course, Scott, with the GT4 and GTM classes. The GT4 and GTC classes, and then the GT3 and GTM classes that will be going through, and that'll be in about 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, and it's worthwhile pointing out to everyone watching along at home, if you, like we said, you thought this is where all the action is in these couple categories, in the lower performance categories, but from here on out, it's the big dogs. We get the GT4s up next, and then the grand finale on your first weekend of racing for the year is the GT3s and the GTM cars, who will be bringing us home for the final race of the afternoon. And yeah, well, look, Sperry, that's the 2 big dog classes. That's the elbows out classes. From here on out, the cars get more expensive, they get faster, and they get more challenging. And we move on to the full slicks as well.
We absolutely do. So expect that one to be a huge challenge, as they will now make their way to pit lane to park firme conditions and get themselves the chance to say, look, it's victories and smiles all round. And there will be a lot where they say, right, what a great day. Capacity around this place, 100,000 on day, 50,000 in that stand. You can start to set around the circuit, and then 50,000 on the bank as you go around on a circuit that cost 2 billion baht to go and make back in the day about 13 years ago. They will now set themselves off into play and say, right, 1, 2, and 3, you're in line, and very happy with that. The C2 Tech there, what a lovely livery that is there in the green. Looks like one of the old Renaults that you'd see in the late 90s of the British touring cars out there, and fans all very happy to be out there and saying, look, let's all go. Yeah, let's have a good picture. Why not? Out there at this point. So they set themselves out, and there is Aaron getting out of the car and very much in a happy position. Why not get up on top of it? That is a big win that he'll be happy with, and he would say from the front here, Scott, happy days. I'll take big points over towards Bangsayan.
I think the big thing for him as well is he looked like he enjoyed that race. Again, challenging, had to outsmart his competition, had to have a good package underneath him, and the Suzuki Swift looked after its tyres well. Pace was just as good at the start of that race, towards the back end. So, great job from that perspective. Speed was good. That sets him in a really, really good opportunity. I'm so curious what happened on lap 2 that he lost all of that time, though. So everyone climbs from the cars, a lot of water on board. Don't forget the humidity absolutely sucks the life from you over here in Thailand as well. So not only do you have to be fit, I actually got the opportunity to chat to Jalen Robotham and the few of the guys over in Southern Asia as well. Go over there, and when they transition over to Japan, we might be able to get us one of these interviews. I think will be in English, which will be for Car 29 and Brett Dickey. No, going to be Thai for this first interview, unfortunately, for Car 93 in front of us. But the big thing is, when they actually go over here in terms of fitness and what they're trying to do for themselves, they don't actually do their fitness and working outs during the day. They do it overnight, because if you do it in the middle of the day, the humidity and the temperature will just destroy you. So when they're preparing for races like Sepang 12 hour and that sort of stuff, you actually get up at 3 a.m. and go running at 4. Because if you go, or you work inside at a gym, is the only places you actually do that workout. For somebody who's coming from not a tropical location, you go over into these sorts of location. This challenges. If you've grown up in the humidity and the heat, you're generally not too bad. You're used to it. You're playing your sports. You're okay to go. If you haven't, you have to put months of preparation work to race in these sorts of areas because otherwise it just rips it out of you.
It absolutely does. I believe we're going to be walking over and a chance to hear then with Brett Dickey.
Thank you. Yeah, I can talk to you. This is good.
Okay, wow. How are you feeling today?
I don't know what to say. Everyone from VR Pro Garage and Dido Dynamics have, as we say in Australia, worked their backside off. So, yeah, credit to everyone. It all goes to all the pit crew, not so much me or Aaron, it's all those guys that do the work for us.
Yes, talk about this Thailand Super Series. How do you feel in this series to come here to have the change to race in this season?
Yeah, look, I spoke to some people from Australia this morning and they're all trying to work out how to come here, so that's a good thing.
Really?
So, look, coming to Thailand and from Australia and America and everywhere else I race, it's another level here. I don't think anyone around the world gives Thailand a justice of what racing they actually do. So it's a credit to everyone from Thailand Super Series for the event. And yeah, thank you for having me. And I can't wait for the next race and the next round and the rest of the year.
Especially for the Thailand Super Eco, they have the more challenge that because they have the more drivers to compete in this season.
Yeah, look, as I said to someone before, that Super Eco's definitely tuned me up as a driver. I was getting a little bit lazy racing with 800 horsepower, so yeah, I definitely don't have that.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking forward to what it has. But yeah, I can't say enough. Everyone from around the world needs to come to Thailand and be in a category somewhere and support. This is amazing.
By the way, finally you have the second position. Congratulations. Thank you. โอเคเขาก็มาจากออสเตรเลียนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนว่าการที่เขามาอยู่ที่นี่เขาก็พยายามนะครับที่เข้ามาอยู่ในจุดนี้ได้เนี่ยแน่นอนในเรื่องของความพยายามในเรื่องของการได้พูดคุยกับคนหลายๆคนนะครับในเรื่องของการเข้ามาอยู่ในการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้แล้วตอนนี้เขาก็ทำสำเร็จแล้วนะฮะก็พูดสั้นๆเรียกว่าระดับหนึ่งของเขานั่นเองนะครับโอเคเดี๋ยวเราไปคุยกันต่อในอันดับที่1 Aaron congratulations
Thank you.
Wow about 2 seconds
Yeah.
What happened?
So yeah, at the start I was just trying to pull a gap, but then my straight line was too slow.
Okay.
Compared to the Brios and Yaris, so they all caught up to me. Thankfully, Brad came into second, right behind me. We worked together very well until the last 2 laps. I think we put like 2 to 3 second gap.
Yeah.
And then safety car came out, so I was leading already. So I just brought him back home safe.
Oh, by the way, you just did it today. Finally, you have the champ today.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. So talk about the Thai fans who supporting you.
Yeah, thanks to everyone supporting me. Thanks to Dyno Dynamics VR Pro Garage, my teammate as well. He helped me a lot. And hopefully, hope to see you guys tomorrow again.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
แน่นอนนะครับก็วันนี้ก็ทำในเรื่องของความสำเร็จกับการสานฝันของตัวเองเนี่ยให้ได้เป็นที่น่าพึงพอใจนะครับแม้ว่าจะมีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นต่างๆนานานะครับซึ่งแอรอนก็ต้องติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับถือว่าเป็นนักแข่งที่มีความตั้งใจแล้วก็พยายามซึ่งวันนี้ก็เป็นแชมป์แล้วนะครับก็แสดงความยินดีด้วยนั่นเองนะครับแน่นอนครับก่อนที่เราจะไปเจอกับอีกรุ่นใหญ่ที่ทุกคน
Well, what a wonderful run that we have seen there through Super Eco and a very good understanding there between the drivers and what they've dealt with. Of course, you get a driver like Brett Dickey who's been up on Pikes Peak, Scott. You know, that is the time trial masterstroke that you see and is absolutely wonderful. We'll get a chance to look at some of these highlights here that was all out and going through. And it was really interesting to actually hear that it helps you keep your eye in there. You've got to be a little bit more switched on when you're driving in a category where there's not as much power to go and work with. And I think that's really important that you have to plan and plot your race out there. The 2 lots of 3 wide and this big spin really showing the start of this race to be as absolutely crazy as, you know, a lot of people expected it to be.
Yeah, close category racing. There's the contact car 44, and that's why you got the penalty as well. Drive-through penalty, I believe, for car 44. No, it wasn't a drive-through. It was a time penalty for car 44. Yeah, definitely come across in the braking zone, heading down into turn number 5, and there's the external shot. It'll sell that one as well. Unfortunately, rotating Samai off the front end of his car there, and that's a secondary contact. We didn't see that one earlier on. unfortunately. Again, too wide by 2 spots down here. And this is one of the opportunities where Varanchip was running off the circuit, making that little bit of gain. And you heard Brett Dickey, like you said, has to keep his eyes up for this one. This is what it's all about. There would be a warning for car number 17, utilizing track boundaries and track limitations too many times. He was told to keep it within the limit. But up until that point, Jonathan Joboyu did actually lead laps of this race.
Yeah, and did so very, very masterfully, but ultimately they started pulling themselves the wrong place. That was the turnaround there that didn't help, into the guardrail there on the inside of the circuit. Never truly quite helpful, and this was a case of, well, 4 into 1 doesn't go on the exit, so someone's going to end up the wrong way on it. And there, the 65 ultimately ending up with the wrong troubles. And then get yourself a bit of divot mix for this one as you try and work through. Very tough to try and navigate that out, and finding a way through. Did very well, actually, to get that back onto the circuit and rotated round. And that is what took Thanasorn out of the leading position out there in the 96. They're so easily done. It was a race where there was a lot to go through, and that was basically the catalyst that ended the race there. Enough to damage the suspension. No way of getting that one driven back then in the number 23. And ultimately a race that ends itself under caution as far as that one all sets itself out. So some amazing racing to start off the first 2 lots here of your Saturday afternoon. But I tell you what, we're getting ourselves set in with more racing action coming up in a few moments' time as we get ourselves ready in about 10 minutes for GT4 and GTC.
แชมป์เก่าอย่างมิเชลเชียมินจายนะครับในฤดูกาลนี้เนี่ยก็แยกคู่กันกับนากิฟอัสลันนะครับจับคู่กับวองซู่หยินซึ่งก็เป็นนักแข่งชาวฮ่องกงแล้วก็เดี๋ยวต้องมาดูนะครับว่าผลงานของคู่นี้จะออกมาอย่างไรแล้วจะสามารถรักษาแชมป์ให้อยู่กับวินฮินมอเตอร์สปอร์ตจากประเทศมาเลเซียได้หรือไม่ในปีนี้ครับ AAS Motorsport มาพร้อมกันกับการที่ส่งรถแข่งมาคู่กันเพื่อการเก็บข้อมูลคนหนึ่งครับนั่นก็คือธรรมะสุริสว่างครับขยับขึ้นมาจับคู่กันกับคามิกกันนาสุเร็วทั้งคู่ครับก็ขึ้นอยู่ที่ว่าการวางแผนของทีมนั้นจะออกมาอย่างไรอดีตแชมป์ครับกันดาทีกูซิรีปีนี้มาจับคู่กับเดชาธรผู้อัครวุฒินะครับในขณะที่โตโยต้ากาซูเรซซิ่งไทยแลนด์ครับดันเอาปริดวัชรัตน์แล้วก็เอ็กอัครพงศ์อัคนีนิโรจน์นะครับถ้าเป็นอย่างนี้เนี่ยเท่ากับว่าโตโยต้าเองก็หมายมั่นปั้นมือนะครับเพราะว่ารถแข่งโตโยต้า GR Supra GT4 Evo 2เนี่ยเป็นอีกหนึ่งคันที่สามารถที่จะต่อกรในกลุ่มหน้าได้ในขณะที่เฮเดนไฮคาวครับนักแข่งชาวมาเลเซียในฤดูกาลที่แล้วเนี่ยก็มีการสลับสับเปลี่ยนขึ้นมาคว้าชัยชนะได้บ้างในบางสนามปีนี้เขาก็จะลงแข่งภายใต้สังกัดเปโตรไลฟ์เรซซิ่งทีมนะครับใช้รถแข่งโตโยต้า GR Supra GT4 Evo 2จะเป็นการจับคู่กันครั้งแรกกับนักแข่งชาวไทยนั่นคือต้าอนันทรตั้งเนียนนาฏชัยนอกจากนี้ครับเอนทรีใหม่ถอดด้ามเลยนะครับจาก N Sport นักแข่งที่โด่งดังในอดีตนะครับอย่างคุณไตรชนิดฉิมตะวันเนี่ยก็จับคู่กับอิมครับนัทนันเพียวทองคำซึ่งคู่นี้เองเป็นการผสมผสานระหว่างประสบการณ์แล้วก็นักแข่งที่มีความสดโตโยต้าการซูเรซซิ่งไทยแลนด์นะครับก็ยังคงนำโดยบอสใหญ่นะครับคุณสุทธิพงศ์ชนิดชาตินะครับจับคู่กับการสุภพงศ์ประสบการณ์สูงอยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วก็ได้มีการอัปเกรดรถแข่งนะครับมาเป็น Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo 2 แล้วยังมี Supra GT4 Evo 2 อีก 2 คันจาก Intl Auto Work Racing เป็นการจับคู่กันนะครับสำหรับประคุณพรประภาซึ่งปีที่แล้วผลงานโดดเด่นขึ้นมากปีนี้ได้มาจับคู่กับทอเจมส์คิงฟอร์ดครับคู่นี้ก็น่าสนใจก็มีความเร็วกันทั้งคู่นะครับและอีกหน้าใหม่นะครับนั่นก็คือวรพัฒน์พรประภาซึ่งจับคู่กับธนากรเลี้ยวไพรัตน์นะครับก็เดี๋ยวต้องมาดูครับว่าชัยชนะในรุ่นนี้จะตกไปที่ของใคร GTC ในฤดูกาลนี้ครับพี่วัวณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขาวัฒนะนะครับก็มาแข่งขันในคลาส GTC ด้วยซึ่งก็จะได้จับคู่กับณดลวัฒนธรรมนะครับใช้รถแข่ง Toyota GR Supra GTC นะครับเช่นเดียวกันนะครับก็คือมานัทกุลปาลานนท์แล้วก็ณัฐพงศ์หอทองคำสองคนนี้ไม่ต้องห่วงครับความเร็วสูงอยู่แล้วนะครับก็ใช้รถแข่ง Toyota Corolla Altis GTC นะครับในขณะที่เดเมียนแฮมิลตันครับนักแข่งชาวออสเตรเลียนในฤดูกาลนี้เนี่ยก็ยังคงใช้ Ford Mustang TA2 เครื่องยนต์ 6.2 ลิตรนี่คือการแข่งขันแบบ 60 minute race ต้องมีการลงไปขับ2สตินนะครับนักแข่งคนแรกเข้ามาทำพิสต็อปเปลี่ยนให้นักแข่งคนที่2ฉะนั้นการวางแผนเรื่องกลยุทธ์ต่างๆจะสำคัญมากมาติดตามกันดูใครจะคว้าชัยชนะไปได้ทั้ง GTC และก็ GT4 ครับ
อยู่กับการแข่งขันนะครับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 แล้วก็รายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 นะครับซึ่งรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับมี2รุ่นด้วยกันก็คือ Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GTC วันนี้เราจะมาพูดคุยกันในเรื่องของ Thailand Supercar GT4 กันก่อนนะครับผู้ที่เอาเวลาได้ดีที่สุดนะครับเป็นของ Buriram Life Racing Team นั่นเองนะครับโดยนักแข่งมี2ท่านด้วยกันก็คือต้าอนันทรตั้งเนียนนาฏชัยและเฮเดนไฮคาวนะครับทำเวลาได้ดีที่สุดคือ1 นาที 42.721 วันนี้มือแรกเป็นต้าไปคุยกันครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับต้าครับสวัสดีครับเอาละครับเราอยู่กับต้าได้ครับกำลังทำอะไรอยู่ครับต้าตอนนี้
อะไรครับ
กำลังทำอะไรอยู่ครับ
ปรับเบรกครับผม
ปรับเบรกนี่ปรับกันแบบนี้เลยนะฮะโอเคถือว่าเรียบร้อยเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างกับการอยู่ในรุ่น GT4 วันนี้
ก็ตื่นเต้นนิดนึงครับเพราะห่างหายไปประมาณปีหนึ่ง
ครับแล้วที่สำคัญวันนี้ต้าจับคู่กับเฮเดนด้วย
ครับผม
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการเข้ามาอยู่ในทีมเมทเดียวกัน
ดีครับเฮเดนก็เขาขับดีแล้วด้วย
ครับ
ถือว่าเป็นการแมทชี่ค่อนข้างดีครับ
ก็ถือว่าเราเข้ากันได้เลยนะครับเรียกได้ว่าเคมีตรงกันเลยนะครับที่สำคัญอยากให้ต้าเป็นตัวแทนเลยในรุ่นของ GT4 นะครับเพราะว่าเราใช้เวลาในการขับแข่งเนี่ยนะฮะ1 ชั่วโมงกับอีก1 รอบแต่ก็มีข้อได้เปรียบเนาะในเรื่องของ compensation time แต่ว่าของต้านี่ก็จะหนักหน่อย
น่าจะเหนื่อยหน่อยครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะเพราะว่าเป็นซิลเวอร์ทั้งหมดเวลาแต้มต่อจะเสียเยอะที่สุดคือ130 คะแนนนั่นเองนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ต้องอยู่ที่ กลยุทธ์และ ถูกไหมครับต้าครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับอนันทรนักเรียนชัยกับเฮเดนไฮคาทีมเพโตรไลฟ์ครับผมเลข 77 ครับผมขอบคุณมากครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับเอาละฮะยังมีอื่นๆนะครับในเรื่องของหลายๆคันที่ต่อจากนี้และก็ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTC ด้วยนะครับกับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ทั้ง2คันนั่นเองนะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 ครับ
Welcome back to TSS The Super Series here by B-Quik as we get ourselves set for GT4 and GTC action. It's their first race of 2 this weekend, and we get ourselves set in as we fuel the thrill here on day 2's running. Out here overall, Jake Sperry and Scott Rankin bringing you the coverage. Dan Yeaman on production here for us as we've got 12 to go in battle for 60 minutes plus 1 lap at the end of proceedings. 9 in GT4s, and then you got 3 in GTCs to go and work with. Scott, 1 window compulsory, and they've got a 10-minute window to go through, depending on whether it's delayed or interrupted by a safety car, and they've got to spend at least 90 seconds down in the lane with driver swaps.
Yeah, that they do. 1 minute board before they'll be rolling away, so everyone's out and away from the cars. Only the television staff left on the grid at this point in time. Fire them up, boys. GT4s, the modern cars, opportunity to go works. But the biggest and best part about all of this as well is also the fact that we get that Trans Am car out there and racing, as well as 2 additional Toyotas in the GTC category.
I don't think we see it. I don't think we're going to get it out on track, which would be an absolute real travesty to not see Damian Hamilton out there and working that Trans Am Ford Mustang that is out there. So ultimately, I think we're going to be down to just 11 and 2 out there in the GTC category, which will leave us with 1 GR Supra and 1 Corolla Altis, which will be out there and pushing. And a GT4 category that sets itself off. I've hardly seen a GT4 category that has had a position like this, Scott. Everything is a GR Supra, with the exception of 2 out there brought in by AAS Motorsport, who have gone with the Porsche 718 Cayman.
Look, I think this is an improvement on the GT4s. I wish GT4s the world over were all Supras with a couple of Caymans. Honestly, this is perfect. I'm in my world of bliss.
Well, I'm sure you're happy with it, but of course it's all going to be about how they look to push forward and with it, and so there's not going to be much tweak on the balance of performance in that regard, as we will take a look. A 1,400 kilogram dry weight then in these GT4s, 400 brake horsepower, but they can do a lot with that 400 brake horsepower to reach upwards of 270 kilometers an hour out there. The GTCs, roughly lighter cars, but less power, less top speed. Drivetrains can be anything. It's the homologation category of anything that basically fits in the same sort of speed bracket.
Yeah, that's it. And you're going to see that when we get the GTMs out here as well in the next category alongside of the GT3s. It's run what you brung is probably the best description of that category. Trying to get it all working together. New in 2026 is the Pirellis. We bring them in as a part of the combination with SRO, who'd come on board in 2025 to help with the balance of performance metrics and everything, not only for our GT3 cars. I think that was only for the GT3 categories last year. It's now been brought forward to the GT4s as well.
Yep, GT4s, I can confirm, did also have that ability to go to it last year as they look around the Chang International Stadium. You look around here, it's a wonderful venue. If you just come off of turn 8 to turn 9 as well, you get the home stadium of Buriram United, who are out there, do always a very good job in the Thai Football League out there. But this is the first race and the first chance that they get to attack this one in anger out there, and they're going to be looking to get themselves set up. So Anand Thorne will take things for Petrolife Racing Team with AAS and Kamik in 2nd position. Then it's Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand 3rd, and Inging X Autoworks then in 4th with Prakan there in 4th position. You got Decathorn then in AAS 5th with Wong running for Wing Hin Motorsports in 6th position. Warren then will be going for it in 7th, then for Inging, and then Grant in 8th, and that just leaves Traitonet there in 9th for N Sport, who the Singer team Vatana will be looking to try and jump through on the back. They said on their car, no airbags. We die like real men, apparently, out there, which is one way to go about it. And then you've got Natavud and Manat then in 10th and 11th, who will be running in the GTC categories and looking to get themselves then a very nice start to running action. So let's put 60 minutes on the clock. The control of the field then is going to be very much a case of Anadorn, Tangli and the Chai. We'll be looking to try and get this sorted. So let's get ourselves into position and let's get ourselves underway. What a lovely launch off of the get-go. Immediately pulls about 6 or 7. Did that become, though, a jump start?
I was about to say, I don't think I necessarily saw the lights go out before Car 77 launched itself, and you've got to wait. You've got to wait. They want them to form up on the start grid, particularly with only the 11 cars in operation this weekend. They want to get a shot of them all together on the start-finish straight before they release them. I've definitely got question marks over that race start. Look at them spreading out and even taking to the grass.
Oh, this is going to be tough off of the get-go here. They're immediately scrapping. Just get back into lane, why don't you? As Chris then holds his ground over Prakan there as the 11 and the 95 hold themselves in line. Light flashing there from a little bit further back as they look to try and get this one over the top of the crest and down the hill into turn number 4. Sweeping panoramic camera shots, lovely. But you're seeing the differences there between Supra and Cayman, and this is going to be the look around the outside of turn 5. Is not going to quite get there, trying to pick a pocket at turn 6. Isn't going to quite get the job done. Also, they're going to be scrapping in and around right now. Looks like Traitonet then is going to be in and around the GTCs as they look to, in and around near the back, with the likes of Grant and Wong. So they keep on their progress then as they work. Look at a defensive track then by that Porsche Cayman, really having to fight for this one, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. Throwing everything at it at the moment. Is it waiting for those tyres to potentially come up to temperature for the Cayman? I think it's Kamika. It's the front at the moment. Have a look at the lights flashing now on the 95 machine of Prakun, who's going to try and get a little bit aggressive. And to be honest with you, that second of the Caymans, it nearly got a little bit shorter down at turn 3 on that lap. Gets to the inside, gets the job done for Decathorn. He will pick one spot more further back off. He lost it earlier on in the lap. But that GT4 field, with exception of Anandthorn, is so close together on the cold tyres as they're starting to bring their Pirellis up to temperature.
Wow, they look at that. What? I'm sorry, are we dealing with 3 categories out there? 5.5 seconds on an opening lap, Scott?
I haven't seen, normally by now, there would be a message from race control to tell us that the start was under investigation. So he might have just called it perfectly, and everyone else was napping and waiting for the field to form up, and the lights went out. So he might have called it perfectly. And then the problem is they've all squabbled on that opening lap and cost each other so much. Look at the lights. Car 22, and that is Warren on board at the moment. He is not happy. He is letting Decathorn know, I am not happy with the way that you're racing me. We are being too aggressive on the defense. Carries some speed through a little bit of curve on the inside as well. Well, one tool to communicate. Well, there's actually 2 tools. The other one's with your bumper. But he's certainly using as much communication as available to him at the moment.
Yeah, there's not many ways you can communicate with a car in front. You can either gesture or posture with your car position, or you can use the lights to go and set yourself out in that regard. And I think that is what we are seeing at the moment. Can we go and set this one up in a way where everyone is just starting to eye an angle with how this one sets and get themselves established into a rhythm? Then in the early goings there, that's a kicker tail, then that works on through by Traitonet. Then as he works through with Grant there in the 19 just behind, looking to go and get this through. So can Grant Superform then find himself the chance to move on off of the bottom of the GT4 category? They are also split in terms of this class 3 class as well by their drivers, Scott, Pro and Am.
Yeah, have a look at the bottom right-hand side there. A nice little yellow flag on the dash of the car. No airbags, we dial up real men. So, look, I mean, they've got all the safety structures. Airbags, not necessarily the biggest safety thing required in a GT4. But I don't know whether they're making fun of the officials or how well that will be taken. That might be us to remove that one tomorrow, you know.
it very much might out there. And of course, drivers have their own sense of humour out there, and sometimes you can accuse race control of being no fun police from time to time, but I think that that is a lovely sentiment of what races are all about. We are men, we go out there, we race, we love the full metal stuff, and we go out there and we push with absolutely everything we've got. Natavud in control then of GTC at the moment with the number 24. Now, this is also going to be a case of what have you got? That started off its life as a Lexus RCF and then was brought back into the fold, into the main set, the 37 then as well, that is working through currently a GTC variant out there. I believe they're actually running the opposite way around on the numbers from what they've got on our boards, because that looks a little bit more put up Corolla-ish than what we see out there. And Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand there, wake up, we've got good racing going on here.
Yeah. And keeping half an eye on it as well. Interesting to note as well that Nadal has actually stepped on board. If Natavud has, over the last couple of years, has actually run a solo entry in this category. And he's been champion over probably the last 3 seasons worth of racing in this one, been putting up consistent performances. He actually has a co-driver step on for the first time in sort of memory. I think a couple of times at the Pakistan Grand Prix, he had a co-driver in for those races, but it was generally come and go, and he'd be doing a lot of the driving on his own. This is, at least for round 1 of 2026, does have a co-driver on board. This battle's not going away between these two cars, because Decker Thorne has all of a sudden driven away from car 22, and Warren, oh, flash of the headlights, the last couple laps from Warren, but now it's going to be the stand down into turn number 3, and the Porsche Cayman makes it up the inside.
Decker Thorne for Karawat getting the pass through and saying, look, I am going to absolutely nail this, gets back into 4th position, and now can set his sights then on the number 11 and Chris, if he can want to go and put this one through. So Chris Vasaratna is next up on the docket, but a second and a half to try and hunt down, as it's a case now of 2nd and 3rd, still continuing on their scrap when they came over the line, but you're now trying to just get to the next car in the train. Focus on the run out there through turn 8 and out of turn 7 and into turn 8 and 9. And this is where I think you've got to be very much switched on here on the lap, because it does start to get technical. You do get the corners time and again. There's a lot of space to reflect in the opening part of the lap, Scott. But second half of the lap, you've really got to turn it on and say, look, you've got to switch on here around here at the Chang International Raceway.
I think one of the fun and challenging parts about this racetrack is probably 5, 6, 7, because not only do you have a massive opportunity to get over and the opportunity to get overtakes, and we've seen some spectacular ones this weekend at 5, you carry a lot of speed through 4, so not only are you on the limit trying to balance the car, we'll probably keep an eye on it this lap by, down through turn 4, and whether or not we stay with this Cayman will be hopefully try and keep that eye. The way these two cars attack it, you want a little bit of curb on the inside at 4, drift the car out, and then it's on the brakes nice and accurately. We saw in the Super Ecos the car's twitching because obviously front wheel drive cars drive a fair bit differently, but also this turn 3 hairpin, it's actually such a long hairpin that you kind of nearly double apex it, because you want to get that car back. See how 9 stays in there? They stay right in tight up until they really get back to the gas. It's a swing out on the entry portion of it and a cut back, really, to focus on that drive. Now it's about drive and carrying the speed. Watch the car at the crest of the hill. There is a little rise and fall into turn 4. Pick up a little bit inside that. 77 and an Ananthorn here. You want to brake for 5. You actually want to probably underdrive 5 a little bit to set up 6 and 7. And it's a chicane, but it's a high-speed chicane. It's flow the car to the left for 6, flow it to the right. Watch 8 down here and how you actually carry the speed, because again, this is kind of another late apex at 8, but it's all setting up the braking and setting up turn 9. You don't want to turn in for turn 9 late. You do actually want to arrow it across at the apex. Watch these guys here. They'll flow it in. They actually turn in quite early. And again, stay on the apex, stay on the apex, stay on the apex. Now nail it. Get back through the other side. Quite technical. You want to cut some of the curb at 10, up and over the crest. 11's just a little light king, just to nail it in GT cars up and over the other side. And this last corner on the track is a lot tighter than it looks. This looks like a 90-degree right-hander. It's more like 110, 120 actually comes back the other side. So quite tight at the last bit. Like I said, really, really technical. And it's about car placement and building. None of the corners in that last segment are really solo corners. They're a chain. they're all together, and you've got to treat them like that. If you treat them as individual corners, you're going to be wrong for the following corner.
Yeah, and you've just got to treat this one properly and understand it. That's very wide, actually, there in turn 1 back there from Kraken, who has to be very much careful about how much he wants to start running a little bit wide out there. You can see the pitch there of that Cayman Club Sport that runs down at turn 3, and then you back up over the other side and looking to try and just get as much launch as possible. Starting to slowly spread itself out a little bit here through the groups, but they're all still in range of each other, and you note that that pit stop comes along, and that's going to be in about 15 minutes time. So when you're setting up for that pit stop, you've got 90 seconds in there. A lot can go wrong when it comes to a pit stop stint out there, and there is the element that you're not building a car for one driver to go and drive fast, you're building it for 2.
But you're not just building it for speed as well, you're also building it for comfort, seat inserts and that sort of stuff as well. Make sure, you know, the world over, we just saw some comments actually going out in our YouTube chat about watching the Nürburgring 24-hour. Every single driver had a seat insert to set themselves up. But it's not just seat insert, it's also driving position. That distance to the steering wheel as well is really, really important for driver comfort. It's something I've learned actually testing a few different cars of late to actually sit quite close to the steering wheel. So that's unique to me and unique to the way I drive cars. Think about that in the setup of a race car as well. Comfort level, how you drive long distance, long format sort of race stuff, particularly when you're being challenged. A lot of opportunities. I think this is actually a battle between GTC, Natavood and Grant at the moment going toe-to-toe. No, sorry, my apologies, that is in GT4. This is the back end of the GT4 field. Yeah, 19 and 16. And they've actually swapped places because it was Traytonat who led in car 16 at the start of the last lap. Well, that's been change of hands in position. The other thing to consider as well, Pro and Pro-Am combinations as well here this weekend. And from a team's performance perspective, well, without gentlemen drivers, honestly, we probably have half the race cars anywhere right across the world at any point in time actually going racing. So the AM drivers are certainly chipping in terms of the dollar value, but they've also got to lift themselves and perform on the racetrack. Now, if you cut the race dead on in half, that means you're giving a fair opportunity to both drivers to get out there and do racing laps. But for your AM driver and your Pro driver, and in terms of the race finishing position, that's not necessarily the fastest way to pin it all together. But do you go for a race win in AM class, or do you split it up 50-50? Because that guy's paid for his weekend of racing. He certainly deserves the opportunity on the track.
Absolutely does. Black and white flag extended out to Wing Hin Motorsport. So that's the number 39 running in 7th place, which at this moment in time has been told no more. Do not step over the white lines any more than that. Otherwise, we'll ding you with a penalty. Very tough place to be at, Scott. You're 12 minutes into an hour-long race plus a lap, and you're already on your final warning.
Yeah, and a long time to go. So could have been a little bit of cold tyre warm-up and building into the flow and building into the racetrack. And don't forget as well, this is afternoon conditions at the moment as we get into just beyond 3 p.m. local time. So building into tyres, making sure that you're preserving them, looking after them. Perhaps they were just a little bit under temperature, under pressure. Still building that, still building grip and confidence. But if you're building grip and confidence into this stage of the race, you know, you've had a lot of practice, you've had a lot of opportunity. Now it's just time to deliver, time to build that consistency. So, challenge for sure, but mentality. Now you know, instead of pushing to 100%, and you know, having that little bit of a leeway to 101, 102%, you've got to drive at 95% now, because that penalty is not worth picking up.
Warren versus Kraken then in the battle for 5th position as they continue on. Also for car 16 there, so Traytonat is going to get the black and white flag shown as well. Out of turn 3, not close enough here, as it is going to be Toyota GR Supra versus Toyota GR Supra as they work along this back stretch over towards turns 4, 5 and 6. The next section of road is fast left-handers that hit you in sequence here. You just got to take a lot of commitment through the first part, short shoot run into turn 5, and then again you're just going to carry the momentum and ask the right side tyres to play out in game and say, look, we've just got to try and hold. Very similar actually in this design out there. You see that 4, 5, 6 section actually replicated a little bit out there at some of other of Herman Tilke's designs out there, most notably Rudskogen. He was able to replicate that the same way.
Lovely designed racetracks as well. And for what is a relatively flat sort of area as well, not only does this track have a couple of little elements. You know, in terms of that design phase, there is facets to the land that have certainly been elevated, brought down a little bit, changed it up with things. And, you know, circuit car racing, there's a lot of opportunities at this racetrack. Is down to the inside for Warren, trying to get that job done. All of a sudden, has tracked down Prakoon. And that 95 machine, I think it's going backwards there, Jake, isn't it?
Yeah, just sort of running in quicksand at the moment by the looks of things, just under a lot of pressure at this stage in time, and we'll be understanding here in the Injing Auto Works machine that Prakoon Praha is going to be really hoping that this isn't one where it goes the wrong way consistently. If you look at the best times, they're the 45.6 best time. Here comes the look to the inside. Good move then from Warren. Gets it slowed up on a dime and says, I've got it, but he's gone slightly deep. So we're going to go and play the game of crisscross out there over towards it. Still going to have to fight on the outside as they will now have a drag race down to turn 4 over the top of the crest here. Who's the bravest? Well, I'll lift out on the inside. Warren doesn't get enough to make that move. That's what we call a hold for now, and some great heads-up racing between these two.
Yeah, good challenging, took each other to the limit, challenged each other. Now Warren starting to struggle just a little bit. But have a look at how much more accurate he was at the turn-in point for turn 6. That says to me, definitely ailing a little bit, or whether or not Warren's found his speed. So the thing from Warren was, remember, he was on the flashes nice and early with the blocking that was going on from that Porsche that he tracked down. I think right now, from a driving perspective, he's got to be a little bit frustrated. There's the turn-in point for 9, and again, wandering a fraction wide on board the 95. I'd say that Supra's just overheated its tyres a little bit. In terms of the Supras we got here this weekend, all of them Evo 1 specs. So these are all just about identical, and it's interesting watching them in a straight line. Warren definitely lifted. I reckon they're running the same spec of downforce this weekend.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a million miles away from the truth, I'd have thought, as far as they set. They look very even in terms of the way that they've looked about it, used the practices, used the qualifying, looked to try and build out there. And it is a very interesting point that we are seeing so much difference out there through the same category of car, because this is a Toyota GR Supra, but critically, it's a Supra Evo 2, and when you're talking about the Supra, you've got the Supra, then the Supra Evo, then the Evo 2. So development cycle, third generation out there of GT3 Supra.
Yeah, just to correct you on that one, I think there are Evo 1s. I think we've only got Evo 1s here this weekend, according to my entry list. But yeah, I could be wrong on that one. So don't hold me to that. But yeah, you're very much right. You know, they go through different evolution cycles that come out. Necessarily wasn't the most accurate. Maybe they were looking for a little bit more intake. Maybe they were looking for a little bit more wing. Maybe perhaps a little bit better efficiency through the air. The big thing about the GT4 category is it's a little bit more focused on the road-going cars compared to the GT3s as well. They like to keep those cars that move around a fraction more than the GT3. It's a little bit less power, a little bit less downforce, a little bit more real-to-life car racing. And again, he's just struggling. He's definitely losing that rear tyres. The rear on car 95 starting to go away.
Yeah, it's starting to fade a bit. I was sort of a bit of wrong information there for the Evo 2s. Yeah. But these Evo 1s still looking to try and put through. Look at the rotation, trying to just get some turn off of the exit there and try and set itself in play. Warren is really trying to fight for a way to go and get this past, to try and find this one to settle down, but ultimately isn't quite getting enough that is saying, right, I've got this move and I've got it sorted. So they are pretty much falling into their own. They've got to be a little bit careful as well that the 39 of Wong is also going to be sat back into position and might start slowly trying to reel this one back in. So there is a lot to figure out at this stage as the Auto Works machine is going to settle itself down into play and say, right, I'm going to be into position and try and work through. You've also got the dip there in the roof that sets itself out, trying to do every trick in the book to get that one sorted, but the 95, I think, has weathered the storm quite nicely. Runs slightly wide, though, trying to diamond the line off of the exit of turn 3. Get more of a chance to run away to 4 as cars 19, 22 and 91 are all going to get it. So Decathlon there in the 91 in 4th, and the Porsche is going to get a black and white flag, as too is Warren, as too is that 19 again. So that's Grant then, who's going to end up with that too. Your leader, and leading comfortably.
Good news. We were both led a little bit of a spray on the... I'm just seeking clarification on the Evo 1 versus Evo 2 spec for these Supras. For those of you watching along at home going, when do we do our research? A lot of this comes from entry lists, timing stuff. The problem we have at the moment is we've got a conflicting resource. My timing screen says Evo 1, entry list says Evo 2. And it's consistent across all of those ones. I will say for the Supras, however, the aero package on the Evo 2, which included also some brake caliper upgrades, was moved to Evo 2 spec. Actually, that was a lot of black and white flags. We might focus in on that just for a few moments because I'm starting to see black and white warning flags. Car 19, car 22, car 91, 16 and 39. So a lot of the cars, yeah. Evo 2 package was released at the start of 2025. That suggests to me these will probably be Evo 2s.
Yeah, it certainly would do. We could, of course, obviously, Scott, in a race like this, split the difference and say they're Evo 1.5s.
There we go. Yeah, job done. You're a political man, aren't you? You're absolutely going for the diplomatic option, aren't you?
Well, why not? Out there, of course. We've got to have some great racing out there. And say, as it all sets, there is Chris in the number 11, currently running around in 3rd position. Chris Buriram, who is they're really trying to work for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand and hoping to really put on through. And I love the Toyota Gazoo Racing model, and it goes back to the Toyota model back in rallying as well, that you get these different areas that pop up. They become independent, so to speak, but they run the Toyota branding as they work on through. And so you really get a sense that the Toyota brand out there of TGR basically has that national feel and identity to it, and I think that is wonderful to see in motorsport, and it's a wonderful way that Toyota have come up with an idea of getting everybody out there and running their brand.
Yeah, it's the big thing for me. It's the Super is just such an iconic, you know, for us growing up as kids, and think about the time period that we sort of grew up in. It was really that front wheel drive, super hot hatches sort of era. And then the Super sort of sat there in the side ground. It was just such an iconic car for that era. And then it went away for a little bit and it sort of died down in the brand. And Toyota have put a real big focus over bringing back this brand. I still can't wait to see the GR actually brake cover in the GT3 aspect. I know we've got the Lamborghini Temerario braking cover this year as well. We'll start to see that go into wider production. How many of those we see shipped around the world will be a big question mark about how many of them we definitely see. But the thing is, you know, Supra as a brand, you're 100% right. They're iconic, but they've not really had much to go racing with. They've put so much effort and focus on rebuilding this program. And the GT4 to me is probably more core to their program and getting engaged with fans. You know, we've got the Yaris's, and we're really, really lucky here in Thailand to have the breadth of support that Toyota Gazoo Racing bring to the table. And I mean, the teams out of Thailand have been champions at the Nürburgring a couple times in their classes as well. So really well supported. The iconic shape at the front end of that car, the iconic car, like if you were to say to me, I'm a Porsche fanboy at heart. If you were to say to me, what GT4 would you prefer to drive? I'd actually say a Supra, because it just appeals to me more. You walk out of the GT4 category, I'm sorry, it's going to be a Porsche just about every day. Whoa! That'll be track limits. Actually, that might be a penalty.
It might be, and that will not be ideal for Traitonir Chimtawan. They're piloting the N Sports Arca Singer Team Vitana Toyota GR Supra in the blue and the fluorescent yellowy green that is out there. And you've got to be very, very careful, because as we all know here, that's just a lock-up and a miss. They're not really fighting close to anyone. They're 10 seconds back then of Grant Supertong. They're in 8th place out there, and basically 17 seconds ahead of those in the GTC category. So this is very much just laps out there at the moment, but pushing a little bit too hard there. Track limits, they don't lie. If you go over the white lines, you go over the white lines. There's no mistaking it.
Yeah, and they'll be picking that up around right around the track as well. Just still trying to track down whether or not we're having a little bit of a look at the differences between the couple of different GT4s at the moment, and that battle continues to rage for Warren. Finally gets that opportunity, gets to the inside, and that looks to finally be the yield for car number 95, and Prakun might have just laid down the torch on that one. Now he's going to reply with a flash of the headlights.
Yeah, because you can get back into the tow and have a way to get the Engine X Auto Works machine back into position to say, look, I'm going to chuck this one back. Doesn't get close enough. It's a half defense on the inside. Look at the way that there was 2 or 3 stabs of the steering wheel there to get through. In fact, it's the Engine Auto Works teammates out there. One car and the sister car are out there fighting at this stage. So You think this would be for a bit of garage supremacy out there, Scott?
Yeah, these guys definitely. Well, the other problem is you don't really want to be coming home second in that category, but worse still, you don't want to be making contact and damaging what are expensive race cars. The reason both of us are up here in the commentary box and not out there on the circuit is definitely dollar value related. I can tell you for that much for sure. Might be a fraction of talent that's required though. We won't mention that. It's definitely the dollar value. It's got nothing to do with the talent.
I think our talent shows here rather than out there on the track. So we'll continue on with it here because we are 30 seconds away now, Scott, from the pit window opening, and it's a 10-minute window to get your driver change sorted.
Yep, certainly does. Listen to those Supras in the background coming through all the trackside feeds. That Porsche's starting to come back towards these guys just a little bit with the battling over the last couple laps as well. So don't count... sorry, my apologies. I will apologise. That is the 39 Supra in the background as well, starting to come back towards these guys. At the moment, Anand Thorne has managed to move to an 11.8 second lead. There's pit window open. Right, so when do you do it? Well, if you've got an AM driver in the car at the moment, everything would suggest you need to get into pit lane as soon as possible, start to pick off some of this gap that Anand Thorne has built.
Absolutely, and so with that pit window open, we get the sense of where everyone's gone forward with it. 12 seconds, the gap out in front right now, and a pretty handy driver to go to here for Petrolife Racing Team here. They've got Hayden Heikal out there, and of course we saw Aaron Heikal take the victory in the Super Eco race just before, so it seems like brother Hayden's going to be up and saying, right, my turn.
Yeah, and critically, Hayden Heikal ran in the GT4s last year, was partnered to one of our colleagues over in Thailand.
Oh.
That's the 22 car starting to go slowly. Something's failed. There is absolutely something that's failed there. Yeah, he's looking for somewhere to get off track.
Oh, that's not going to be ideal. And you're stuck on the long lap penalty loop here, maybe trying to find a way to bump that back to a start again. And I think that one's going to be limped back, I think, to pit lane if they can just about manage it. So just about finding a little bit more speed again, but it's definitely running at about, 3/10 of what it should be doing at this point. But in comes your leader, and an important time to get this in and understand what goes into a change. So hits the lollipop, absolutely fine. So now sets itself off, and there's no tyre change, there's no fuel change. It's just simply put 90 seconds. I'll get myself out the car. In jumps Hayden then with the light pink and blue helmet then, and says, right, it's time to make that category stop, and the need to get out and be quick. They've got a bit of time to work with, so it's not like what we see in some other categories, Scott, where it's an absolutely massive run, and there you can see information being shared between the drivers before needing to go back in. But of course, you need to get things like the belts and the harnesses tightened up before you can go, and all the safety measures needed to mean that you can go back out there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Mitchell will climb on board car 39. It was, no, it wasn't that car that we were looking at just before. In the Wing Hin Motorsport Century as well. So he will climb into the car and try to do something. I believe that was the 95 car we were looking at. And it looked like they were just talking a little bit about the attitude at the rear end of things. Another car onto pit lane as well. That might be the 16, I think, from the rear end of the field of Traitnet, and we'll hand on over to Nat Nin. They're doing a pressure adjustment on board car 22. Just a little bit of pressure out of those Pirellis. Did I just hear tyre squealing?
You might have heard a bit of tyre squeal there, so I don't know whether that's someone getting very aggressive out of pit lane or whether that was someone going around for a spin somewhere on circuit. But the focus is very much there, as they're also going to make GTC stops then at the same time. In comes the Corolla then to go and get that stop all sorted. So Manat will jump out of the car, and that should be Matapon then will get on in. So Matapon will be the one who will take that control from the next point onwards. And ultimately, it's a case now where pretty much most drivers are in the pits. Staying out the longest, though, are the two AAS Porsche Caymans.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and circulate, pick up some time right here. Yeah, diving a little bit deeper into the differences between the Evo 1 and the Evo 2 spec, and the recommendation was actually just made to me, one of our broadcast colleagues as well. These might be the actual Evo 2 specs. I'm just having a look. There's a little flap See in between just the top of the grille, there's a massive opening in the center of the car, and fractionally above that, there's a smaller opening. On the Evo 1 spec, it looks like there was a secondary panel that's sort of stuck out in there, and the Evo 2 spec does not. See how the opening's a little bit different on the second of the red and white cars leaving the lane there on car 11? See what's a little bit wider? I think that's the Evo 2 spec there, because that's about the only major difference that I could see from the front end of the Evo 1 versus Evo 2. So I'm fairly confident they're Evo 2s. And the other piece of information, we think that the reason that we're a little bit confused about Evo 1 and Evo 2 specs, Evo 2 doesn't fit into the vehicle category. We might have hit a character limit on that one. The only character that gets cut off, the second I Roman numeral for 1 out of Evo 2, effectively. And that would make sense, because otherwise they'd just be Evos, wouldn't they? Evo 1, you don't really label them Evo 1, just call them an Evo.
Yeah, well, I mean, why would you call it an Evo 1 out there? It would indicate that they'd already planned for an Evo 2, and I think that GT3 spec regulation, Scott, if you're looking at the longevity of the category and how we talk about GT4, you know, being out there since the runs of like the early 2010s and so, do you think that they were expecting to reach an Evo 2 on the marks that they've had, or were you expecting it to run this long in terms of the category out there to be an Evo 2 spec? You know, we could be going over Evo 3, Evo 4, and, you know, if we continue on this rate, we'll get Mitsubishi levels of Evos.
Popular car, popular category, you never know, like, and particularly the longevity that some of these cars get in international spec. Obviously they stop at some point, they stop being homologated. They're no longer a GT4 spec car. I think what the Gallardos did such a long period at GT3 specs that they were effectively GT3 plus. Was it the Dodge Vipers did such a long time period in GT3, they eventually just became unhomologated, but I don't think they ever got the Evo packages that we're seeing in this day and age, the generations that we're sort of seeing. The TW Zoomies car now into pit lane for their stop. I mean, Zoomies, realistically, that's what my cat does, sprinting around the house in the middle of the night, but more fun when it's out on the racetrack, I'll tell you that much.
God, I wouldn't want to see your cat running around a racetrack, especially not a live one like this one.
It's actually, I don't know if you've seen the news articles coming out of Formula 1 practice over in Canada overnight, unfortunately.
Oh no,
like
Alex Albon hitting a groundhog.
Yeah, sad, because obviously Alex Albon, tyre driver as well.
Yes, no, very much so, and it's a shame that in terms of that regard, you know, you never want to see wildlife cross a circuit. Sometimes they do. Groundhogs are common when they come to Montreal, but sometimes, you know, you get it wrong place, wrong time, and, you know, it is really sad to go out there and see. Now look at this in terms of how it's set. So that's the 91 then that is being run by Decathlon at this moment, and this is for position out there on track. So for the moment, this will be getting a little bit close. I wonder whether they have just gone in and made their stop sorted. They would have had to have done so. Sorry, that would have been Kunsti now who'd have got in against Hayden Heikal here, and this will be full position. And I would be really intrigued to see how this sets itself up and how the moves are going to be done, because that Cayman here, Club Sport, is doing everything that it needs to. Now with 2:42, in comes the number 19. That will be Grant in at the latest possible moment to make that stop. Still awaiting the 9 of Kimmich to come in and hand it over to Thanapatra. And once that happens out there, Scott, that number 9 was definitely challenging up near the front. I'll be interested to see whether they stay close.
Yeah, it'll be really, really interesting to keep an eye on that one as well. Just taking a quick look over, I wanted to see how Hayden Heikal actually did in GT4 Australia down at the Bend only a couple weekends ago. Short trip back on over. And the other thing I was thinking about as well is Heikal was actually in a Mercedes last year. We were talking about Daniel Bilski. Yeah, he was on board Mercedes with Bilski, and they actually got a massive accident happened with them and one of the GT3 cars, I think it was. Sorry, it was the GTMs on the way to the grid, I think it was, or in race 1 of the weekend for the Bonk Grand Prix last year. It robbed them of quite a number of results. So for Hayden Heikal, he's starting to take that level up and do some globe trotting and getting out and getting amongst it internationally as well, as he should, because he's been here, he's worked his way up from Super Ecos, he worked in the Super Compact, he worked in some of the GT racing stuff, and, fingers crossed it's in a GT3s, and then, well, the world's your oyster from there. You can go and race just about anywhere.
Top three all in pits now and taking their final stops. So they'll be looking around at it, getting their mandatory time in of 90 seconds. So it's roughly about a lap that we'll see. But now this is where I think you're going to have to really gain on here. So Hayden Heikal here looking for a way by Cantady and hoping that that number 91 can hold its ground and say, look, we are very much in for this and we want as much of a result as we can. Just getting a look there at that number 9, getting that service sorted then. A little bit of cleaning out there of the grille there, the radiators down on the bottom of the car there. So obviously just looking to get everything nice and pristine, because you do pick up a lot. And of course, when you've run and we've seen the super trucks go through and we've seen the likes of Super Eco, there is a lot when you run off of line that's not there. That's deep, that's too deep. Bang!
Oh.
Into the back there goes the contact then, and that is going to be a real shame. A 360 for the 91 Porsche Cayman there of AAS, and Hayden Heikal there, very eager into the corner. I would argue too eager there in the Petrolite 77.
And he would have felt like Hayden Heikal, he was being held up, but that's a lot of damage, and that guard's rather close to that tyre, considerably closer than it was before. But have a look from how far back he's come from Hayden Heikal. He's missed his braking marker for sure. No, I reckon he's going to make that corner,
I think that's impatient.
Yeah, that was definitely not on from there.
Pit window is officially closed. It said so out there on board. So race control notes that is going to be an incident under investigation, and I don't think it's going to take Sherlock Holmes to understand that that car number, not 77, out there, I think is going to be looking around at it and thinking, right, we might be in a little bit of trouble after that. So we'll take another look at it here. It's into 5, so it's got the run through 4, looks at it at 5. Doors always shutting there. It's a closed style corner. It's that angle that shows you that's never on as a move. Never has been, never will be.
Not from that far back. Yeah, you definitely need to overlap significantly earlier to be able to achieve that one. And the reason car 77 is backing in this position, for those of you watching along at home, is balance of performance. They do it in terms of definitely balance of performance in the race cars as well. SRO on board and offering technical ways that you put it together. Maybe it's a touch more drag, maybe it's some ballast added to the car, maybe it's the way that the torque curves get applied to this one. They'll take the data right throughout the weekend, and that would be building a balance of performance out of all of that. But then it's also in the compensation times in the pit lane. You have added compensation times. You got gold drivers, you got silver drivers, you got bronze drivers. These sorts of things all factor into that one. We saw that 77 car race out to the lead under the control of Annenthorn. And the reason for that was they knew they had to pay a hefty bill in terms of the pit stop, because you guys are looking at this one now. They're no longer anywhere near that race lead. Major pit stop, that they had to sit there and sit through. And there'll be discussions about that one, Hayden Heikal, and definitely overzealous. I'm expecting a penalty. I wouldn't be. I think a drive-through penalty is probably hefty, but it might warrant it with the severity of that incident.
Drive-through penalty would put you back about 18 seconds or so out there, and they've already had to serve that compensation time, which I think was put at 11 seconds by the technical briefing that went out earlier on yesterday. So that set itself into play. Now the 9 and the 11 continue on in their scraps. So that'll be Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand versus AAS Motorsports, and that there is a commit. That'll be Thanapatra now behind the wheel, looking to try and push. So can Thanapatra, Suti Soang then hold onto that placement here as the 11 just holds ground then very calmly, trying to work the long way around, a big old run through the second part of turn 3, get the drive off of the exit, go up through the gears and find a way over towards turns 4 and 5 for an opportunity out there to make that move. This now in the 11 will be Akerapong Akanenirot, who will be there going. So can Akerapong find that move is the question. Well, I think patience is going to be the better part of valor for the moment, but that looks pretty close there through 5 and 6. This is really opening up for a chance.
And I think race control saw the severity of the incident, particularly from how far back car number 77 tried to make that lunge, as these two are going to go racing off each other, because the results come in. Drive-through penalty for car 77 for the incident at turn 5, and it's that damage that's on the left rear corner. He hasn't gained all that much from Hayden Highcal. He knew as soon as he made that lunge he was going to be in trouble. It was actually... I must apologise. It was on wrong information. Yeah, there's confirmation. Drive-through penalty, car number 77. We'll have to transit through the pit lane. It was Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge for Hayden Highcal over at the bend just recently. On board the number 81 Sonic Motor Racing JMR entry. Finished 4th place in race number 1 of the weekend, but it was the big opportunity. He finished pole in qualifying, and it was the first time anyone outside of Australia had put a car to pole in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. In race number 2, managed to clinch it, took a first place, and unfortunately fell to 6th spot for race number 3 of that weekend. So like I said, Hayden Highcal's making a name for himself the world over at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of it, but ultimately he's going to have to come down into the pits, serve that time, and was only 4 seconds at the line behind Prucken and Andrew at the moment. It's Andrew who's currently behind the wheel at the moment of the number 95 that leads. So responsibility now is going to fall into the hands of Cantandi then in the number 91. So I look around at that, that will make a world of difference out there as far as this race now sets. And still, look at it, down the inside of 5. Going to just get that run, and he's going to pick it up at 6. Lovely pass by Akerapong, then to move up into a top 5. Thanapatra, not much can be done there. And there are also going to be questions on how much damage is on the rear of that number 9 Porsche Cayman Clubman out there after the hit that was taken. So that is something else that probably is going to set into mind as this goes, but there is the players, the 77, currently still sitting there and saying, look, still very much in the race.
Yeah, at the moment, work to do though for car 77, and a job to do for Hayden Highcal. Moves his way into 2nd spot, but now he's going to go hunting. Don't forget the team will be sitting there. He's only got a couple laps to serve this one. I think it'll be in his best interest to probably pop in a pit lane this next time by. Kennedy Kasiri is watching on in the background. Like we said, another driver that's challenged in multiple different categories in terms of Thailand Super Series over the last couple of years. And I believe he's actually taken a step down. It was GT3 race cars over the last couple of years for Kennedy Kasiri. Different little bit of a challenge. And Hayden Highcal letting car number 37 and Natapong and the GTC machine know that he's on his way.
Yeah, that's 24 just in front. Nadal's going to need to move over, as this will be to put a lap down. And there is the clearance that manages that, necessitates the move through, and says, look, I've got to go. Gap down to 2.9 seconds. And really you're seeing the driver time compensations really keeping this race close, because I think Andrew's, in troubles. There is the 91 there, and Cantandi had to pull it to a complete stop before trying to get that sorted. That looked like the old Control-Alt-Delete to get that going again.
Yeah, no rubbing on that left rear yet, but that guard is definitely quite close to that tyre, so I've got concern, but you're right. That definitely looked like Control-Alt-Delete. The other option is maybe just rotate it completely off of turn 3, and what we saw was him pulling away from the scene of a massive slide. So, and there's car 77, yeah, so on a pit lane, get that job done. Disappear through the lane. Have a look at the best lap times from the cars as well. Highcal was like 1.6 seconds clear of the field. So, not over and done with. Still 17 minutes on the clock. Opportunity to come back through the field, but he'll need to do so a lot more cleanly. Imagine what it's like in that cockpit.
Yeah, it will promote Wingham Motorsports and Mitchell Chair up into 3rd position. That would be a huge job out there, and actually should move them up to maybe even 2nd as they run through, as they're now just leaving pits. is going to now be the 77, and that's going to get close over there into turn 1. So back off and away again. Now's going to have to chase with the head down for another 16 3/4 minutes, but that's really going to put them behind the 8 ball, and they know that that was an opportunity that has gone missing for them here today. They need to do a little bit more at Petrolife. It's clear that they've got the pace, but they've also got the 2 quickest drivers as a driver-team combination that very much sets. This might tell you something of a replay then, just going through, just looking at the exit. Cool. He's taking a cone with him there. He's taken out cone number 4 there. That's gone for a ride. And ultimately, you know, you got to respect the cones out there. They do a great job, and I fear for Buzz Lightyear and all the other Toy Story 2 characters that were caught underneath it.
Well, that just raises the question of, all of a sudden, is that another transit through the pit lane? Because that will be a pit lane exit violation. That's the point of the cones being there. You cannot cut that. So he's knocked a cone. He might get away with it. That one might be left okay, might be left alone. But I would be, and the fact that it's dragged a cone with it, a very, very visible violation of potentially the pit lane exit. That might be another transit through the pit lane. And he looked, when he got down to turn 4, did you see the attitude on that Supra? He looked like he was driving the doors off it at the moment. That is a very, very angry Hayden Highcal, who is desperate to try and find some speed back. That's our race leader, though. He's got a 13-second margin at the moment, and the field are coming. I think they're going to run out of time, though.
Yeah, and the whole point was you looked around, that number 91 looked like it was going to be nearest challenger out there, and as ultimately that's dropped away as well. So the gap has really opened itself out as far as they say. Now, car 95 just then has just been given the black and white flag for track limit. So last thing they want this late on in the race is that black and white flag to show and then to turn into a penalty when they've got a 13-second gap at the front. So this is going to be for them. Just keep it in between the lines. They've got the number 19 directly in front. That is going to be Sutapong. And that's going to be a case of please move over, chrome horn or otherwise.
Please, I'm on a mission here. I've got a job to do on car 95. The thing is, the team probably need to talk to him at this point in time and just say, hey, keep it within the limits. Just keep it within the limits. You have 13.5 seconds. He probably cost himself 3/4 of a second there dealing with car number 19. Definitely struggling at the moment. There are 2 AM cars. Sorry, there are 3 AM cars in this field. One of them's in pit lane and hasn't resurfaced post pit stop. That is car 22. So obviously an issue with that one. They've been in there for an extended period of time. No, sorry, my apologies. They've only just gone back to pit lane in that car. So they might have come out, circulated, and then they've gone back in yet again. So car 22, unfortunately, we saw some aggression from those guys early on. But for me, this is where you manipulate your driver. You've got to be on the phone to him. Hey, mate, lead is currently, and we'll get an update on it this next time by, for second place, car number 39. Your lead is, it cost him 1.6 seconds, actually, that lap traffic. You've got a 12-second margin here. Keep it on the island. You are beyond your final warning. Do not get a penalty, because the penalty will be 5 seconds. Get another violation, add another 10. That's 15 seconds, that's the race lead. You can give up probably a second a lap here and be completely comfortable. Do not challenge those limits.
Well, speaking of limits, we saw the pit exit cone there, and that's troublesome, and it's never a good sign when you see the boot up like that and the spoiler pointing pretty much near vertical down to the ground. That is a lot of trouble out there for the number 22 down in pits.
Yeah, unfortunate. Boot, and that might be cooling. The fact that they've got the boot on it open. I know in the Porsches and the Mercedes, the cooling vents in the Mercedes are actually in the rear end of the car, but in the Porsche, you can actually get in there and do some suspension tweaks. It's a couple little clicks in the rear end rather than having to pull whole bits and pieces off the car as you used to. They've got nice little quick adjuster units in the rear end of these cars these days to try and make working on them a fair bit easier. Obviously, still need to, and admittedly, unfortunately for our damaged Porsche, that's going to need a full probably work over and checking out at that end of the race car post-race. But that's what you've got to do with an expensive race car. They're sensitive, they're touchy, with that sort of stuff. A lot of work to do. But
I think that was a Supra, Scott.
Might be right, yeah. Yeah, sorry, the 22 is a Supra, yeah. So all I know from, I've never seen the rear end of a Supra. and where the vents and stuff are, but I do know the Mercedes GT4 is in the rear end, and I'm fairly confident Porsche, some of the cooling for it's in the rear end. You can block vents. I did get to see some GT4 racing from Sandown Raceway a couple of years ago, and on that day, obviously in very different conditions to Thailand, they were going, our transmission temperature isn't getting high enough, and they were blanking the vents basically to keep heat in the transmission. So they're sensitive to temperatures and pressures, and they want to run in those zones. In Thailand, they're absolutely give as much cooling on this thing as you possibly can. It won't be keep the heat in it, it'll be get rid of as much heat as you possibly can.
AAS Motorsport here in 4th position, under pressure on the road for 5th place here from Hayden Heikal, but remember there's 5 seconds in the back pocket right now that also needs to be put into play. We know as well for the lead that Mitchell here is chasing down Mitchell Chair at a rate of about 1.3 seconds a lap. He's got to chase at about 2 seconds a lap to get it done. Oh, that's going to be an abandoned ship there. He caught oversteer through the middle, had to correct it. That will be track limits, and that has brought Hayden Heikal right onto the back. You say that pressure doesn't tell, but right now, when you've got arguably a quick, angry driver behind you, the last thing you want to be doing is making mistakes and showing a sign of vulnerability in front.
Yeah, and Hayden Heikal might have even pulled the radio connector at this point in time, because he's certainly, somebody was telling him, be a little bit more circumspect. Yeah, that's just going to roll over. For car 9, I just give that one up. And Hayden Heikal caught them at the radio limits. The other thing as well that might have just sort of made Dan Apache just think twice about fighting that one was he would have picked up so many marbles off the outside of turn 4. That car would not have had a lot of grip. He'd probably be starting to clean the tyre off about now, coming back to him. But he just would not have had the car underneath him to fight that one.
10 seconds, 10 minutes, and I think this is looking safe in terms of this regard. So that's the move up to 4th. Look at that in terms of best times there. 45s across the board. Hayden Heikal, 43.9, best lap time on the board there. That just shows you there is a case of what consensus pace is, Scott. Then there's a gap, then there's light speed, and then there's Hayden Heikal.
And immediately on the flashes, he is letting down. Have a look at the ground he just made up. Have a look at the ground. It wouldn't be Nadavude. This would be Nardol on board car 24. He would have been looking in his rearview mirror going into a braking zone and going, I've got room to work with. Look at him. He is just crawling at the moment.
Roadrunner.
Hayden Heikal has got the bit between his teeth. Somebody get Acme on the phone. He might be asking for a few upgrades before he gets into... Gone. Absolutely gone. That's a man on a mission. Oh, he's mad. He's stonking mad. We might see a lap record here in a few moments.
We very much might, and that could be really telling with the way he wants to go about business here and start pushing himself around. He knows that he's got to be driving the absolute rims off of it out there, and he will know just how important it is going to be to run. The GT4 lap record, by the way, is set at the moment, as I see on Wikipedia, at a 144.8. We are well past that.
Yeah, he's definitely set it in this race then. So it's a 43.969 from Hayden Heikal in this race. And if that one counts, if that one's live, that means we've got ourselves a new lap record. And it was actually set, sorry, my apologies, it was Ananthorn who actually set the lap. So new lap record goes the way of the other silver driver. Hayden Heikal has got some time to find at the moment. Lots of overtaking's been doing. Last lap, 45.8. Car ahead just did a 145.7. The gap ahead is 17 seconds, I believe. I don't think that's interval. I believe that is, sorry, might only be 3 seconds actually up the road. 10 seconds neat, the gap from second place to our race leader. So yeah, Andrew's basically sitting at the moment under cool, calm instruction. And again, don't void those track limits, because if you do, it's only 5 seconds you've got as a margin.
Yeah, so now the question will be for Mitchell Chair whether Akurapong can maybe close that down. Took 8/10 out of him on that last lap. So maybe the brace isn't for first and second. That's a little close going through at turn number 6. But ultimately, I think this might be a case of, are we talking about second and third potentially as the way that goes? Hayden Heikal's only 3 seconds off the back right now of them. He's got 5 seconds to chase as well. He is going to be trying to get to at least a podium and a little bit further, and it's not out of the realms of possibility.
Mate, you take away a drive-through, I think at that point in time, Hayden Heikel would be in the lead right now. So you're talking about 18 seconds time loss. He's 17.6 from the race lead. So he has got a mission at the moment. He is pushing for everything that's left in those Pirelli tyres and in GT4 racing from Thailand Super Series. The good news for us and for the fans watching along at home, he's got 2 cars to overtake if he wants to do that. I tell you, I don't think we've seen the last of the lights flashing from onboard car 77.
And I tell you what is a really cool touch as they push. They've got the flag of Hong Kong on the right mirror and the flag of Malaysia on the left.
Yeah, international drivings as well. Yeah, how cool is that? And the growth of Thailand Super Series, when you heard Brett Dickey when he climbed from that car after racing the world over, and like you said at Pikes Peak, he said, look, Thailand Super Series, and particularly that category, it just makes you race better, because you can't make a mistake because that mistake costs you time. We were seeing that. You know, one mistake from Hayden Heikel, one mistake going into a braking zone and getting into the back of a car ahead. You cannot make contact with the rear end of a car from that far back. He had no rights to that corner whatsoever. It was always going to be on him. He'll learn. He'll stick that in the back. But the big thing is, when you race the world over, you race with a lot of different driving standards. So, mate, chalk it up. Take the notes. Do what you can with it. That's car 11 challenging for track limits. Do you think he's been told that Hayden Heikel's on his way? Or do you think he's looked in the rearview mirror?
A little bit of A and a little bit of B, if I'm quite honest out there. I'm sure he'd have got the message that, okay, it's Hayden Heikel behind you. He's got a 5-second time penalty, but it's also the sense that if he goes and gets the move done, he'll try and break 5 seconds on it. So I think it's a case of keep him back as far as you can, but if he closes up to you, stay within 5 seconds. But at the moment, he's sort of standing around in the Petrolife car at the moment, driving it around, and he looks a bit like the blue blur as he moves on through and says, look, this is the level I've got to push my Supra, because I've got to take it to 10 tenths and then some, as again we still note that the best times are there, 9:16 and 77, getting put then with warnings for exceeding track limits. Then the black and white flags are showing themselves out in full force at this moment, so keep an eye out on that as they all look and say, right, what are we going to have to do with these late limits, because the last limit that you want to start hitting is not right now at this point. 4.5 minutes to go. I put that in the mark, 1:45, 3.5. I reckon we're sitting at about 3 laps to go.
Yeah, challenging all the way to the line. I just had it confirmed as well and just passed on to us. We were correct. It was a character limit on the field on the timing that says, makes it say Evo 1. These are definitely Evo 2 Supers. So yeah, good spotting to our producer, who's actually the first one that picked that one up. See on the background, confirmation once again, 9:16 and 77, all being warned. Under 4 minutes left in this race. Tyres are being asked everything out of. Race leader 46.440 last time by. He was about 3 tenths quicker than P2. Mitchell 46.780. So that margin's not closing. Sorry?
Look at Nardole Porpoise there, going along the bumps there. Something maybe not entirely 100% correct with the way that it's transferring the power over, but really having to navigate through. And this has been a very nice drive, actually, from that 24 in the class. Only 2 in the class rather than 3, but look, pushing to an absolute limit still when you've got a gap of about 45 seconds in category.
Yeah, this would be park the bus territory, wouldn't it? Just be tone it all the way down. Nice and calm, chill and cool for car 24. And the other thing is, you've got to think about tomorrow as well. More racing to come. If you throw an engine, throw a turbo, throw something on the way to race victory here in race 1, that's a lot of work for the team. Have a look at all the support they've had on the side of the Toyota Corolla. Oh, sorry, that'll be the Toyota Supra, I think. Yeah, that's the Super GTC. We're keeping our eyes on board with Nardole behind the wheel at the moment. So nice and comfortable. Everybody wanting to be a supporter of the GTC car. Not much different. You notice the aero package between the two different styles of Super, the Evo 2, GT4 and the GTC. Remarkably similar. It's just a lot more underbody downforce. The front end, pretty similar. A little bit different in the grates, but it's sort of lower and sort of more slung back, nearly a longer race car. Have a look at the difference from the overhead shot, the way these cars take the corner.
Yeah, very different in terms of the profile as they set. They'll have +1 lap at the end of it here as far as this race sets itself out with a couple of minutes left to play. So 9.6 seconds is that gap at the front, and I think it's going to be really interesting how balanced the performance will go into the next few races, Scott, with those Porsches, because the Porsches definitely showed that they had a chance with AAS to go out there and challenge, but both of them ran into issues out there in that race. Do you think that will keep them back a little bit on the balance of performance, or will that be taken into account?
I think the big thing is, I think we're seeing a little bit of driver variance. It is definitely buying and paying into that. I would be suggesting that probably the Porsches are pretty even SRO. They'd be reading that. They'd be taking speed pressure, air pressure, intake pressures, exhaust pressures. All of that sort of stuff will be accounted for. The torque curves, particularly in GT4 globally, are quite well understood at this point in time. Maybe a little bit of the stuff in terms of to deal with the amount of humidity that you have in the air here, the temperatures that they're running at, making sure that the cooling is okay. Some of that might be accounted for, but the big thing is probably the compensation times. Finishing at the top of this race gets you a 15-second bonus added to your pit stop tomorrow for race number 2. Wherever you finish in race number, winning the race obviously gets you that 15 seconds. P2 gets 10 seconds, P3 gets 5 seconds. So that's going to be the big change up. Obviously, if Hayden Heikel doesn't finish on that podium today in his quest of trying to get that one, and have a look at the time, he's lost time now, 0.3 of a second on that most recent lap to Karapong. So I think those tyres have just gone off the cliff for car 77.
4 seconds.
Yeah, that margin's too far open. But have a look at Karapong. He's starting to chase down Mitchell for P2.
Yeah, it is starting to come back, 1.1, because the tyres, I think, are letting go a lot more than maybe people expect. It's the 4-second delta drop-off between what they were doing with their fastest laps and what they did on their last. We're with your leader right now out there, and it is the number 95s who are out there at the moment, Injinx Autoworks Racing, and they will look at this as a really strong position as the timer will hit 0, which will mean +1 lap after this to make sure that they can get themselves over and say, right, this is all you've got left to go and get around. Just make sure that you manage it, and you've managed every level out there to the best of your ability, and they will run through and say, look, you got one more lap then to set yourself up in song. And so let's get it in. Final lap as we mark it in at the turn 1 asphalt at this moment. But look out for second. Here comes Mitchell Che versus Akarapong. And so suddenly Akarapong wants to get this one sorted. This will be an all-important pass for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand if they can find a way by Wing Hin Motorsports and get themselves everything they want and then some, which is second. There's a lot to try and get then in terms of this one. Turn 3 is going to be the key if you're going to want to get this pass done, and he's not going to be close enough here under braking. The 39 squirreling about, trying to get it slowed. It's deep. It's far too deep under pressure, and now here will come a chance to get the drive through turn 4. Gathered it back up all right, but we're going to have to see this one now as they now look to try and make that progress through and say, right, can I make turn 4 mine? It looks like the gap's still there at 2.5 car lengths then, and so that might just be enough to keep at an arm's length here, Akarapong, but it will depend on that final sector. A lot more aggressive on the inside curve. Akarapong understeers wide, and ultimately I think it's going to have to be a concession of I'm going to have to just settle for third as far as this one sets. Working over towards turns 8 and 9 out here on circuit. Mitchell Che is just doing enough to say, look, you're not getting close enough, sunshine. You're going to try. You're going to really try. That's a big diamonded line that tries to set through. No such worries over at the 95 team of Injinx Autoworks Racing. They will come through turn 12 and they will get the victory here in race 1 of GT4 GTC out there, and they'll be pleased for it. Battle over to the line for second. A great hold by Mitchell Che and Wing Hin Motorsports.
Yeah, it gets the job done. I think the big thing that you could sort of see was that dirty air. That chasing car number 11 just performed just not quite well enough in the dirty air of the car ahead. And the big thing is, early on in the race, as tyres and pressures and that sort of stuff are coming up, you know, they perform not too badly. They're in the right spot. They're in the right window. Once those tyres start to go off, you rely on that aerodynamic performance to keep the car underneath you a little bit. You saw that as you got closer, the rears started to overheat, a little bit of sliding, then you pick up some dirt, some dust, some marbles on the tyres, and the grip just goes away from you. I think you saw that. You did try and stick the nose out. The big thing I'll note on that last lap was, did you see at the tip-in point for turn 5 how wide he tipped in from compared to Mitchell ahead of him? Mitchell sort of arrowed it in at the corner, tried to get a little bit extra downforce in the front, turn it in, a little bit more grip, and then, use those track limits. The other benefit that was working the way of car 11 as well, it had no violations for track limits and a warning from race control. So he could use a little bit more of that track limits at the dying stages, just not quite able to get there.
No, I think that's very telling in the dying embers of that race, and a race here that went green the entire way through, and so no worries at all. Couple of little bit of moments of argy-bargy, but critically I would say the 3 fastest cars that are out there in terms of one lap pace, Scott, are going to walk into tomorrow with no penalty additional for their position finish here in this race that we sit on right now. So I think that creates a very interesting dynamic here in TSS Supercar GT4 GTC.
Yeah, and you're right. Have a look at this. This is the AM combination, by the way, that takes race number 1 for the 2W Zoomies race car and the Ying X AutoWorks Racing outfit as well. Great job by them to get the job done. Coming home in second, Wong and Mitchell for the Wing Hin Motorsports and Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand get the job done to come home in third. So it's going to be a podium cleaned up by 3 Supras in that one. And I believe that's the results overall that we're looking at this point in time. And I was just waiting to keep half an eye on the AM results. Unfortunately, cars finishing 1 lap down. Grant and Sudapong home in second spot for the AM category. And Warren, unfortunately, 24 laps completed, so 10 laps down, unfortunately, for car number 22. They did get back out there. They did finish the race. This is the results from GTC as well. Job done for Nadavude Nardol over Mana Nadapong. And the top 10 as they stand. Have a look at where Nadavude finished in terms of the overall standings as well. Nardol did a great job to bring that car home in P6 outright.
Yeah, we'll be very happy about that, although there were a few transponder issues, I think, heading towards the end. So ultimately, as it sets, that is a track record out there, a 143.9. The previous record was a 144.8 held by Reinhold Renger back in the Buriram Blancpain GT Series Asia round out there. And that time now puts these GT4 category cars, Scott, faster than the TCR touring cars around here, which was set by Gianni Morbidelli in a Honda Civic Type R, and faster than the Moto 3s that went around here on the KTM RC250 that was set at the Thailand Motorcycle Grand Prix last year.
How interesting to compare the different kinds of motor racing as well. GP3 in terms of Moto 3, as my brain just fails to work at the back end of that one, versus GT4 is comparable. How interesting is that? And that just comes down to usability of the track. Motos can, just carry a little bit more speed. They don't get as much, but they get to lean that bike over. Not as quick in a straight line as the GT4. There's a little bit more downforce and grip on that one as well. We'll probably get a few of these interviews actually coming our way out of Goody. Our race winner in car number 94, Thai, home second place from Hong Kong. Will be Mitchell and a Karapong. I believe we're having a chat to Chris and a Karapong at the moment.
Yeah, we very much are. Third place from them, and they both feel very happy about the way that their races have clearly gone. They'll be pretty much saying, look, we got good points out of it, and we'll be very happy to just be setting ourselves down in with what has been a very good run. And I think the pit stops make a huge difference. And when you see this style of racing, it's not necessarily a case of how do you go about it. It's a case of, okay, what's going to create this parity, this evenness out there in the race. And I think it shows that it was almost a tale of 2 races, so to speak. The race before the stops and the race after it, completely different.
Yeah, and you're going to see that in the tail end of the race tomorrow as well, because remember, it flips it around. You're going to have these guys that finish the race start tomorrow. Qualifying 2 is all about them and setting their lap times. Each of the drivers get an opportunity to get out there and get amongst it and qualify the car. So you're going to see a completely different story. It's going to be really, really interesting seeing the pro guys go out there and go toe-to-toe We also saw those tyres go off at the back end of the race as well. All of the cars were circulating slower at the back end of the race, just due to the tyre wear as well. Also really, really interesting to note, you know, again, we've seen it year on year here in Thailand Super Series, just those long switchback challenging corners where the body weight's got to roll, you know, through 6 and 7, you know, turning into the left, body weight sitting on the right-hand side of the car, flick it back to the right, body weight shifts over to that left-hand side, and then carry it to the left, because you're turning back to the right for you know, 8 and 9 as well. So it's just challenging. Whether you got to pull these cars up, there's never a break.
Today, how do you feel?
Feel tired. The weather is quite hot. But feels good. Yeah. My first debut race from P2, thanks to Mitch. He did a really good job. I tried to fill up the pack in front of me. Didn't really achieve that. I'm happy with the results.
Yeah. How about you, Michelle?
What's the question? What's the question? Sorry.
Congratulations. How do you feel?
Good, of course. I did not know our position was P2 until the checker flag, but definitely a good result to start off the season. Yeah, big thanks to the team. You know, we worked really hard over the last year and also this year as well. And yeah, looking forward to the next race tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, fans.
Thank you to the fans watching. Keep a lookout for car 39 tomorrow for race 2. Thank you.
โอเค congratulations again ส่วนใหญ่ก็จะบอกนะครับว่าในเรื่องของวันนี้การแข่งขันอากาศค่อนข้างร้อนนะครับแต่ก็แน่นอนในเรื่องของการเป็นทีมเมทและพาร์ทเนอร์กันทั้งสองคนเนี่ยก็ถือว่าโคประสานงานกันได้ดีแล้วก็แน่นอนในปีที่แล้วกับปีนี้การพัฒนาก็มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอย่างมากขึ้นนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็เอาใจเชียร์เขาด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ให้การสนับสนุนด้วยนะครับอันดับหนึ่งนะครับท่านผู้ชมครับในเรื่องของทางซุปเปอร์คาร์ GT4 นะครับนี่เลยทั้งสองท่านเลยครับคุณพรประภานะครับแล้วก็คุณแอนดรูว์อดุลวิจิตรครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับเหนื่อยไหมครับตอนนี้
นิดหน่อยครับ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างวันนี้มาเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้
รู้สึกดีครับที่ได้คำครับ
So a really good chance to say, hey, look out for us. We're going to try and make a bit of progress then in the race. Your winners then currently working through are Prakan and Andrew, who are very happy. And it's not often that you get to see an AM category entry go out there and win. And I think that's really good for the overall aesthetic of the series that, you know, you come into this series and everyone's got a great chance of finding victory out there. And I guess we would say then 95 for pro then over the course of next season.
Yeah, they might be getting promoted at that rate. But yeah, look, they all threw it at each other, and you know the challenges of racing here in Thailand. You just heard about it, the conditions over there at the racetrack and everything that's going on. But look at the two happy faces. They're over the moon with P1 out of both races, and unfortunately sweating like you wouldn't believe. Drivers climbing from the cars, red in the face, with nothing left on the table. But the big thing is keep your eyes in the background. Here come the GT3s and GTMs, and one of my favorites is that Porsche 992 Cup car, the Fire Monkey Motorsports number 10. And Simon Chen's brought with him this year a co-driver. Again, another one of those guys that's raced on his own over the last couple of years. He promotes up and gets a co-driver in this year. And somebody else, sometimes all you need is somebody else to drive the same car that you're in. Learn a fair bit in terms of data, what to do with the car, how it's performing. But it's just having somebody to bounce ideas off is just a huge benefit as well.
Yeah, it really is. And so you're trying to get the understanding of what can I do to make my race car quicker. And ultimately, we see that quite a bit, that there are various cars that go through. Of course, we've got the GT3 and GTM coming up, so that's going to be really fun. Of course, you're a fan out there of the GTM number 10, which will be running. We've also got the 77 of PSC Motorsports, which will be a Ferrari 296 challenge out there. And then, oh, get this, Scott, this is going to make you feel right at home for the likes of previous Bathurst 12 hours. We've got a Mark car.
Yeah, we do. Big underfloor. Lots of downforce that comes on board of this one from Craig Corliss Engineering. Great to see Jalen Robotham getting back out there and getting amongst it as well. He just about retired from sort of international racing, was just starting to run out of money. And, you know, that's what happens in international motorsport. It's great to see him back over here in Thailand. He actually made the jump a couple of years ago to try and move over and live over here and sort of make it work, and it just necessarily wasn't going out and working quite well. I also note that that's a 296 challenge car for car number 77, which says to me they were running a 488 challenge car last year. They were having issues. They had to run a specific refueling for that car because it just wouldn't They were the only car in the field in the GT3 GTM category that actually had to refuel. They just didn't have the fuel capacity in their fuel cell, so they had some additional restrictions to refuel that car. Getting word I might have that one wrong. It might have been the 488 in 2024. But here goes the replay. Apparently, that restart was totally fine. Anathan got a great jump on the field. Read that one really well.
Yeah, absolutely perfect to the millimeter precision out there, and so everyone else pretty much knew that they were fighting on from the back foot from that point onwards. The gap that they built was substantial out there, and then you had the two cars then working together off the same team, really scrapping about with it, really fighting. Unfortunately, the 22 found himself wrong side of the pit window, running into issues out on circuit. There was not really too much to write home about at this point in time, but it was here where the race irrevocably changed, Scott.
Yeah, a lot of contact. We saw the replay, and it just came from a mile and a half back. And a day late and a dollar short for car 77. Dives in late. You can see it arrows it at the corner. But that's the racing line. You want to turn in early and sort of get to that apex. Car 91 probably left room. Looking back on it, they'll look at that and go, maybe we should have let it a little bit more room. But there was no rights to that corner for Hayden Highcal. And that one there, I reckon, will be a summon to the stewards, please explain, and they'll leave that alone. There may not be any further penalties for car 77.
There was 5 seconds for that.
There you go. All right, I missed that one and all the confusion. So
it really goes to show that you've got to be pretty much perfect out there and switched on. Really, for the 95 team, they played that one absolutely perfectly. Used the time that they had, got the gap, a little bit of fortune with cars behind finding themselves in play, and they have themselves into position. Right, one more race to go here, another 60 minutes plus a lap, and that will put us marked home here for Saturday here at Buriram. The Chang International Circuit will be back on the other side of this with your TSS Supercar GT3 GTMs.
ผู้ชมครับในฤดูกาลนี้ครับหนึ่งในรุ่นที่เราต้องติดตามแล้วก็เป็นไฮไลท์เลยครับก็คือ Thailand Super Car GT3 แล้วก็ GTM ครับปีนี้นะครับในรุ่นใหญ่อย่าง GT3 มีรถแข่งทั้งหมดส่ง Entry List มา 6 คันครับอดีตแชมป์ในปี 2024 คุณต้อนปิติพิรมภักดีนะครับยังคงจับคู่กับแบงค์ กันศักดิ์ สิริคู่นี้นะครับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ก็ยังคงใช้รถแข่ง Honda NSX Evo 2 ก็ต้องมาดูว่าคู่แข่งคนอื่นๆเนี่ยจะสามารถขึ้นมาต่อกรกับคุณต้อนแล้วก็แบงค์ได้หรือไม่ขณะเดียวกันครับอีกคันหนึ่งก็เป็นรถแข่ง Ferrari 296 GT3 ขับโดยคุณจ๊ะวรวุฒิพิรมภักดีนะครับแล้วก็คาร์โลฟานแดมก็ขึ้นอยู่ที่ว่าในฤดูกาลนี้สิงห์เองนะครับจะสามารถหาจุดที่ลงตัวที่สุดในการเซตติ้งรถแข่ง Ferrari 296 GT3 ได้หรือไม่ขณะเดียวกันในคลาส Pro-Am นะครับก็ยังมี 2 คันจาก B-Quik Absolute Racing ครับคันแรกคือเจ้าสำนักมิสเตอร์เฮงกิกครับในฤดูกาลนี้ครับก็ดึงเอาอเลสซานโดชิเรติเป็น Official Driver ของ Porsche ด้วยมาเพื่อพัฒนาแล้วก็นำข้อมูลรถคันนี้ในการเซตติ้งต่างๆนะครับเพื่อที่จะยกระดับ performance ของตัวรถขึ้นไปอีกคู่หนึ่งครับแซนดี้ซูวิกแซนดี้เคยเป็นอดีตแชมป์ GT3 มาแล้วนะครับผ่านการแข่งขันระดับโลกมาหลากหลายรายการแซนดี้จะได้จับคู่กับรุกกี้นั่นก็คือเอียโรลักษณะโปโตเอียโรเองในฤดูกาลที่แล้วเนี่ยก็แข่ง GT4 ผลงานใช้ได้เลยครับซึ่งก็แน่นอนว่ามันต้องปรับตัวหลากหลายอย่างฉะนั้นการได้นักแข่งอย่างแซนดี้มาจับคู่เป็นโค้ชในการขับขี่ให้ด้วยเนี่ยเอียโรจะได้ประสบการณ์แล้วก็พัฒนาได้เร็วมากขณะเดียวกันนะครับในคลาสแอมมีชื่อของนักแข่งชาวออสเตรเลียเพิ่มเข้ามานะครับคันนี้เนี่ยเป็นรถแข่ง Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 นอกจากนี้นะครับก็ยังมีแดเนียลบิลสกี้ที่แข่งขันกับการแข่งขันในรายการ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik มานานนะครับก็ในปีนี้เนี่ยทางด้านของแดเนียลบิลสกี้จะจับคู่กับแม็กซ์สถาพรวีระเชื้อเป็นฤดูกาลแรกของเขาที่ได้ขยับขึ้นมาแข่งขันในคลาส GT3 ก็ต้องดูส่วนผสมนะครับว่าจะลงตัวแค่ไหนคู่นี้เนี่ยใช้รถแข่ง Audi R8 LMS Evo 2 ครับ GTM จะลงแข่งขันพร้อมกับ GT3 นะครับเป็น 60 minute race ในปีนี้เนี่ยสรัญเสรีธนกุลนะครับก็มาพร้อมกับรถแข่ง KTM Crossbound GT2 มาพร้อมกับสังกัด PSC Motorsport นะครับจับคู่กับโจโน่เลสเตอร์อีกคันหนึ่งครับที่ไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้เพราะนี่คือแชมป์เก่า Ferrari 296 Challenge จาก PSC Motorsport ครับสราวุธเสรีธารณกุลนะครับก็ยังคงจับคู่กับคู่หูที่ทำงานกันมาอย่างยาวนานนะครับนั่นคืออาฟิกยาซีดปีนี้จะรักษาแชมป์ได้หรือไม่ก็ต้องมาติดตามกันดูสำหรับคู่นี้ทางด้านของเครกคอลลิสนะครับในฤดูกาลนี้ก็ยังคงจับคู่กับเจลีโรโบแทมนะครับในรถแข่ง Ford Mark Mustang Cart 5.2 ลิตรนะครับก็น่าสนใจนะครับเพราะว่าทั้งเครกเองหรือแม้กระทั่งเจลีโรโบแทมเนี่ยเป็นนักแข่งที่มีความเร็วสูงอยู่แล้วไซมอนชานนักขับชาวฮ่องกงขับคนเดียวมาแทบจะตลอดนะครับในฤดูกาลนี้ครับภายใต้รถแข่ง Porsche 992 GT3 Cup Evo ตัวของไซมอนชานเองก็จะได้จับคู่กับทีมเมทชาวจีนนะครับนั่นก็คือลี่เจียเดี๋ยวมาลุ้นกันดูนะครับสำหรับทั้ง GT3 และ GTM ใครจะเปิดหัวคว้าชัยชนะไปได้ก่อน
เอาละครับท่านผู้ชมครับอยู่กับรุ่นที่เรารอคอยนะครับก็คือ Thailand Super Car GT3 และ Thailand Super Car GTM และผู้ที่อยู่ข้างๆผมนี้นะครับเป็นผู้ที่ต้องบอกว่าคร่ำวอดอยู่ในวงการมอเตอร์สปอร์ตมายาวนานกว่า40ปีกับพี่บัวขาวบัญชาเมฆสวัสดีครับ40 ปีเลยนะเอาไม่ถึงแล้วฮะยังไม่ถึงต้องถามพี่บัวขาวก่อนวันนี้มีโอกาสมาที่สนามช้างแห่งนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
จริงๆแล้วก็เรามาบ่อยนะครับสนามช้างอย่างนี้แล้วก็มาดูเกี่ยวกับมอเตอร์ไซค์ด้วยตัวนี้นะครับแล้วชื่นชอบเป็นธรรมดาแต่ว่ามาครั้งนี้วันนี้มาแบบตั้งใจมาพิเศษจริงๆวันนี้คือต้องบอกว่าเป็นรุ่นพิเศษเลยนะรุ่นพิเศษแล้วก็ตั้งใจมาดูจริงๆนะครับบินมาจากนู่นมอสโกมาเลย
มอสโก
ใช่ครับมอสโก
ที่ไหนฮะมอสโกรัสเซีย
ไม่ใช่ครับอยู่ที่ไอ้แบงคอก
ครับเหมือนผมมาจากซานฟรานพี่ระหว่างคุยกันเราเดินไปดีกว่า
ไปดูรถกันดีกว่าครับ
ครับผมเนี่ยเราก็มีหลายรุ่นนะครับในรุ่นซุปเปอร์คาร์เนี่ยจะแบ่งเซกชันของเราเนี่ยหลายๆรุ่นนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นในรุ่นของ GT3 พี่ตามผมมาเลยตามผมมา
โอ้โหวันนี้มีหลากหลายคันแบบว่าตื่นเต้นแทนนะครับพี่
คือมีหลายก็เรียกว่าหลายรุ่นละกัน
หลายเวอร์ชัน
ไม่ว่าจะเป็น Lamborghini Ferrari
แล้วก็นี่
NSX นะครับหรือ Audi
มา
ทุกรุ่นเนี่ยส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าการแข่งขันในรุ่นนี้ต้องเป็น GT3 ปกติตอนพี่ว่าเขาต่อยมวยเขามีแบ่งเป็นรุ่นยังไงฮะ
รุ่นปอนด์ดูน้ำหนักปอนด์
ไลท์เวท
เฮฟวี่เวทเฟเธอร์เวทอะไรอย่าง
อะไรใหญ่สุดในรุ่นของมวยฮะ
อยู่ที่ตัวว่าตัวใหญ่หรือว่าอะไรใหญ่มันอยู่ที่ แฮปปี้เวท
เดี๋ยวอะไรใหญ่นี่คืออะไรครับ
ไม่
พี่
ตัวใหญ่กล้ามใหญ่
อ๋อกล้าม
แข็
ให
ง
ญ่
แรง
มวลกล้ามเนื้อใหญ่
กล้ามเนื้อใหญ่ครับ
อ๋อ
ใช่
ก็เลยจะจัดอันดับตรงนี้
ถูกต้องครับพี่ครับ
นั่นเองนะแล้วพี่มาดูบ่อยไหมในเรื่องของรถแข่งที่เป็นแบบ
ถือว่า
ในสนามแบบนี้
ไหวไหม
เลย
ก็เรื่อยๆครับถ้าเกิดมีโอกาสหรือว่ามีช่วงเวลาได้มากลับบ้านจริงๆเพราะว่าบ้านอยู่สุรินทร์ไงครับพอได้กลับบ้านพอมีรายการเกิดขึ้นเนี่ยต้องติดตามต้องมาให้ได้
เดี๋ยวคือตั้งใจมางานนี้จริงๆหรือว่าตั้งใจจะกลับบ้านแล้วผ่าน
ตั้ง
มา
ใจ
เฉย
จะกลับบ้านแล้วก็ผ่านแล้วก็ต้องแวะครับ
อ๋อแวะมาก่อนนะครับ นี่เห็นไหม
นี่
ก็จะมีนักแข่งเนี่ยนะที่เตรียมความพร้อม
นี่ครับ
นะ
เขาเตรียมเช็ดชู่มาให้ด้วยขอบคุณครับเช็ดชู่มาด้วยอ่ะพี่ถือเช็ดชู่พี่ร้อน
ครับผม
ครับวันนี้
การแข่งขันเนี่ยครับพี่
ครับ
ใช้เวลา1 ชั่วโมงเลยนะ
โอ้
พี่คิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่ยากนะสำหรับนักแข่งที่ต้องแฮนเขาเรียกว่าอะไร
ไม่ได้ยากครับต้องแข็งแรงจริงๆ
ถูก
แล้วก็ต้องมีกำลังแล้วก็พักผ่อนจริง
ผมถามพี่บัวขาวหน่อยว่าถ้าพี่บัวขาวชอบ แล้วมีโอกาสได้รับโอกาสให้มาแข่งขัน พี่อยากจะลงรุ่นไหนก่อนเลย
ๆ เอาจริงๆนะครับ รุ่นที่เราอยากดูนี่แหละครับ
รุ่
มัน
นนี้
เป็น
เลยเหรอ
ออริจินอลแล้วเป็นแบบสไตล์สตรองอยู่แล้ว ทุกคนต้องอยากดูรุ่นนี้ใช่รุ่นซุปเปอร์คาร์อย่างเงี้ยมันสุดยอด
ครับผม
มันไม่มีอย่างอื่นแล้วใช่
แล้วถ้าเกิดว่าซุปเปอร์คาร์เนี่ยไปขับมาแล้วเนี่ยมันใช้เงินเยอะนะพี่
มันก็ต้องตามเวอร์คัสของบัวขาวไง
แน่นอน
ครับ
อย่างบัวขาวนี่ต้องเป็นรุ่นซุปเปอร์คาร์เท่านั้น
แน่นอนครับยังไงคือมันเป็นความฝันของผมอยู่แล้ว วันนี้มาดูลายก่อน
ครับ
มาดู
อ๋อดูลายก่อน
มาดูแล้วแบบเฮ้ยเขาแข่งยังไงเกียร์เป็นยังไงโค้งกันยังไงอัดยังไงมันต้องดูลายก่อน
เพราะฉะนั้นก่อนที่พี่ดูลายนะ อยากให้พี่ให้กำลังใจนักแข่งทุกท่านในสนาม
จ
เลย
ริงๆแล้วก็อยากให้ทุกคนนะครับเต็มที่วันนี้อย่างแน่นอนเอาแบบมันๆไปเลย ครับยังไงพี่เขาก็จะไปนั่งดูข้างๆวันนี้
นี่บอกแฟนๆหน่อย ถ้าใครที่ดูรายการนี้อยู่
วันนี้นะครับถือว่าเราได้มาดูแบบสุดการสุดตำนาน
ที่สุดแล้วของการแข่งขัน
ที่สุดของการแล้วก็สุดยอดตำนานครับที่ได้อันดับมาต้นๆของประเทศเลยว่าได้
ถูกต้อง
มาวันนี้แน่นอน
ครับ
นี่เดี๋ยวเราจะไปดูว่า
โอเค
สุดยอดคันไหนที่จะได้เบอร์ต้นๆ
ติดตามกันนี่ครับคุณผู้ชมกับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM
โอ้โห
ไม่ได้ดีครับ
ทำอะไรไม่จะไปคนจะไปจะไปก่อนไอ้ยังไม่ใช่ไอ้
Well, apparently we're going to get fisticuffs before the race even starts out there, but what a wonderful way to introduce you to the Super Series Supercar GT3 and GTM final race of the day here from Buriram. Jake Sperry and Scott Rankin here to bring you all of the coverage as we set ourselves in. Dan Yeaman on production, be doing a fabulous job here with us here today, but this has been a truly magnificent run through. We got 9 cars still to battle over the course of GT3 and GTM, and Scott with a minute marker boards being shown. We've got a GT3 category where we've only got 2 Audi R8 LMS Evo 2s, and everything else is a different manufacturer, different car and make. And then you got your GTMs out there with the Ferrari 296 Challenge, the Porsche 992, and the Ford Mark car. As far as it sets, we're going to have an interesting time. Exactly as you saw it last time with GT4s, it's an hour, it's 90 minutes on the lane with compensation time, and you've got to get that compulsory pit stop done within 10 minutes, depending on if something happens.
And the big thing as well, 4 GT3 Pro outfits, 2 GT3Ms. You're seeing a Yarrow, and that's the Ferrari that we were just looking at and having a look at in the background. There was a little bit of discussion about the history of this car. The 296 has been with us for a long period of time, longer than I thought, apparently. Simon Chen has picked himself up a co-driver, and Alex Lee will be on board of that car. And there is the Ford Mustang Mark car in car 88. What will Craig Corliss be like at the end of a couple laps' time?
Well, it looks very Verstappen.com-ish, doesn't it, as it sets itself out and looks very much ready to go on through. And you can see a lot of orange then being shown out there from both Fire Monkey then and the B-Quiks that are out there. But is the number 12 Honda NSX that is in control as TSS The Super Series here by B-Quik now gets itself set up. 1,300 kilograms of dry weight, 535 brake horsepower. I doubt we're going to see 290 clicks along this circuit, but this is going to be very strong. Road car body shell, aerodynamic parts that are there, rear-wheel drive, road car derived engine, and all the manufacturers looking to prove what we've got. We've got the likes of Mercedes-Benz AMG AMG Evos, Porsche 911 GT3 992s, 296 GT3s, NXX Evo 2s, and RA LMS Evo 2s, all looking to set themselves off in play. GTM, maybe slightly more weight, less power, less top speed, but still by no means a slouch of a car. We'll maybe see it a couple seconds a lap slower than what we see at the top, but it'll be an interesting category between them as they push themselves together, Scott, and say, look, this is where we've got to try and showcase what we've got. And it's basically a case of the weird, the wacky, and the wonderful of racing that amalgamates itself together.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick look at the PSC Motorsport KTM Expo. There was a lot of preparation to try and get that car in. It hasn't taken to the grid, and I love that KTM Expo, by the way. I'm a big fan of it. The P0 Pirellis, as a part of the partnership with SRO Motorsports, on board for the GT3s and the GTMs. You can see the full list of tyres supporting not only the GT4s and the GTCs, the GT3s and the GTMs as well. This is it. The circuit at Buriram in Thailand. Chang International Circuit, as it's known outside of Thailand itself. Right off the back end of it, by the way, is the Buriram United Football Stadium as well. Big sports fan is the guy that built this place and invested a lot of money, and that's given us a not only national but international level racing venue right here in Thailand itself. And here comes the qualifying results.
Yeah, and critically, it is the family history of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand team. Piti Buriram Bacardi is there, and for those who know, the Buriram Bacardi family is housed to the first ever brewery out there in Thailand, and they have the control of the category over the 89 then of Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. So 1-2 for them as far as they sat up, and we go down to the bottom 7th, 8th and 9th. Where we see there the GTMs that set Sarava, Alex Lee and Craig. They're all putting in. Craig running for New Zealand there. Craig Corliss looking to try and make that push. The leading AM at the moment, the number 27 of Daniel Bilski, but we're already there and set. It was a quick outlap as they worked themselves through, so put an hour and a lap on the board, lights out, and we are underway, and immediately the challenge is going to go in by Iaro Razanakato, then the Madagascan looking to the inside, gets pinched, contact, two going to go around then and avoid there. They just about keep themselves out of trouble, but one of the Audis there of Vorevud going around for it, but that is going to be really tough. That Ferrari 296, wrong way, wrong place, wrong time.
But it is still rolling, so the lap is still alive, and I think he's going to sweep in aggressively and take spot away from this Audi. But did you see it bounce off the curb? There's an opportunity for that Audi to have bounced a fraction wide. The punishment at the end of the day is they both go tumbling down throughout the order. Cold Pirelli P0s, little bit of contact, both cars unloaded, both cars were really hit.
Yeah, and that, I think, really sits into mind that you're going to be at the back of the pack. You're going to have to do a lot of work to pull yourself forward here, and life is going to be very difficult. There you can see the Mark car then starting to push with Craig Conless here and just trying to keep itself steady then through 6 into 7 and then over towards turn number 8 here off of the get-go, and that would have put a lot of panic in off of the start of the race for all of these drivers, just having to get into the avoidance mindset early, and there goes the Mark car spinning around. No. It's going to move across. It's going to cause avoiding action there for the Fire Monkey Porsche that has to get around there. So easily done. Cold tyre spin. What a save.
Well, out of all the cars in that category, that one's got the biggest diffuser on it. Big honking diffuser at the rear end of that car. That extends so far out the rear end. Have a look.
My fault, exactly.
On the pit wall for this category, and there's watching in earnest from some of our support staff down there at the moment. Well, there were 3 cars, and it was the car that started from the rear end of the GTM field, shot through to the lead of it, only for that to rocket away halfway through the lap. There's damage. That was bodywork on the road there. That'd probably be off the Ferrari.
Yeah, it would be, and so that's actually, look, it's going to be off of this Audi that's trying to limp its way back. So ultimately, this is going to be tough for Iaro. Look at that, front left is trying to get through. That's a puncture, then trying to get that back to pit, and doing a very good job. You can see there, wheel gun at the ready as they sit themselves down in at the 888. So ultimately, B-Quik Absolute Racing are going to be ruining this one. This is a tough day at the office, but they're going to have to get in, get that change, and hope there's nothing that has been gone through, that some of the casing isn't broken, and more importantly than that, the brake calipers, the suspension, the axles, all of it. They're going to hope that it's not been just torn itself apart to shreds trying to limp it back.
Yeah, there's a skill, there's an art, there's a talent. Once you've got a blown tyre, getting that car back to pit lane without ripping body panels off, because you can tear the thing to shreds, and that's stuff that the team have got to work on over the weekend. You want to get back into pit lane, you want to get a fresh tyre, and look at the rim, they can't get it off. There you go, finally gets ejected. It's not just the tyre, it's the rim, but the tyre was stuck up underneath the suspension. Yeah, there's probably going to be a hefty delay to that car. But if you travel at speed trying to get this thing back to pit lane, you risk damaging suspension. They're looking at it and everything they possibly can. This is the car that made contact down the inside of turn 1 with the 296. Buriram Bakti is back out there and circulating, but my word, have they lost a ton of time. You can see Yaro's not happy about that. By the way, that's his first start in GT3 here for the Thailand Super Series as well. Was GT4 last year. Another car, is that the Ferrari that's just fed off into the pit lane in the background?
It doesn't look like it, so for the moment it's okay. Off and away, then they're going to go. I believe that is Benjamin out there who's dived down into the pit. So that looks like one of the AMs that's going to go in. It is the AMG Mercedes then that pulls itself down in of Racing Aurora. So ultimately they are going to be turning around looking at that. And again, another puncture that is out there. So they had to get a change front right this time that needs to be done. So 2 punctures. The bodywork, I think, has made it. Sorry, that's the Black Wolf AMG Mercedes that's in there. I'll correct myself then. So ultimately, really tough. And I would say, yeah, I'd have a gulp like that as well if I'm seeing punctures out there on the circuit. It's really tough to go and navigate with. 5 seconds for the NSX.
Yeah, he swept in. So Buriram Bakti is going to try and skate off down the road. Bilski's been promoted to P2, and he'll be just sitting there thinking about survival. I wonder, and it was the right front tyre. Do you remember where that piece of debris was? Right in the centre of the road? It was just to the right-hand side of the braking zone for turn 3. I reckon he's collected whatever that piece of bodywork was. I just have a sneaking suspicion they might want to throw a safety car just to get out there and potentially clear some of that debris off. Well, it's not there anymore. So somebody definitely hit it, and that says to me it's probably the Mercedes.
Yeah, and so that would have cleared itself away. I think if it had stayed out there any longer, that could have been cause to bring out the safety car, get out the sweeping brushes and say, look, we need to get that off the circuit as soon as possible. But ultimately, it has put 2 races right down in there. So you've got Yaro, who's gone a long way back, and then you've got, of course, Benjamin here, who's setting Ben Schutz, who's got a lot to try and get back now here for Black Wolf then in the Mercedes to try and run back through this field. But ultimately, outside of it, I think it's been a very nervy start to this one. There is also the fact that as far as it stands, it's the 77 in control of GTM. Then so the PSC Motorsport Ferrari Challenge is going to be very happy at it. Lights are going to flash immediately here to say, look, there's Alex Lee, but Vorevud trying to get by. This is 2 different categories out there, but technically no reliance on allowing this car to go through. It is for position.
Yeah, down the inside at the moment, work to do now for that Ferrari after being rotated on lap 1. Starting to hunt back down and get the job done. Last time by 139 flat for Vorevud. He did at least take a fair chunk at a time out of the next 2 GTMs ahead of him, and he was quicker than Henk Kicks on board the Porsche. In fact, he was the 2nd fastest car on track. The only one faster was teammate, and I believe brother, in car number 12 on board the Honda NSX. Buriram Bakti, work to do at the front end of things, because they will need to get as far down the road as possible. They've been quick over the last couple of years. Every single time they've come to Chang, I think they've won at least 1 race across the weekend, and it's been on the back of a strong AM performance in the opening race of the weekend the last couple of times for Pity. He's stepped up. He was a bronze-rated driver. A bit of a discussion potentially about whether or not he should be moved up to silver. Either way, that car has been registered in GT3 Pro in 2026, but his driving talents have come on night and day.
Yeah, and that improvement time after time, year after year. You've got to remember that this is also about development of drivers as well, running these categories and getting that pace up and the level up, and this will be a true test of where they are. And look at the difference in terms of where they are. Exiting turn 3, exiting turn 7. The difference is then between first and fifth as far as this stands. Pity then will be very happy that the gap is there, and 9.2 seconds, and just looking to now just manage the start of this one. Of course, there is still the time that will have to be given back at the pit stop, of course, which will be set and put into place. So keep an eye out on that, because they're being chased directly by a GT3 AM, which would indicate then for me from Daniel at this stage that there is a lot to chase, and it really does show for you right now off of the early stages of running that this is not going to be a written race in the stars. There is still going to be a lot for it. Instant at turn 1, no further action.
Yeah, I think that means that effectively, to me, both cars had a part to play in that one. And, you know, you've got to provide more racing room, generally more leniency given at turn 1 of a race like this. And the reason for that is you've got to survive turn 1. That's every driver's goal, is get through turn 1. So you've seen these cars all throughout the weekend launch up over, use egregious amounts of the outside runoff and the coloured runoff at turn 1. I think race control's made that very apparent, particularly over the last couple of years. I think this year we've seen a lot more of it used than in years gone by. But turn 1's all about survival. It's all about get through, kickstart your race from there. And to me, that says that race control have had a look at it and said, look, he was on the curb, he was squeezed down there on board that Audi, but at the same time, the Ferrari swept in from such a long way out and taken that space away from them. So realistically, a mistake from both drivers. They've both spun, they've both been penalised. We're not going to touch it further.
Yeah, it's basically sorted itself out there, and I would say it's house rules have ultimately ended with both of them looking a little bit sore as far as it goes. Now, as I look about at it now, you know, you're just trying to keep yourself steady. That Honda NSX, it is very rare these days to see a Honda NSX out there and running, Scott.
Yeah, that it is. Japanese car, it depends where you sort of look at and take the mark from. In Japan, in the east of the world, in and around Asia, known as the Honda NSX. And oh boy, Honda NSXs from years gone by. Don't get me started, because they were such a pretty looking race car. I'm not as much of a big fan of this sort of approach to the way that the cars have been developed in the modern era. But hey, race cars are going to develop in this fashion. Looks very, very similar to the profile of an Audi. The thing is, you jump on over to America, jump on over to the western side of the world, known as an Acura. It's all about getting those turbos up to speed. Mid-engine race car, engines in the rear. The big thing when you're designing GT3 race cars, we talk about mid, we talk about front, we talk about rear engine, but there's also subcategories within those. This one is definitely a mid-engine car. That means engine is in the rear. Sorry, they call them a mid-rear. I'll clarify on that one, mid-rear. It means the engine is at the rear of the car, but it's ahead of the rear axle. Rear, you know, in the mid, in between both of the axles, but it's at the rear end of that dynamic. And the reason for that, that's the most balanced in terms of where things go. And then you got this thing out here. Engine is rear. It's behind the rear axle, but have a look at how close that rear axle is. The engine's not 100% behind the rear axle. It's a little bit in front of that axle in terms of balancing the car. Again, the way that we design race cars, that is the preferred outcome. I'm sure we'll get a couple shots of the Mercedes here in the near future. The reason the front end of the Mercedes is actually so long and so growly, number one, it's got a V8 and a brilliant sounding race car, but number two, it's actually a front mid-engine. The engine is behind the front axle. It's very, very close to the front axle, but it is behind that front axle. Everything that's ahead of that front axle, mate, I can tell you that's a giant intake. It's all sucking that air in, trying to cool the car, trying to get more intake in and amongst that engine, and trying to feed the honking old big V8.
There you see in third place, this is Henk Kiks, then in the number 26 B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche 911 GT3R 992, and that's who is chasing him down from behind. Vorevud then is on the charge for there, and a little bit of calm needed then by the crew team out there, as they know it's a full straight that needs to be chased down by this Ferrari 296 GT3 that needs to really start on the hunt and get some movement on sorted. So that's going to be in play. I did see flash across my timing screen, Scott, under investigation is something called pit lane speed, but it didn't have a number attached to it. So I'm interested to see whether they're going to call that on the 16 or the 888.
Well, I don't think the Triple Eight's capable of speeding in pit lane when it came in, unless it's on the way out, would be my
It could have been
question
the way
about that
out.
one. Yeah, and the Mercedes was definitely had a tyre that was more put together. So speeding on the way in, it'll only potentially be the 16. The other option is maybe the 80, the Triple Eight couldn't pull the car up at the line in time. Would be my my question mark over that one. It is actually the Triple Eight. Pit lane speed infringement 79.38. I'd be interesting to know whether or not that's on exit. That might have been a pit lane speed limiter.
Yeah, so signage at entry is 60 kilometers an hour. That is 20 clicks over. If you do an 80 and a 60 out there on the interstate or the freeway or wherever you go, you get a speeding ticket. You get the same here, and their speeding ticket over at the Triple Eight, just to compound things for Yaro, as he will look to hand it over to Sandy at some point then in around, 15, 20 minutes time, will be that they'll get an extra 15 seconds at the stop. That's their speeding ticket.
Well, think about this from driver development from Yaro. Obviously, the B-Quik outfit have been supportive of him over the last couple of years. First time stepping up to the top flight category. That comes with another level of pressure. And, you know, he started that car and the pace was there-ish. It wasn't necessarily all supreme from him, but, you know, the pace was pretty reasonably good. First race start, you dived into turn number 1. The first opportunity, we're going to get an opportunity to see him pick off the car 88 from car 888. And Craig Corliss is going to give him a whole host of space. I thought for a moment there they were going to trend towards each other, but the GT3 should clear that marked car here in the very, very near future. We'll have a lot more downforce on board and be able to get that job done. Not quite. And for me, did you see how nervous Yaro looked at the wheel of that one? And that, to me, is just bringing yourself into this top category. He is going to get back in there.
Here comes Alex Lee.
Beating himself up. Yeah, here we go.
Look, this for position here. 10 looking to the inside, then a Craig Conless. Alex Lee wants this one. The driver from Hong Kong just can't get the run here at 3. The marked car just a little bit better under its brakes, can just tiptoe its way through the corner. That Porsche that sits behind there in GTM category wants to try and make a way through and do anything and everything out there to just keep this one steady as we sit with 45 minutes left in this race. So let's call that a quarter of this one done and dusted, but really trying to push through. And fastest lap out there, a 1:38.0. Then that we have seen up at the pointy end out there, and so that 1:38 I think is going to be very, very happy in terms of where the pace is all lying. But at least right now, I would say Craig Conless has found himself a little bit of calm. He doesn't really have to worry too much, but now he's just got to set himself in, because Alex Lee will have Simon Chan to go over to in the number 10 at Fire Monkey next. And so I would turn around, look at this and say they're looking to play this out on that bright green and black Porsche.
Yeah, on its way forwards as well. It just really stands out in the crowd for Alex Lee. Like we said, new opportunity to race alongside of Saiwai Simon Chen, and an opportunity to push his way forward. But those Fire Monkeys Porsches, they look just absolutely brilliant. You can't miss them. But again, you were right. Look at the car in front of it, the Craig Corliss Engineering, car number 88. At the moment, though, these two are just, you know, having some fun fighting over second position, because that 296 challenge car has disappeared into the distance.
Very much has, as we take a little look on the brakes, trying to just, that's deep, that's very deep, and in fact, he's followed him off. There, he's used the marked car as a braking reference, and, well, if one gets it wrong, then two's going to get it wrong there. They've just overcooked it through. It so easily happens, Scott.
It certainly does, because what happens is you start, when you get into a rhythm, is you start watching the guy ahead of you, and you're not really looking at your braking marker, you're looking at his brake lights. So when he goes deep, you follow him off. And what you've got to do in this situation is have a sharp, stern word to yourself: braking marker, braking marker, braking marker. And if that tyre's starting to age, you move yourself off the line a little bit, it's actually all of a sudden I've got to peg my braking marker back 5 or 10 meters just to make sure I'm pulling it up. So a lot of conversation, an internal conversation in that one. And that won't come from the pit wall. Unless the cars are actually on camera, and you can make a mistake off camera, you've got to think about that one. Set yourself up, prepare. And again, two cars, two very different styles of cars, creating downforce and grip in different ways. And, it's going to come with some track limits warnings as well.
Yeah, 10 is starting to get those, so that will be for Simon Chan and Alex Lee, who sets that into position. But you've also got the likes of car 89 has been done for that. So Vodafone also is sitting in with that as far as it's set. So there are those track limit warnings. You've got to stay within the marks, you've got to stay within the lines, and well, at the moment it's just a case of how hard are you willing to push in terms of getting that one set. So it's worth keeping an eye on it. It's a silver rocket apparently out there. It doesn't look very silver to me, Scott.
Yeah, no, not at the moment. It's certainly getting out-dragged by the Mustang at the moment, but of course a little bit more in terms of track limits coming our way, and that's now Voravood, Buriram Bagdi as well. That's challenging for that car. Obviously needed to make use of the track limits to get that thing spun around on lap number 1. Again, accurate. Turn 9 is actually a lot more challenging than you think, because you look at it and you're like, well, this is actually quite a late apex corner, so I want to arrow it in late. I want to use all the track. But if you don't arrow it in nice and early, you don't make it back to that second apex. So it's actually arrow it in and hug and stay with the inside to actually carry the speed all the way through that corner. It's a lot more technical than you ever give it credit for on the surface. And again, that aerial shot there, looking at that final corner, again, just shows you how actual narrow and tight the final corner is. All the way down to turn number 1, carry a little bit of speed in here, a little bit slower than turn 4, but again, it's come back through a couple of gears and again, carry speed. Again, prioritize exit through turn 1, because look at this place. Speed traps down at the end of this straight.
Well, look at this. Vodafone really trying to hunt for it. Best times then, you can see, about 4/10 off of the fastest that we've seen from Pitti, who is, of course, his brother. So this is going to be a sense of, look, there was pace, there is there, a sense of what you go. But did you see the gap out there over the line? 21 seconds was the margin out there, and there is your speed trap numbers as they set. 267 on the gun, and if you want to talk differences out there in category, there 267 playing what we're seeing from the GTs of the GTMs of 255. So that's 10 clicks on a straight, and you're carrying more downforce through the corners, more points of downforce there. But 268.7 is what we've seen, and already it's looking like the number 16 team out there of Black Wolf Motorsports here. I think Ben Schutz here is going to start finding the lapping process as another black and white flag shows for Triple Eight.
Yeah, so they're starting to really press in on their driving restrictions. And for Yarrow as well, he's... sorry, my apologies, it wasn't Yarrow Razanakato, who's actually out here and racing this weekend. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we just cut away from a massive wiggle there from Pitti over from the front. Has managed to save it together, but there's a sense here that they're really pushing at 10/10 because they're trying to build a gap. They know it's over a GT3 AM, and you know, we talk about what 11 seconds is normally. It might be that they need a lot more. Lapping process comes in, and very much as we head into the mid to late afternoon, even the early evening, it is very good to note that the lights are on at the moment, so they can see just a tiny bit more of the circuit.
Yeah. And it's been an interesting and challenging, debut in the top flight category as well. I'll come back to that point I was making earlier about the 888 car. Again, track limits violations, he's been warned for them now as well. Challenge, guys stepping up through the Be-Quik Absolute Racing roster and taking himself to the top flight, but that comes with added pressure. Sometimes some of that pressure you set upon yourself, and you really challenge yourself as you step up through the ranks. Well, there's an element of what I've got to deliver here, and some guys take that pressure and it just waters off a duck's back. It doesn't really bother them whatsoever. Other guys, though, they step up to the top category and it really bothers them, and they need to take a couple races to sort of get used to it and really get themselves amongst it. And obviously he's made a mistake here today. The team will come back, they'll have a look at that race car, probably, hopefully not too much damage to the uprights. The car's still out there, still circulating. Might have lost a few points of downforce on that front left corner and a challenge from that perspective as well. So, it's not easy. It is a big old challenge to take a step up, and I think this has been a trial by fire. Contact lap 1, turn 1, on a very, very expensive race car. That's a big old build to fit. And the good news is, still looks okay, but that's a tyre out of their allocation for the weekend as well. That's now going to be offsetting. If they have to use that tyre again for tomorrow, and it's the front left tyre, well, that tyre cops the fair bit of use around here. So hopefully that was a spare tyre, a practice tyre maybe, that they had sitting around. So at this point, particularly where they come in and where they were sitting in the race, I hope they've thrown a practice tyre at that, kept a fresh set for tomorrow. They go, all right, well, we're just going to be penalised today. But the benefit is tomorrow they're not going to have to serve any compensation time. So, you learn trial by fire, difficult running, difficult challenge, mateys learned. The big thing as well, taking a look at car 26, Hank Kicks, I think, has actually found a lot of time in this car. He's lapping very relative to Daniel Bilski in the Audi R8. His times have been pretty similar to Bilski right the way throughout this run. The tyres are hanging onto these cars quite nicely. Porsche was brought on board this stable last year, and particularly this 26 car. Hank Kicks bought a Porsche 992, and here it is in operation. It's worthwhile mentioning that over the last couple of years, the absolute B-Quik stable have had, I think at one point there was 5 Audis in the works for this team. So over time, divesting some of those assets, some of those cars will get turned into parts cars, they'll get turned into drive day cars, they'll get turned into this sort of stuff. But we're seeing that tail off now at the mark. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Temeros make their way to this section of the world. They're generally, and I mean, probably the best case to sort of have a look at that and where those cars are going is probably the Lamborghini GTP WEC hypercar program. There was a couple, but it never really got off more than that. It was sort of a really, really tight-knit bunch. So in terms of those Audis, as they start to get phased off over the next couple of years and those cars no longer walking off the production lines, are we going to see an uptick in the Porsches? They're going to go and find an NSX. If they buy an NSX, again, same thing. Cars not really coming off the production lines. Probably going to be Porsches, and I think that's what their design for this program is.
Yeah, so that sets them up as this is pretty much an entree for what they're looking at for the next couple of years of development, as Buriram has now got the gap down to about a second now by eyeballing it, running into turn 5 and then getting out of 5 into turn 6 and 7. Now, I do want to talk pit stop window because we open in 30 seconds time for that 10-minute window, Scott. We talk about the 12's got a gap of 25 seconds. What they hand back to the number 27 of how long they've got to be stationary in the box is 23 seconds. So they're 2 seconds to the good as far as it stands.
Yeah, at the moment. But again, handing back over to a separate driver as well. What is Candice Akasiri worth against Sathapond? There's going to be a difference in terms of those two drivers as well as they climb on board their chassis. Probably the best read and guide that we have on that one as the pit window does now open. We'll probably be going to qualifying. But again, how do they read the tyres? Well, both of them diving into pit lane. I can't see. I think the cone's a little bit further in than that one. So I don't think Buriram was actually expecting Hank Kicks to be on the pit lane limiter as early as he might have been there.
No, and you've got to be prepared for that when you dive down into the pit. So they've said earliest point, and you can't get any earlier than that as they set themselves in and say, right, let's get some new tyres on it and really start pushing. So a lot more to be done than we saw in the GT4 stops, which we are now seeing here in the GT3. There you can see there, changes of tyre going to be put in. Alessandro Garetti is now going to get in. French-based driver now for B-Quik Absolute Racing.
Yeah, they've ordered a lot of drivers in internationally and brought them into this series over the last couple of years. A big note is we're not seeing the AII BMWs that we have seen over the last couple of years as well. I think a little bit of that is actually we're not seeing, here comes the GTM cars in the background as well. We're not actually seeing a GT World Challenge Asia round from the Chang International Circuit this year, and I think they were using this as a little bit of testing for some of those cars. So category's gone down a little bit in terms of size, but here comes those GT cars.
No, we don't see AAS Porsches here in GT3 category. You did just see, just running through the back a shot, just jumping out there is the 77 as they were run through. Craig Corliss then has found his way through. Jalen Robotham then is going to be having the chance to jump in. That looks like a bit of a misfire, a missed box style moment there, so they are going to have to get that going at some point out there here, but ultimately now we're going to get the case of one out, one in. B-Quik very much quick and alert to how they run through as into the pits then comes the number 27, and this will be the chance then to sit on by and say out comes Daniel Bilski, in comes Sathapon Viracha.
Yep, one out, one in. So there we go. I think the big thing is with that pit stop, they rolled that Porsche back. I don't think they actually had
to. Bicycle helmet.
Yeah. Bicycle helmets in pit lane for here. It's far too hot. It's fire suits with bicycle helmets in pit lane. Don't ask questions.
Love it. Well, there's no refueling either, by the looks of things, so I'm not sure whether they even need a fire suit out there to be in pit lane, but I'm sure they would do out there. As now the clear, the thumbs up then given, and the opportunity to go away. Out goes the challenge car first, though, of Simon Chan, who will now be, sorry, not Simon Chan out there, he's in the 10. That will be Shane Woodman, who will be, sorry, no, correct myself again, out there through Zector, as that will be, I believe, the PSC Motorsports car then leaving pits then, so that will be Afik Yassin then, who will be jumping out and away again then, third time's the charm. But ultimately, there goes the marked car as well, as we head towards about halfway in this pit window, and the understanding of getting yourself back up to speed or taking a car that might be 90%, 95% as you run through. And speaking of which, there's the NSX straight out the pits. Kansak getting the drive and saying, right, let's just knuckle down and do what is necessary to go out there and get the response. Already trying to weed the tyres to get a little bit of temperature.
Well, they had the race lead. I think they will still have that race lead post pit stop. Kanisak Kasiri will take on board that car. There's car 26. Now, did my eyes deceive me? I'm going to challenge both of you to have, I'm talking about producer and Jake Sperry alongside of me in this one. Did my eyes deceive me? Or on car 26, they changed the front left. The second tyre they changed was on the opposite side of the car, and I think it was at the rear. So I think it's a front left and a right rear on car 26. That's going to be an interesting challenge to bring that car up to temperature.
It would be, because you're looking at either side to try and set up, as now into the pits comes the 888. So Ayaro is going to make his run down through there. Ayaro, Razana Kato, and this should be Sandy Stuvik, who will jump into the car then after what has been a tough first stint and a tough day at the office. Sandy knows he's got to play very much to the line, and he will know at this point that, okay, long day at the office, let's get in, let's knuckle down, let's try and get some hard laps in.
Yeah, let's get some points. You know, if anything happens to any of the other cars that are out there, we've got to score points. But this will be a test session now for car 888. They'll just be thinking about, all right, bell ourselves in, let's go through the motions, let's double check everything's okay. And did you see Sandy Stuvik reach over and pat him on the back? He knew how much of a tough opening stint that was for that car. And there was a mark of appreciation. Mate, you had a rough job there. You drove around on a flat tyre with a damaged rim, a bent rim, challenge from that perspective. He respected what Yaro had to go through there. So really, really good mark of respect from Sandy Stuvik, who is very, very highly thought of and respected. Look at the smoke off the
brakes there. Front left brake.
Yeah.
Look at the brake smoke that's coming off of it.
Yeah, it's hot and challenging for these cars. Even though it's a test session, they were still not driving within the limits, and opportunity for the Frenchman to go to work now.
Yeah, so chance then to try and say, look, we got to try and really push on forward. Sandy Stuvik's got to make some progress out there. There is, though, Alessandro Giretti, who is really trying to keep his ground in comparison here to Carlo, who sits there in the Ferrari just directly behind. That is Carlo van Dam, who is there for the Netherlands. So can Van Dam get himself then the chance to move on up, say it's going to be third. Now car 888 is also under investigation for the pit entry line. So did he cut it going in on entry?
No, don't pedal. No, that'd be massive. Everything. Look, good news for the weekend. They've gotten all their bad luck out of the way on Saturday. So, look, if they can get some good luck in tomorrow, and like I said, I think they also need to question whether or not they've got enough tyres left in that car. I'm curious as to whether their allocation's been perhaps a little bit used up. But Yaro will be beating himself up after that one. The important fact to note in terms of race pace is we've set a new fastest lap of the race. It's come from car 26. So Alessandro immediately gets into his work
5
for
seconds.
That one. Yeah. And it's pit entry line. So that's all three of those issues go the way of Yaro, by the way.
They do, and it's been a little bit troublesome out there as drivers have a chance and say, look, we had this of a sort of a day, we had that of a sort of a day, and all smiles. I would like to see that as far as they go. But the 888 will know that they've got another 5 seconds, so as far as they sit, they have gone from last to more last.
Yeah. Well, add 10 seconds onto the race time. What does it matter at this point in time? So, yeah, confirmation. They'll be frustrated. Everyone's now been through the pit lane. So, at pit window, even though it's still open for another 2.5 minutes, that one has effectively been knocked out of the way. PSC Motorsports looking how well the 296 Challenge car is going. Those rear brake lights are not meant to flash at that frequency. Now, that could be a camera, an eye refresh rate issue, and I could just be looking at that and going, that's a little bit weird, but it could just be a refresh rate of the lights versus the cameras that we're watching along. Confirmation of how much rubber's off on the side of the track. But I don't think I've ever seen that Ferrari Challenge car actually flash from the rear end before, so that raises question marks for me. Okay, there was one pit stop left to come. It was this car. And the reason there was one pit stop left to come was because they have already made a pit stop to change a tyre. So I was wrong. There was one to come.
Yep, so this would have been Black Wolf Motorsport, who will dive down in because they had to change their tyres for a puncture at the beginning of the race. So now they will get their switch around sorted, and this should now finally be Shane Woodman getting the chance to jump in behind the wheel and say, right, let's get to business and sort this one all out. So he knows what he's got to do, which is just to settle down, know that they got the pit window all nicely situated, and that will pretty much cycle the field out, and we'll be on the road for home. 9 cars out there in category, a few cars that didn't start, Scott, including possibly the greatest team name I've ever heard in all of motorsport, ever, being the Cabinet of Men Who Loved Their Wives, which was a Porsche 911 GT3 2 Cup car in GTM. A shame it wasn't running because I'd have joined in.
Yeah, again, the guys love it, don't they? They really, really get behind it and support it. But yeah, unfortunately, guys that love their wives are not getting out there and getting amongst it. But look, hey, the big thing is we've gotten out there and amongst it for a lot of different opportunities for a lot of different teams. I was really interested to see car 55 on that KTM Expo GTX car out here and circulating amongst the GTM cars. Like we said, not necessarily taken to the field, so unlucky for them. But for the rest of the field, out there and having a ton of fun at the moment. What does the track state, what does the field look like at this point in time? That's a change of position.
It is. That's PSC Motorsport then taking the GTM lead away, and there's not much really that Fire Monkey X Silver Rocket can do about that. That's a lovely pass from the challenger Ferrari on the Porsche 992 Cup car, and that pretty much sets itself out in process to say, look, we're through and we've got confidence there. That nimble Ferrari there as pit window officially closed out then, as they will set for 25 minutes plus 1 lap towards the end of this one, and so Fire Monkey on the back foot looking to go on through.
New Sector 1 fastest time of the race as well from Candice Akasiri out in the lead, so I think car 12 is looking very, very good at the moment. The margin was up to 12 seconds at the end of that last lap, so they have absolutely dropped the hammer on that car and started to try and disappear up the road. They've been pretty quick to this point thus far. 12 seconds in the lead is a fair margin. The biggest battle we're about to see is Alessandro and Carlo Van Dam. Van Dam's actually come back fractionally. The margin between those two cars for third is 9/10 of a second at the moment. Fair way back to, unfortunately, car number 16. And that Mercedes-Benz not necessarily going their way. But how about the AMs again? Second place at the moment in the GT3 category. So we're seeing a real strong performance from the AM drivers this weekend. They were 1.4 seconds slower, though, than Alessandro behind them on that lap. There's 17 seconds to make up, and I just don't think at that pace we're going to have enough time left.
No, I don't think we will either, but you never know. There could be a spin out there for the Audi, for example, but 1.6 on that last go around. That will be a lot to be quite happy, as Kansas Kadiri then is going to make the is going to make the jump around, and this should be a pretty sensible overtake then of the lapping process. But the 10's not going to give that much room there, and he's going to fight it all the way to try and stay in range of Afik, who is currently working through in the number 77. Can't let them go too far away. So there is still a sense that you do have to go and make that sorted. Now, pit stop times apparently are under investigation.
That might be the marker Somebody's definitely understopped their car. Now, the penalty has always been a stop-and-go penalty for whatever the difference is in pit stop. So if you're 1 second short or your pit stop time, and remember it's time from entry cone to exit cone that matters, you have to come back in, stop in your box for 1 second, and then go again. That's the penalty. So it's always better to be half a second on the other side, but it does matter in racing that you are pushing those margins. How cool was that shot, though? That speaks to a little bit of the difference between the cars, is that the Porsche 992 has the Cup car, very, very simple aero profile. Doesn't generate a massive amount of downforce, does generate some very similar engine powers to the GT3 machines. Now, what that means in actuality, when you translate that across to straight line performance, is Porsche Cup cars, they're actually faster in a straight line. The problem being they don't have as much downforce, can't pull the car up as quickly, can't carry as much speed through the corners. But you definitely saw that there, where the Cup car was fractionally faster than the NSX on the run down to turn 3.
Yeah, so a little bit of pace advantage that's there as we focus here on Satapond, who's in that second position there, the number 27, just driving it strong at the moment, a 38 flat, so again lost about 1.7, 1.8 seconds to the group behind, gap down to 15 here to that second place. So that is going to be a case now of this gap just clawing its way up more and more and more. And that Ferrari challenge there is definitely blinking in a very... Triple Eight again, Triple Eight, 1 second stop and go for a short pit stop. It's caps and crunches, oops, all penalties here.
Oh, my word. Somebody better go and get Esteban Ocon on the line. I think he's got a job role for driving for the Triple Eight Audi R8 of B-Quik Absolute Racing.
Scott, do you think that someone in their team just walked under every single ladder coming to the circuit today?
Yeah, I think they had to. They drove the car under the ladders. Was there a whole bunch of ladders up doing crane work or something? They've driven underneath them. Is there a black cat? My word. At this point, you sit back and you probably have a giggle about it, because that's about the only way you can react to that one at this point.
Well, I think that's all you can do out there, and of course our timing data is slightly different. There it is, 1 second. Oh, look at that. Burning up the tyres to get back up to speed again. If you ever wanted a sign of a driver's frustrated out there in a car, there is the most perfect prime example of it.
Yeah. Burn up the surface of those tyres just a little bit more. And there'll be a radio message that said to him, hang on to that pit lane speed limiter until well past the cone. We're not racing. And he'd be like, can we just bring this thing home without having another transit through the lane? Gee whiz. Oh, man, that's that. They've had a torrid day at the office, haven't you? Tyre down, contact, spin on lap 1. Pit lane speed infringement of 20 kilometers an hour. That one will need to be investigated. They will definitely not just be, when you speed by a couple of kilometers an hour, okay, you've missed a marker, you've jumped out, you've pressed the button too early. 20 kilometers an hour, there will be a what did you do, how did you do it, and how do you prevent it from happening again, because that is a safety violation. So there'll definitely be a trip to the steward's office for just a discussion about team processes there for car 888 and that speeding infringement. Everything else is, you know what, it's happened. There's not much more we can really do about it now.
That's just how it's going to set itself out. And they know that over the course of this, they'll get by the Fire Monkey car out there, and that will put them at least a lap behind them at this point with that overtake through. So Sandy is just going to be out there, and he's going to be just trying to get as much time underneath the belt. Basically, say we'll take it as a testing session, actually 2 laps down at this point, or 3 actually, let's say, as far as it goes. 18:50 left on the clock, so time travel is working absolutely fantastically. Kansas Kasiri is absolutely on fire at this moment, the way that he is running consistently. 1.5 seconds to 1.7 seconds quicker than Sathapond here in second position, who is really trying to keep this one honest. But I'd keep an eye out on this between now and the end of the race, because the gap is 12 seconds currently between Sathapond and Alessandro Gueretti here. So Gueretti, I think, has got a really good chance here in that Porsche 911 GT3 R992, at least at the last stages of this race, to actually make this one pretty close here to the 27. This is going to be pressure on here for Sathapond. Just has to keep chugging in with the laps.
Well, the thing is, just doing a quick head calculation at 1.5 seconds a lap faster, and they've been pretty consistent about 1.4, 1.3 to 1.4, so we can make some estimations there. That's 8 laps to run down P2 Sathapon. So he has got work to do. Now, you account for 8 laps of additional 10s. Well, that's still only an extra 9th lap, realistically, to run that car down. That is very doable. I reckon we've got 12, 10, 11 laps, somewhere in there. Less than 12, but maybe, and then plus a lap, so it'll probably be 12 laps to go.
I think it's very much opportunistic at the moment, and these B-Quik cars are 2 and 3 out there, and obviously they'd love to see that Porsche really pushing. It's Pro versus AM, so what message would that send to a team that your AM effort out there is has gone and outscored your Pro effort, potentially?
Well, Hank Kicks is the owner of the B-Quik Absolute stable as well. So they're in P3 at the moment. They would love to chase that one down. Simon Chan, black and white flag for track limits, and a warning for him as he slides to 3rd place in GTM. Chandler Botham, I think, is actually only about 4.8 seconds back from GTM leader in a Feek. Last time I was a 39.816 versus a 4.87. So there was time taken out of that car. We're waiting for them to come back by the timing beacon next time by. They're due in about 30 seconds or so. So we'll wait for those updates on the sectors. The Ferrari 296 is about matching in Sector 1. It's probably a couple hundredths quicker. Just waiting for Sector 2 times to come in as well. But that sort of tells you a little bit of story. So those cars generate their pace very similarly in the first sector. In Sector 2, I just wonder, again, it's when you have a look under the rear end of the Mark car, look at the big diffuser, but it's very simple. The diffuser's massive, but there's only 1 or 2 strakes underneath it. Have a look at the rear end of the Audis and the Porsches, not so much the Ferrari here. Have a look at the rear end of this, and this will talk to you about what you have to do to go fast. So the Ferrari's very, very simple, the 296 GT3, not the challenge car at the rear end of this one. Very quite simple in the way it generates downforce. Does a lot of it with the floor, but also the way that front splitter is set up. We get another shot of some of the other ones, but I saw the Audi and the Mercedes are actually a lot of finicky tunnels and strakes at the bottom end. So even though you've got this giant rear end diffuser structure extending from the rear end of the Mark car, the way it actually generates that downforce in terms of the structures that are in that area, very, very simple. And that is Alessandro letting Simon Chen know that I'm coming through. Realistically, you're not racing anyone at the moment. And although he's maybe 10 seconds down the road, I've got a job to do.
Yeah, that wasn't a please. That was a pretty please. Let me through there. The amount of flashing on the lights.
There was no
there.
please. There was I'm coming through. It was what that light meant. There was no please. There was no niceness in that one.
Clear the runway, please. We have got clearance to land here and get that place. So very much a case of go. And now flash, flash, flash the lights, trying to say, look, I want to get through. I want to get through. And not necessarily finding that. And there is calm to say, are we going to see 2 podiums out there over for the Singer Team Thailand team out there as they look at that? So Singer Motorsport Team Thailand looking for what they can, but they are falling backwards now from that Porsche here, now to 2.3 seconds. So whatever pace they had to stay close, they can't match that pace anymore. And I think they're just slowly seeing this one go away, Scott. This is what we would say is death by paper cut.
You know what's really, really interesting, though, yeah, for sure, for the Ferrari that's actually going backwards, is if you have a look at Sathapon, his pace has actually come up. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, for this car right here, 36.277. So they've now knocked the doors off the Porsche and told it, well, we've got some speed to burn as well. But if you have a look at Sathapon, last time by, we're waiting for a next lap time that's come through. Best time, 37.625. Well, on the last lap, Alessandro only did a 36.9. So we're just waiting for another lap time to come through. And there is car 27 comes through now, 37.778. So it was very, very similar, only a 1/10 of a second away. That margin, all of a sudden, isn't quite so big. But that is a track limits violation, and they won't take too kindly to too many of them later on.
No, they certainly won't. but that's only 6/10 out there, so that's the difference that you're seeing here. Alessandro Guidetti has only found 6/10 of a second, so he's got to do a lot more. We're not pushing here on GT3 fastest benchmarks ever set by Jesse Krohn in the BMW M6. That was a 1:33 flat back in 2018 at the 6 hours of Buriram, so we're not worrying about that here today. We're just worried about the pace and the level that is being seen out there. But for the moment, 4th position, it's going to be a case of Carlo Fondam. Just can't seem to find it here in the late stages, and I wonder whether that Ferrari's being a little bit heavier on its tyres, the way that it sits, because it's got that low profile down to the ground out there, and it is very much a car that likes to rotate into the corners, Scott, so maybe it's getting a little bit more lateral scrubbing.
Yeah, perhaps. It's also quite heavy in the front end and the steering and these things, and the way that, again, look at the length of that car. It looks naturally longer, and in actuality, it's not as long as you think, but it just looks really, really long in the race car. And the one thing that you know about long race cars, they don't rotate really, really well. Think about it from a physics perspective, is that when you've got a long race car, you've got to do more to effectively swing that dynamic. And if you've only got one pivot point, which is maybe if there was one set of tyres in the middle of the race car, you can still turn it quite easily, but you've got 2 sets. What the benefits of a long race car actually do is give you really strong traction, because you haven't got a car, again, you want yawing because it rotates the car really, really nicely. You yaw too much, well, all of a sudden you can't put the power down off. So the strength of the Ferrari is definitely that traction zone off of the corners. Yep, I saw what you just saw as well.
Final warning for Simon Chan. So they've said, right, we've had enough. Stop extending the circuit out there. And they're 3rd in their class. They're stuck behind Jalen Robotham out there, who is 2nd. And I think this is just a case of, right, we just got to settle this down, bring this one over and home. And there you see that Mustang really trying to gain that pace, and it makes an absolutely guttural roar around the circuit, does a marked car out there. And often when you hear it, and you've seen it in the likes of the Bathurst 12 hour, you definitely know when a marked car's coming.
Oh yeah, for sure. Very, very loud. They're designed to get the fans up and about it as well. Similar to improved production cars. I know you probably haven't seen what we in Australia refer to as improved production cars, but marked cars are very, very similar. They're sort of built off that sort of platform, but then you can apply it to a Mazda. You can apply it to really whatever you want it to. Again, it's take a production car and then throw all of these high performance concepts at it. Bigger engine, lower the car down a little bit, bring in those big honking under trays and floors that generate so much downforce, throw a gigantic rear wing at it. So they all of a sudden start transitioning in the direction of a World Time Attack Challenge style of car. You can't run those massive big front splitters whereby it extends beyond the limits of the car. You still got to bring it back in. Effectively, they are a production car. They're still based on a production car chassis, but it's what can we throw at it in terms of performance concepts and still keep it a relatively good car. And again, at the end of the day, again, like we said, balance of performance. The SRO group are out here. They're tracking, again, torque curves. So these things would have been dynoed, and where the torque and torque sensors would be applied to these cars. What power are they transitioning through the rear wheels? How are they generating that? There would be some measurement of the lateral loads. There'd be G sensors in these things to go, okay, the Porsche is pulling maybe 5G through. Okay, we'll be getting intensive there. Let's say 3. Oh, is that another tyre?
Not another one, and it will be the 2nd time that we would have seen them in for a tyre out there over at Black Wolf Motorsport. So Shane Woodman is going to be diving down into the pit lane here. Let's have a look, and hopefully we can get cameras down there. Nothing really that we're seeing. It's going up though on its marks, and it looks like a rear right, sorry.
Yeah, so it was the right front, remember, that went on this earlier on, so the rear right might have actually taken a hit. They put that tyre back on the car though. So he pulled it off, had a quick look at it, and went, that's actually not too bad. It looks okay. Might be a bad pressure set. No. They did swap it, because you see him in the bottom of the shot there, actually have a look at the tyre again and go, trying to figure out what the problem is. They might have had a low pressure warning coming out of that tyre.
Slow puncture then?
Yeah, it'd have to be. Yeah, have a look at that. That tyre's definitely worn.
That is a slice. That is a slice through it. there. You can see it there on the mark there as it goes through. Look, you see that mark there? There's a small slice on it as it's gone on through. You can see all the rubber and tyre discard that's gone off it. But there was definitely a little slice that was on. But I think they're also having a good stare. Actually, one of the spokes then potentially out there looking like they maybe want to have a little look at the pressure sensor of it as well. But that is a precaution rather than anything. And, you know, for the interest of safety out there for a driver, you don't want to be out there on a low pressure tyre that could possibly, you know, go out there and pop. You're in 8th place. You've got nothing really to race for at that point. Better safe than sorry.
Interesting to note, that actually might have been a change of position now between 888 and 16 because 888 effectively have done multiple circuits through the pit lane. And the reason I say that is because their transition through the pit lane was 50 seconds. Well, they were about that ahead of that car. So I don't know. It could be another lap. So effectively, there could have been a race and a change of positions at the moment.
I think that's for position. I think that's going to be for position here. So that will put them off the bottom. And I'll tell you what, if you're ever looking for the Pyrrhic victory or the silver lining on the cloud, I think they've just found it. We're not last!
Another team has had as many. Oh, that's head kicks. He is biting his lips. He's biting the fingers. He's not comfortable.
Nervous.
Well, imagine you're the team owner.
I know. He's trying to get second. He wants his team to get second here. 5.6 was the gap over the line. And now we'll see what the mark's going to be as they cross here. So at the moment, half a minute down, and suddenly that gap's under 4 seconds. So it has really been starting to tick itself down.
1.02 seconds gained on that last lap for Alessandro, taking time out of Sathapon. So Sathapon, again, those tyres are definitely, peak pace has been reached and we've cliffed off. The tricky part is it was 0.6 slower than his best lap for Sathapon. For Alessandro, it was about 5.5. So in terms towards their relative time, they've fallen off. But it could have been traffic involved in that one.
So at the moment, there is one GTM that sits in betwixt them, and it won't be Jalen Robotham. It will be Simon Chan, who they'd have to try and navigate through in the number 10. So that they'll certainly be setting themselves out with at the moment, as there is Kantasak, who is just holding a half a minute gap out there at the moment. That is what we call a dominant display of driving.
Yeah, really good job by Car 77. They've just got out there. Got their job done. At the moment, a big old gap back to, unfortunately, Simon Chen. That Porsche's just not being able to stay with them up the front at the moment. That's, really, really interesting. The way that, remember, the best part about all of this for us and our production car and, you know, high-end car nerds out amongst us, you know, GT3 categories the world over. Why is it loved? Because you've got an Acura / Honda. You've got an Aston Martin, you've got an Audi, you've got a BMW. And I'm just going to run through all the cars we've seen here previously at any point in this series. You like I said, Honda, Aston Martin, Audi, BMW, Ferrari 296. We've seen a Ferrari 488 before that one as well. We've also seen the Mercedes AMG as well, and the Porsche 992 here in the GT3 category as well. So many different marks the world over, and then you're missing some of the American categories in there. You know, you've got open to us a Ford and a Chevy that are available internationally, and then Lamborghini as well, although you'll be very lucky to see a couple of Lamborghinis running around in Asia. They're more and more uncommon variety. But the way that you go about that, you know, you've got V8s, you've got double turbocharged V8s, you've got V6s involved in their turbocharged V6s, you know, all the way through to your 10s and 12s as well. Not only is getting those engines pretty similar, but it's getting them pretty similar right throughout their usable power band as well. That's not an easy thing to do. You want them generating pretty similar torque, but then the cars and the hole that they punch through the air, that 16 car still there is damage on that car. That says to me that they're still crawling around. It's actually a piece of the bodywork that's leaning on that car. But anyway, back to the point that I was making. Not only do you have to balance these cars, as we offer opportunity to see two Ferraris next to each other on the track at the moment, is presented to us. But, you know, cars, different engine capacities, different aero profiles, different ways they generate downforce. They get them reasonably close together in terms of what they're able to perform. And the rest of it's up to the driver. And at the end of the day, anytime you get that opportunity to say, this is about the driving, this is about the driver, this is about the racing that we put on, the viewer is the winner. We want to be able to show up to a track of a weekend, and we want to see a Ferrari challenging a Porsche, challenging an Audi, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It doesn't matter, you know, show up with 100 cylinders on an engine and it matches a 4-cylinder engine. Obviously, again, speaking extreme hypothetical and beyond the realm of possibility, but that's what racing's about. And I think that's one of the things that, you know, we don't just see it in the GT3 category here, we also see it in the GTM category. We've got a Mark car, a 296 Challenge, and a Porsche Cup car, and those are cars that are single class makes running across the world, and you've brought them together, and that's good a race, you know. And look at what we've got ourselves here.
Yeah, we've got some wonderful racing out there through various different types out there which are looking to prove at what they've got. The gap was 2.6 seconds over the line between Satapon and Alessandro Guidetti. So that is now going to set itself in and say, right, how much is that gap going to come down to? Because that is going to be right on the wire at the end of this run as we focus here with Carlo Fondam there in 4th position, who will have that. Look at it, they're on the same piece of real estate here, so that gap has absolutely been clawed back in. Satapon's going to have to be defensive here on the final couple of laps of this race, and I think he is going to be reeled in hand over fist. Look at that gap and the way that it has come down. That is going to be nothing. It's 9/10 over the line. Another case there of 1.7 being taken off, and they are going to be under the cosh here. Light flash saying, I want it.
He does. Alessandro is fired up. He's putting laps together. 36.733 last time through for the Porsche. And for car number 27. And again, think about Henk Kicks. Right now, he's sitting back there on the pit wall. I own both of these cars. I'm in charge of both of these programs. And my car's hunting down one of my other cars. At the end of the day, I want to see both cars come back so that they're raceable tomorrow. But boy, I'd love a P2. Boy, I'd love to see that come along. In terms of Sector 1 times, that time by 1/10 quicker through Sector 1 for the Porsche. We'll get our Sector 2 time when they get down to it, but at Turn 5, he's going to have a stab.
Not close enough, but there's going to be understeer off the exit now. Can pick his pocket at Turn 6. Oh, that's so smart. He gets in the mirror, forces him to scare off the line and steals it. Alessandro Guidetti, chapeau, my frère, chapeau. That's a lovely pass with about a minute to go here in the race. And that just goes to show you the never give up attitude there from that GT3 Pro to move up to second in the dying embers.
Do you think there was any communication from the pit wall? Do you leave him alone there? You know, Sathapon's doing a mega job. And if his communication to the team, you know, there would have been a discussion about let him race, what do you do in these sorts of things? But Alessandro's just been on an attack. And I think he communicated with the headlight flash. Confirmation there, 35 seconds left on the clock. There'll be 2 more racing laps for these guys to the end of the race. And Alessandro will enjoy it from here. But you can't throw away, what is it, a $250,000 race car to buy a Mercedes GT3, basically brand spanking new, let alone spares, parts, tyres, shipping, team to work on the car, fees to go racing in the category, fees to go testing and putting the car together, media to be applied all over the car to put the kit together. You're over $1 million before you go racing in these sorts of things. And you cannot risk that budget. And Satapon would have been looking in the rearview mirror and known that, and known my responsibility as a driver is, yes, go fast, but I've got to bring home a clean race car. He stepped a fraction wide into the marbles, and at that point, it's just let him go. He's got the position. I always say, when I'm racing people on the sim and things, I'm going to fight you till you get to my inside. But once you're down there, mate, I'm letting it go because I just want to slot in. I just want to learn. And he'll have the opportunity to watch Alessandro and learn a couple of things over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, 1 lap to go here as Kansat Kasiri is absolutely walking this one here at the moment for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. That Honda NSX GT3 Evo TSS22 has been absolutely walking on air. The way that it's been dialing itself in and around, just has to work itself around one piece of traffic, which will be the case of the Fire Monkey GTM out there, which is of course the Porsche 992 GT3 2 Cup car that is currently working through. And so this will be just the last bit of risk that they have to take over the course of this one into turn 4, dealt with easily, comfortably, masterfully out there. It's going to be one of those where you turn around and say, was this race result ever in doubt? Did it help that at turn 1, second and third came together and it put a tough day in for the 888, say, for example? Is this going to be one of those days where you sit back and say, this is the true outlook of what a team like this is capable of putting through turn 8, over to turn 9, and as the light starts to hit down here in the twilight zone of Buriram, there is one team that is sitting itself head and shoulders above everybody else as far as today is concerned. And there's going to be a huge smile out there as the checkered flag is going to start waving, because through turn 12, this is a big win here. A dominant display from Singer Motorsport, Team Thailand.
Yeah, great job. Huge win. Really big talent shown on display there this afternoon. Brings us to a close. And here's the thing. We've got to sit and wait and wait and wait. I think that's the 888 Audi coming out of the final corner. So don't be surprised watching him cross that start-finish line a little bit earlier. Here's car number 26. And, of course, Gueretti as well, also racing in GT World Challenge Asia at the moment, leading the championship as well. And there's team boss Hank Kicks. Not just thumbs up to his car, but also thumbs up to Sathapon and what he did as well. And I think that's very, very important. The team boss is out there and saying, great job, really well done. Here's the winner for GTM as well.
Yeah, so a lovely result then that goes through for PSC Motorsport. They'll be very happy that Ferrari 296 Challenge has found itself the job and the race victory out there overall. And critically, I'm going to make a very nerdy point about this, Scott Rankin. When you have a car that is in red and it's winning, it just feels right, because when you go to Warhammer and you understand the rules of Warhammer, if you paint any model red, it gets an extra 10 feet of movement.
Really? Okay, well, I just learned
Yes.
something. Yeah, okay. I've always thought about getting into Warhammer. You might have just pushed me over the edge, Scary.
Red things go fast.
But great job for the Ferraris. Tell you what, look at the enjoyment he's having down there with the checkered flag as well.
It's like a kid that's been locked in the candy store overnight, isn't it, Scott?
Mate, I tell you what, if I ever go over to Thailand, I might sprint out of the commentary box and try and wave a checkered flag before the end of the race is over. That would be on the bucket list of things to do for a trip into Thailand.
It absolutely would. And you see, yeah, absolutely right there, Scott. The marshals now doing their job, and it's always wonderful to see the marshals and the amount of work and effort that has been put in by all of the crews to put themselves in together. Singer Motorsport Team Thailand take the overall victory, but B-Quik have 2 on the podium there, one with Henk Kicks and Alessandro Guidetti, one, of course, with their 27 effort with Daniel Bilski and Sathapon Viracha. Their GT3 will house itself in 3rd place with an AM entry, always very good. The other AM entry down at the very bottom of the field then with the number 16. But then over in GTM, PSC Motorsport get the job done over Cree Racing and Fire Monkey X Silver Rockets. And the Mark Car second, the Ferrari 296 Challenge picking up the victory, and the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup Evo then 3rd in its classes. There is the confirmation as they came over the line of your winners through the top 9, and of course the fastest lap of the race we will note in as well in the 136s as the twilight came to play, Scott.
Yeah, challenging, and again, that sun, you saw the difference in the brightness. That's a very, very good point as well. Fastest lap of the day goes to Kanisat Kasiri, 36.239. Phenomenal lap in the dying stages, or the second half of that one. It was quite early on in the stint. I think about lap 2, about lap 3 on the tyre, and challenged them. Very, very happy climbing from the car. He'll go over to Team Nate and Pity. And again, I'm fairly confident this is exactly the result that started off the challenge for the title last year for car number 12. And starting off strong, starting on the right foot, And a big result here, particularly if they're able to take another podium heading into tomorrow, you transition out of that and you take that to another level and go, right, well, this means that we take a lot of pressure off when we go to Bung Sen. And that's one of the big things you want to do at the street course. Just take pressure off. That's a big celebration from Daniel Bilski towards Sathapon, getting that job done in the GT3 AM car and the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi car 27. And now here will come the celebration for Alessandro Gueretti. And a shake of the hand and congratulations to both of the guys out of car number 12 and job done. And that's a mark of respect from what is an internationally renowned racer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, in every single field, you are an equal to the field. It doesn't matter who you are, what you've driven in the past, what you hope to drive in the future. You are on the same level. You're a driver, you're a competitor. And while one competitor will be better than the other, you are exactly there on the same level, looking to prove exactly what is there and set and sorted. And I think that was a really telling race out there, as I think we are going to get this chance then to listen in then with some of the interviews then from your top 3.
เหนื่อยไหมเหนื่อยไหมเหนื่อยครับดีใจมากกว่าเหนื่อยครับคือต้องบอกว่าเป็นการก้าวเข้ามาอยู่ในรุ่นของ GT3 และก็เป็นการกลับมาของ Daniel ใช่ครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่แม็กเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยเรื่องราวสตอรี่ของ B-Quik Absolute Racing
ก็ผมจริงๆก็คือเพิ่งได้รู้ว่าอาทิตย์สุดท้ายครับที่ก่อนจะได้ขับก็คือได้รับมอบหมายได้คู่กับคุณ Daniel ครับแล้วก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นแล้วกลับมาก็คือผมต้องทำงานหนักแล้วก็เต็มที่กับผลงานอยู่แล้วครับ
Welcome back Daniel how do you feel today
a little tired a little disappointed in my stint, to be honest. I
don't think so. I don't think so.
But I have to say, fantastic drive by Max.
Yes.
And for the B-Quik Junior Driver Development Program, this is big. This is a really big testament to the work they've done with the drivers, and fabulous drive by Max. The team did a great job. We've worked really hard all week. Massive thank you to my partners from Miller Insurance and B-Quik's sponsors and partners and all the rest to get me here. It's so nice to be back in GT3.
Yeah.
Fabulous combination with Max in AM, and really proud of the work he's done all week. I've got my work cut out for me to catch up to him, but it's looking good.
เดนนี่บอกเขาภูมิใจตัวพี่มากนะแล้วเขาก็รู้สึกแบบดีใจที่ได้กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วก็ทำงานกันหนักมากเนาะก็อย่างที่บอกว่ามันมาถึงวันนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นความประสบความสำเร็จอีกหนึ่งก้าวหนึ่งในตัวพี่แล้วก็ B-Quik Absolute Racing ซึ่งวันนี้ได้เป็นดับเบิลคือมี2ตำแหน่งที่ได้แชมป์ในวันนี้
ใช่ครับ
ครับ
คุณ Daniel happy ผม very happy ครับ
นี่โอเคฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับพี่แม็ก
ก็ฝากเชียร์ผลงานสนามต่อไปของที่บางแสน B-Quik Racing แล้วก็ B-Quik Absolute ด้วยกันครับผม
ครับ Daniel
just also a massive thank you to all of the fans and supporters here and online and on TV. Thank you for your support, and it's going to be a great year. The quality of teams and drivers this year is really, really tough. So we're looking forward to a great year ahead, and again, fabulous drive by Max, and we look forward to doing one better tomorrow if we can.
Okay, congratulations again ครับทั้งคู่ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความดีอีกครั้งนะครับ
Thank you ครับ
ครับผมไปอันดับ2นะฮะก็เป็นของ B-Quik Absolute Racing นะครับโดยคุณเฮงกิกส์นะครับแล้วก็ Alessandro Gueretti congratulations
Thank you
Okay
Thank you
Wow Double champ today
Yeah, well, I'm a number 2 doesn't mean double, right? Number 1 is number 1.
Number 2 position.
Yeah,
two position.
We'll take it.
Okay,
I mean,
how do you feel
It's
today?
been a while, and it's just good to be back. Happy to be racing again.
Yeah, I'm really happy when I saw you in the race and back to have a position in today.
Thank you.
Talk about Alexander.
With all the hard work, right?
Okay, how about you? How do you feel today?
Yeah, super happy to be here in Thailand. First time for me in this team. So yeah, big thanks to Hank to bring me here with him. Big thanks also to B-Quik and Absolute Racing. It was a super day. Yeah, way better than yesterday. Yesterday, unfortunately, we couldn't practice and do the qualifying. So it was for me almost the first real session. So yeah, well, it's quite good. And I think we're ending with podium and second place. Was a bit challenging at the end. I tried my best. because my teammates were fast, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
ว้าว ก็คือ
Thank you.
อเล็กซานโดก็พูดดีเลยครับ ก็บอกว่าดีใจที่ได้ร่วมงานกับคุณเฮงนะครับ แล้วก็ได้ทำงานที่นี่ทุกคนก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ทำให้ดีที่สุดแน่นอน เป็นกำลังใจให้กับ B-Quik Absolute Racing ด้วยนั่นเองนะครับ เอาละฮะ อันดับหนึ่งนะครับเป็นของ TP12 นะครับ ขออนุญาตคุยกับแบงค์หน่อย มีโอกาสได้คุยกับแบงค์หน่อยนะครับ เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมงานทุกคนของสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับก็เตรียมรถออกมาให้ดีมาก แล้วก็ไม่มีข้อบกพร่องอะไรเลยครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างหนึงก็ต้องขอบคุณพี่ต๊อดที่เขาทำหน้าที่ของเขาได้ดีมากครับ
ครับโอ้โหก็เห็นตั้งแต่ออกสตาร์ทไปแล้วก็วางแผนทุกอย่างคือเตรียมความพร้อมดีมากๆ
ใช่ครับ
ดีใจอยากให้พูดอะไรหน่อยครับ พูดอะไรหน่อยครับ
อ๋อครับก็ผมว่าก็เป็นไปตามที่เราวางแผนไว้นะครับเพราะว่าก็พยายามที่จะเกณฑ์แกปได้มากที่สุดจากยางใหม่ในสปรินต์แรกนะครับเพราะว่าเราก็วางแผนที่จะเปลี่ยนยางแค่2 ล้อครับตอนสปรินต์ของแบงก์ก็คงพยายามที่จะสร้างแกปให้ได้เยอะที่สุดจากยางใหม่4 เส้นที่ผมขับ
พรุ่งนี้แบงค์จะเป็นไดรเวอร์ที่1เรามีการวางแผนยังไง compensation time ก็ยังคงมีในเรื่องของตรงนี้เข้ามาเกี่ยวข้องด้วย
ใช่ครับก็มันก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้กับ compensation ทำนะครับก็เราก็มียางใหม่ทั้ง2 ชุด
ครับ
ก็คิดว่าน่าจะพอสูสีอยู่ครับ
ครับสำหรับการเปิดฤดูกาลนี้ถือว่าเราทำมาได้ปูทางมาดีมากกับการเริ่มสตาร์ทคิดว่าในระยะต่อไปจะทำยังไงได้บ้างครับ
ผมว่าก็ในเรื่องของเซตอัพนะครับเราก็มีข้อมูลค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับแล้วก็รถถือว่าหลังจากที่ไปโอเวอร์ฮอลแล้วก็อัปเกรดมาก็ถือว่าอยู่ในสภาพที่พร้อมมากนะครับก็คงเมนเทนในสิ่งที่เราทำที่ดีแล้วนะครับก็หวังว่าปีนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นปีที่ดีของเราทั้ง2 คนครับ
ครับโหแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับขอเสียงปรบมือกับ TP12 ด้วยครับขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับแน่นอนนะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันอีกรุ่นหนึ่งครับ Thailand Super GTA อันดับ 3 นะครับวันนี้ You Never Drive Alone นะฮะเป็นไซมอนชานะครับกับคู่กับเลียเล็กซ์นั่นเองครับ Congratulations with the position How do you feel
Good first
Great.
time here yeah
First time
yeah
Okay I know that first time because every time I just saw like Simon just only drive Okay today
I finally have a friend
Okay, finally! You have a friend? Okay, how do you feel today? How do you feel?
Great.
Yeah. Okay, great. And you?
Hot and tired. I think it's a new team. I mean, Jai is one of the fastest AM driver in China, so I'm glad that we pair with him. So we still have a lot of learning to do, the car, the setup and things like that. So I think we'll be more competitive next race.
All right, so talk. Basically, you have to drive well alone, and when you have the partner or driver to coordinate, you have problem or something.
No, we just some strategy-wise we need to adjust, right? Who's doing what, and then we also need to cut down the time on the driver change and things like that. So it's something that I wouldn't consider when I was driving alone. So now I think the team need to learn about more stuff and then be more competitive.
Yes. Okay. Let's question a little bit to Thai fans who are supporting you guys.
Sorry?
Talk to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Oh yeah, thanks everybody. I mean, it's always be back to TSS. I'm glad it's only round 1 and then many more to come. And then we're looking forward for round 2 tomorrow. I hope everybody have fun. And of course, the next race weekend will be great in Bang Sang as well. So we do look forward to that. And I'm look forward to see all the Thai fans in Bang Sang too.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations again. ครับก็แน่นอนครับก็รู้สึกว่าตอนนี้ไม่ต้องขับคนเดียวแล้วเนาะก็คือมีพาร์ทเนอร์เข้ามาร่วมแล้วแน่นอนว่าก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดในสนามต่อไปโอเคอันดับ2นะครับเป็นของ Quick College and a little bit of congratulations you guys สวัสดีครับ Okay you first
Okay
Wow welcome back to Thailand Super Series Thailand Super GTM How do you feel today
Oh, pretty good actually. We started well in the race and we got to the front and the tyres weren't quite warm enough on our little spin, but I sort of fought back during the race and during my stint and then handed over to Jalen and he did a great job. We had a little issue at the end there, so we slowed down. But no, we're stoked. I mean, good start to the season and we'll be here tomorrow fighting like anything, you know.
Okay. So how about you?
Hey, I'm cooked at the moment, pretty hot. Yeah, we kind of
Had a bit of cough with the fuel at the end with about 3 laps to go, so I was just cruising from there.
Okay, I know you just very hot, like your face.
I'm hot, yeah.
Yeah, hot.
Like when you're not driving hard in the car, it just all gets to you. So yeah, I'm feeling a bit hot, but that's all right. The car was good. Yeah, we got a little bit to work on tomorrow with tune-up of the car, and yeah, big thanks to the boys. They did an awesome pit stop. Good job to Craig, and yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can go one better.
Okay. Talk to the Thai fan who is supporting.
Thank you everybody for supporting us on live streaming and just generally support. Big thanks to TSS for the event. It's going very well, very on time, and thanks to our competitors. You know, with our competitors we wouldn't be here, so we thoroughly enjoyed it, and big thanks to all our fans out there. We love you. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. โอเคนะครับทั้งคู่ก็พูดถึงในเรื่องของการแข่งขันนะครับแล้วก็เจเลนก็อาจจะบ่นๆนิดนึงว่าอากาศร้อนนะครับแล้วก็ไม่เป็นไรยังไงพรุ่งนี้เขาก็ลุยต่อเต็มที่นะครับอันดับหนึ่งนะครับเป็นของ PSC Motorsport นะครับยินดีด้วยครับแม่พี่กี้นะครับสราวุฒิเสรีธนรกุลนะครับแล้วก็อาฟิกยาซิดนะครับcongratulation ที่หลายเรื่องมากนะมีแต่ข่าวดีในช่วงนี้นะครับแล้วซึ่งวันนี้ด้วยก็โอ้โหอันดับที่1เลยเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่กี้ครับ
วันนี้ก็ตั้งใจขับมากๆครับก็ตื่นเต้นแต่พอออกไปโค้งแรกเลยก็เจอรถ
นิดหนึ่ง
นิดนึง
ครับ
แล้วก็ตกไปเป็นระดับ2ครับแล้วพอไล่ทางเครกไปเรื่อยๆก็เทิร์นประมาณเทิร์น9ก็เครกหมุนอีกก็หลบไปข้างทางก็ดีๆว่าหลบพ้นไปดีนะครับก็หลบพ้นแล้วก็ตอนนั้นก็พยายามรักษาเพจไว้
ทีนี้ก็ remain page
แล้วเพจไว้ครับค่อนข้างได้ consistent ค่อนข้างเป็นที่พอใจครับแล้วก็ส่งรถให้อาฟิกครับแล้วก็อาฟิกก็ทำหน้าที่ได้ดีมากผมนั่งดูริมข้างทางตลอดเลยคือเวลาเขาสูสีกับฟอร์ดมาก
ใช่
คือวิ่งกันเนี่ยบางทีฟอร์ดก็เร็วกว่าครึ่งวิบางทีก็เท่ากันเลยบางทีก็อาฟิกก็เร็วกว่าครึ่งวิอะไรเงี้ยอยู่ประมาณ5วิแล้วก็ลงมา4แล้วก็ลงมา6แบบโหนั่งไม่ติดเลยครับทั้งทีม
แต่พูดถึงฤดูกาลนี้เป็นการสตาร์ทเริ่มต้นเราเซตติ้งอัพทุกอย่างเนี่ยเรามีจากข้อมูล Data เก่านะฮะในปีที่แล้ววันนี้เราได้กลับมาเซตติ้งอัพใหม่หรือมีอะไรที่มันเปลี่ยนแปลงไปจากนี้ไหมฮะหรือว่าก็ยังเป็น Data เดิมอยู่
เป็น Data เดิมครับก็มี BOP ที่ทางรายการมีปรับขึ้นนิดนึงเหมือนปรับรถให้สูงขึ้นข้างหน้าแล้วก็ข้างหลังเนี่ยครับก็ทำให้รถมันรีสปอนส์ช้าลงหน้ามีอาการอันเดอร์สเตียมากขึ้นหน่อยแต่ก็ไม่ได้เป็นปัญหาอะไรมากครับก็พยายามแฮนเดิลได้ครับ
ให้อาฟิกเป็นยังไงบ้างHow about you today
First of all, I'd like to thank to the team for they did very good job. My teammate, he did also a good job. So
he's perfect.
Yeah, he's getting perfect now.
Yes,
his driving is getting better and better every race we go. The car was really good. Weather was good, fantastic. I mean, it's a package. It's overall teamwork. To make this to make us win. So yeah, I'm happy. We are looking forward for the second race.
Right. So and the next race, how about?
I think tomorrow will be very good. Even though we will have the 15-second penalty, but we will use we have 2 new sets of tires for us. So I think we will do good for tomorrow. So today we are using we use. New for him and the qualifying tire for me. So tomorrow is a big advantage for us. We will have a new for tomorrow.
ก็เรียกได้ง่ายๆว่าพรุ่งนี้พี่กี้รับจบ ไม้สุดท้ายแน่นอนนะครับพี่กี้ครับอยากให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ตามเชียร์พี่อยู่ครับ
ครับยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับPSC Motorsport นะครับ Ferrari 206 Challenge Number 77นะครับยังไงปีนี้จะพยายามรักษาแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
นี่
พยายามรักษาแชมป์ก็ทำให้ดีที่สุดครับขอบคุณครับ
โอเคครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ PSC Motorsport นะครับพี่กี้สราวุฒิเสรีธนรกุลและอาฟิกยาซิดนั่นเองนะครับกับ PSC Motorsport นะครับแน่นอนนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในเรสนี้จบลงแล้วแต่เรสหน้ายังมีติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 และรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 ครับ
Wow, what a wonderful days worth of running we have had the opportunity to get with here on Saturday here in Buriram. And I would say that it's going to be one where you settle back and say, what did we have to deal with? What a highlight we had, Scott. And it all started at turn 1, the look down the inside, Ferrari versus the AAA. And basically that was the genesis of what ended up being a very horrible day at the office for the AAA, but good recovery there from that Ferrari there at Team Singer Motorsport to go over and get through. And there is that spin, and how on earth everyone else avoided that. That was very scary with the marked car.
Interesting point to point out is car number 89. You're right about those spins being scary and the tyre going flat for car 888 after that contact, and there was debris on the run down at turn number 3. It's actually going to trigger a second tyre going down as well for car number 16, and they took a fair while trying to get that front left tyre off. There's the front right coming off of the Mercedes. That also went down from there on. It was just about setting lap times for car number 12 and Pity Buriram back there, who started off that race as well. Interesting to note as well, if you take away that spin for car 89, they were only 8 seconds behind P2 and they finished off the podium. You take that spin out of the equation, that's actually probably second place they've lost as a result of that contact.
And if you want to put it into another context, Scott, they're effectively 8 seconds back in terms of their pace, and the car that they would have been on pure pace 8 seconds behind of have 15 seconds in the stop for tomorrow.
Yeah, so a lot of challenge to try and get through. Obviously, check over for a number of cars. This was the battle for race lead in the GTM cars. Big, heavy pit stop for car number 77 and their driver combination just because of the high-quality nature of it. Like we said, 2 Ferraris on track together was a really cool sight to see, and then this was the move for P2.
Yeah, and it was late on. It was in the last couple of minutes. Just got cheeky at 5. It opened the door up at turn 6. And you saw there the Porsche branding there for Alessandro Guidetti. And he knows that he is just trying to get more and more experience out here in Asia. And he gets himself a lovely, lovely move to get it sorted. But no one could hold a candle into the wind over to Singer Motorsport Team Thailand there in the number 12 Honda NSX. They dominated out there with a 35-second victory by the time they crossed the line, and they knew that they had a lovely prowess out there, and I'd be happy as well waving the flag there for my team, then getting that one to come across the line there for that. But that will put into the books then Saturday, but critically, there is still a whole heap of running, a whole day that has to be run as Sunday will come along. English broadcast starting at 9:10 local time, UTC +7. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to jump back in on it. And Scott, we've got all sorts of amazing action still to be done, including a number of hosts of great races, which includes the likes of Super Touring, the 86 Challenges, and Super Eco with GT3, GT4. And we finish things off with Super Pickup.
Yeah, and that's the big race of things to come our way tomorrow morning. I'll be joining the coverage first thing tomorrow morning to kick us off the Super Touring. I think Sperry's actually sitting here going, damn, Super Eco's in the morning. He'll be joining us for tomorrow afternoon's coverage as well. We've got a whole host of commentators to come your way before the conclusion of racing tomorrow afternoon. Big day of racing action. Like we said, I think probably the big events, let's sort of break it down for the viewers watching along at home. I think one of the big notes is we've had 2 separate rollovers here, one in the 86s, was it one in the Tourings as well. So big moments across the weekend. We haven't had that before. We've had big accidents, but not really rollovers before. So drivers, machinery, cars, all okay. We hope everyone's okay. The good news is there was only one that was high speed. There was one that was really, really slow speed. Everybody does seem to have come from cars and be okay. Walking wounded, that Super Eco race, it just checked out in terms of side-to-side contact. The Super Pickups was phenomenal. Penalties for infringements, for track infringements, for car contact. I think the big one of the day was Baranchik, car 89, and the Super Ecos picked himself up a drive-through penalty for achieving a big gain off of the track. That was a class victory, potentially went begging for him. He'll have some work to do tomorrow. And Sperry, mate, welcome to the series. That is, you got the best of the best condensed into one afternoon worth of racing. Super Eco, Super Pickup, 2 GT cars. Mate, what else can the weekend hold?
Well, I tell you what's even more impressive, seeing a 5-step rostrum rather than the traditional 3-step rostrum out there. So there's a lot to have smiles about, and there'll be a lot to have a smile about, of course, when we rack it all up again tomorrow and say after a good night's rest, let's have another day of amazing racing out there as the hands all get shaken about, and they will know that there will be celebrations afoot then for plenty as they look to set things up in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series and TSS The Super Series by B-Quik here. From all of us here, bringing the coverage over to you, from Dan Yeaman, from Scott Rankin, myself, Jake Sperry, what a joy it has been to see some amazing racing action in play, and celebrations are abound and afoot as we get ourselves in and sorted. We will see you tomorrow as victories are all celebrated, and there is more to come along from this championship opener here at Buriram.
Every season begins with a spark. But legends begin when passion meets the track. 3 championships, 3 battlegrounds, 1 mission: to push harder, race faster, and unleash the thrill. For glory, for pride, for every second that defines a season. Chang International Circuit, May 21st to 24th, where it all begins. Witness Thailand's motorsport season ignite. TSS 2026. Fuel the thrill.